Johnny! Morning!
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome down to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. It's finals day here because it's the last day of the waiting period and we've got some great conditions on offer. We saw the guys getting ready this morning who will be surfing in the quarterfinals. Also, the World Longboard Tour is back underway. It's been a few days since we've been running heats, but we're now set for the semifinals. Honolulu Bloomfield, the three-time world champion, paddling out the second. Chloe Coleman paddling out the first with her coach there, Matt Chianca. Just having a chat about the local lineup because she's heading out with the local favorite in Whiten. And it's going to be an exciting day because we've also got another local, Declan Whiten there. He's in the men's semifinals. And we've got a huge day of competition ahead of us. Really looking forward to getting it all underway and to seeing who's going to come out victorious here at Manly Beach. In New South Wales, Australia, it's been a beautiful week of competition. And we are just really stoked to be getting things underway. Here in the Harvey Norman host set, it's Shannon Hughes alongside True Starling of Murmur Mag and the 2015 World Longboard Champion in Rachel Tilley to call to action with us today. Girls, how are you doing today?
It's a really great morning. We woke up this morning and once again we've got really fun waves on offer. So it's exciting to have once again the longboards back in the water for the day, and then we'll be seeing all the finals run out. So it's going to be a huge day and it's going to be super exciting.
So stoked, Rach, to have you in the booth with us to call to action specifically for the women's longboarding. Are you excited to see such good conditions on offer?
It's going to be such a great day of competition. Obviously, the storm has brought interesting conditions over the past few days, so I think what we have on offer here for finals day is the best that we've had for this week, so really excited to see the action.
Well, we can't wait to hear exactly how the day is going to run through. We're going to go down and catch up with Stace Galbraith now for the call.
Thanks, Shannon. Will Hayden-Smith from Tours and Competition. Do you have a notepad to read out this schedule today? We've got a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a fair bit going on, and luckily we've got a brand new swell filling in, and it looks pretty clean and fun at the moment, and hopefully it holds throughout the day. But we're going to start off with the women's longboard semi-finals, then men's longboard semi-finals. We'll roll into the Challenger men's quarterfinals, then the Challenger women's semis, Challenger men's semis, and then 4 finals in a row for longboard, and then the Challenger series. So it's an action-packed finals day, but the waves are here, so we're stoked.
Pre-coffee, that was an exceptional effort. Thanks, Will.
Thanks so much for the call. It is a bit of a complicated schedule today, but we cannot wait to get it all going. Starting out with the World Longboard Tour here. We've had about a week off from competition, True, and the surfers have been getting in those free surfs, but there's been quite a few onshore days in the mix before they've been able to get a nice clean morning to finish out finals day.
For sure, especially at the start of the period for the Challenger series, we actually had a few days off because it was either too small or there was just heaps of wind going on at the moment. I feel like the longboards actually got some of the funnest waves in the period. It was small, but it was pretty perfect for them. What do you reckon, Rach?
Yeah, absolutely. What we saw in those conditions was small, clean, and it kind of made that call really easy of going, okay, shortboarder off, longboarder on, and look at this. These semifinals we have coming up.
Yeah, it's so exciting. So Chloe Coleman, Totally White in the first semifinal, taking a look at who they matched up with. Chloe took out Natsumi in the quarterfinals. Totally took out Mason Schremer. Now in semifinal number 2, we've got Honolulu Bloomfield and Soleil Erico, a couple of world champions. Hono took out the young Sophia Collane, and Soleil took out you, Rachel Tilley, unfortunately, in the quarterfinals. But it does mean we get to call to action with you here for the semis.
Yes, I wish I was in the semifinal, but second best is being here and getting to watch this with you guys.
Oh, so good. Can't wait to get things underway. We haven't quite heard that siren sound, but it's going to be a really good matchup for this first one because, of course, we've got the local in Totally White. She found herself with one of the highest wave scores of the women's event, True, with that 9.1 in her second round. It was pretty exceptional.
It was, and she's just looking really comfortable out there. We see a little bit of a change, especially for the longboarders where they are wearing leggies this morning or leashes, and it's going to be different. I don't actually know how that affects your performance. Rachel, can you give us an insight on that?
Oh, with the siren just going. Yeah, the leg rope or the leash is an interesting one. We wouldn't have seen anyone riding them, using them in the first couple of days because it was small, and even if you did lose your board, it was just only a quick swim. And I think here there's a couple of different reasons why they probably have chosen to wear them today. One, it looks like the conditions are a bit bigger, so they're sitting farther out. Also, the stakes are a bit higher, and you know, whether you have those first heat jitters and you don't want to lose your board at the beginning of the heat, and also you don't want to waste time swimming for your board. So obviously they're taking their heats really seriously today and choosing to use that. As we see first paddle, not choosing to take that one.
Totally White up against Chloe Coleman. Chloe out of Brazil has been the runner-up to the world title a couple of times. Back in 2016, she came really close to beating Tori Gilkerson in the women's final, and she's now up and riding. Opting to go on her forehand for that first opening nose ride and grabs the rail for a stylish little drive through that section. Beautiful cutback. Nice use of the footwork. And she's going to look for this little reform on the inside, which is definitely different than what we've seen in the earlier rounds of competition for the longboarding opening days. And a good use of footwork, a nice bit of control as she comes in for the finish and gets that first wave underway, True.
Yes, well, the heat has started. We did hear the buzzer sound, but sometimes if a wave isn't caught within that first 10-15 minutes, the heat hasn't actually started. They have to restart it, so it's good to see Chloe getting the first wave there. I almost thought that she was going to come down and maybe catch her nose, but she just is showing great control over her board, and there's actually was quite a bit of room between Chloe and Tully. Let's have a look at last of Chloe's here. She just walks straight up to the nose, goes for a 5 there, and she just kind of grabs her rail there to stay nice and controlled over her board, and she'll bring this one around really nicely for Chloe. And as you mentioned, Shannon, finding this inside connection, which is pretty interesting. We haven't seen too many inside connections. It looks like Chloe may be actually on that very first bank where everyone started surfing on the very first few days. They're not at Carlton Street, and they're not too close to the pipe from what I can see. But a nice first ride for Chloe to start.
And we'll get scores to drop through for that momentarily as the judges are just starting to set that scale with the first wave of the morning. Totally White now sitting out the back with priority, and it was a good locked-in nose ride for that opener, Rachel, and then a bit of a challenging wave to kind of negotiate past that.
Yeah, I think actually one of my favorite bits about that wave was after she walked back from the nose, she stayed in that forward third half of her board, and the judges will really take note of that because that's a critical place to go through that steep section and make it through. And you could kind of see her bobble, but that's just because of the pure criticalness of that section. And I really like that she was able to navigate that. And I don't think the back half of the wave will necessarily up her score too much. I think she was hoping it would reform a little bit more, but that's what's the beauty of the first wave of the heat. You can kind of get your feelings out there and see, okay, what are the bits that I'm going to surf all the way through? And it will, I don't think that will be the wave that she'll keep for the rest of the heat. She'll be looking to improve upon that.
Scores still to come through for opener for Chloe Coleman. A couple of sizier sets rolling through this morning, which is great to see. Love seeing those offshore conditions as well as we shape up for a big finals day. Kicking things off here with the women's semifinals for the World Longboard Tour. This is the first stop on this year's World Longboard Tour. We've got 3 events coming up. And we've got Totally White now up and riding on her first wave. The local knowledge paying off as she gets a nice locked-in hang 5 to start off. Gets into that middle third of the board just to trim her way back. Uses that tail and engages, but unfortunately just bites the side of her rail, Rachel, there, and goes down. Yeah, that was looking like it was really going to stay open for her to get those multiple nose rides, and obviously that's what she was looking for, and then wasn't able to get quick enough on her feet back. True, talk us through this replay.
Yeah, I really like this wave. She just walks so easily up to the front of the board. She locks in for a 5 there. Bring it around, and this is kind of the point where, unfortunately for her, she couldn't get, as Rachel said, back quick enough, and she just grabbed her nose coming down.
Nice looking nose ride to start things off. Rach, she was carrying so much speed coming into that first section.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking really fun out there, and I think we're going to be seeing some really great waves coming through. And obviously, the judges are taking their time with both of those scores at the moment and really trying to understand how to set the scale in these conditions. And obviously, it's been a days full of shortboard the past few days, so they're readjusting themselves back to what does longboarding look like out at Manly today.
And we've got a great judging panel set up for the Longboard Tour, as we see Tully now with another opportunity. So already out the back, let that first wave go, takes off on the second in the section. Nice, patient footwork up to the nose, connects into that hang 5. It's a bumpier wave because there is that little bit of froth being the second in the set. And she does really well to just trim through the sections. Keeps that footwork just moving through that middle third of the board, which is a critical maneuver in itself, just making the use of the entire length of the board. And still now waiting for those opening couple of scores to be set through. We've got a great judging panel, so some of the judges on the panel are sitting on the shortboard panel as well, and they're doing double time, same as us as the commentary team, and kind of working back and forth through the day, shifting the mindsets between the longboard criteria, which includes words like style, flow, and grace, and then in comparison to the shortboard criteria, which is speed, power, flow, and so many other differences to it. But we do have a couple of longboard specialists that have been brought in specifically for that panel, which is really great to see, Drew.
Yeah, it's exciting. We've, Tori Gilkinson she's one of the judges who is actually trading between the two for longboard and shortboard. I think she might be potentially even one of the head judges for a longboard, I think, from memory. I could be wrong there, but she's doing a really great job, and she's a world champion as well, which is exciting to see. She's tapping into the other side of the sport.
Yeah, she's the 2016 World Longboard Champ. She's not head judging this event, but she does fill that role sometimes. She's on the panel on both sides, shortboarding and longboarding. And as we wait for those first scores to get locked in, we're going to check in with Stace Galbraith on the conditions report for the day. Good morning, Stace.
Good morning, Shannon. Yeah, look, I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and it's every bit of 4 feet today. There's some great sets coming in, and luckily enough, that little hole in the middle of the judges here is providing some great rides for the women here in this first heat.
How's the wind conditions looking, and specifically the positioning of the women in the lineup in comparison to where we saw the shortboarders positioning themselves last few days?
Yeah, so the women have positioned themselves in this heat basically on either side of that rip that we saw earlier in the rounds. I was actually in the booth this morning with the judges as they were delivering their directive for the day. And like you guys mentioned, it's the opposite of the shortboards. We're looking for flow and grace and style. So that length of ride can give you that opportunity to sort of showcase that. Whereas the short dumping waves to the south, where the shortboarders will likely sit later, is not the canvas these longboarders are looking for.
Thanks so much for that insight. True, it's so interesting just to think about the fact that through competition today, we could see both divisions, both disciplines of surfing actually just sitting at different banks because we're looking for different things.
Definitely, and I think that's, the exciting thing about the two different sides of the sport. You can see the whole contest area actually being used. Whereas the last few days when we have had the shortboarding on, it's just been pretty much defined by one bank. The last few days we've seen people sitting at the Carlton Street bank, which seems to be one of the better banks throughout the last few days. We'll have to see if that is today when the shortboarders do hit the lineup. But it's exciting that, the whole contest area is being used. And it's interesting that both Tully and Chloe are sitting on completely different banks here, and they kind of just are having a really fun free surf by themselves.
Yeah, it's so interesting, just both of them favoring their forehands. Rachel.
Yeah, I actually do not like surfing in heats where we end up choosing to surf different banks, because that takes out that opportunity to use strategy around priority and have that pressure there. And it does kind of, in one aspect, like you said, true, it is you're on your own doing your own free surf, but there always is that kind of question in mind being like, is that wave better down there? Where at least if you're surfing on the same bank, you're competing directly against each other on the same exact waves. So it'll be interesting to see how these banks form, like you said, True, and to see how they start delivering. But they are favoring their forehands, which will deliver really good surfing. Obviously, they both can surf both ways, and yeah, it'll be good to see what starts to be favored and then what we see in the next heat too. And I imagine with the next heat, them both being regular footers, we'll maybe both see them on that bank that Tully's sitting on at the moment.
Yeah, so interesting just to see how it will unfold over the next hour or so. Both scores, well, both surfers have scores that are locked in now. That opening exchange came in very close to each other, which is also an interesting dynamic given that they're sitting on different banks and they would have maybe been hoping to kind of up the other surfer. We've got a 5.6 for opener of Chloe Coleman, her only wave caught so far. Tully White got a 5.83 for her opener and backed it up with a 3.33. So Tully currently sitting in the lead, but very small scores on the backup. And we'll definitely be looking for both of these women who have found excellent scores in competition this week to go that much better. As we take a look at the replay here, True, from Tully's 3.33.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a smaller wave. It was a little frothier, so it wasn't really offering a whole lot for Tully to really be able to lock in a good score to make it harder for Chloe to move back up into the lead. Or to move up into the lead, I should say. But Tully started with the better wave there with a 5.83, so she got the better of the first exchange, which is always really nice to hear, especially against someone like Chloe in a heat.
I think that's a testament to that opening nose ride that she got. She got to hold it a lot longer, and although she did fall on the end of the wave, it's really pointing out what the judges are looking for and what they're really valuing. And as compared to Chloe, she had a more well-rounded wave, but a shorter nose ride. So that's kind of where we're seeing them identify what's really important to them.
It was even thinking about that in the comparison between those waves, the type of waves were so different. Tully's had that long open face for her to get a really long nose ride on to start off. For Chloe, it was a really critical, quick nose ride. It was really controlled, but it was just such a short section. As we see Tully White there with a very stylish takeoff behind the pocket. She's now just using that footwork through the middle third. Footwork is part of the criteria, part of what the judges are paying close attention to, is those clean cross steps back and forth. And it not only looks good, Rachel, but it's extremely functional in keeping that flow within a ride like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a surfer, you're always looking to take those small, concise steps rather than those really big drawn-out steps, because it just shows control and it shows preciseness, and that's what the judges really like to see. And both of these women surfing at the moment have really concise, beautiful footwork. So it's not just that functional to the back and forth, it is a maneuver as part of your wave.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, too, to think of the lineups between these two semifinals, or the matchups, right? Between Tully and Chloe, it is really going to be the two women that have some of the better footwork in the field, I think. Really tight cross steps, really pretty combinations. They also often go to those cross step cutbacks or those drop knee cutbacks, and bringing that into their repertoire for their turns, where in the second semifinal matchup between Honolulu Bloomfield and Soleil Erico, it's often those bigger steps up to the nose. It's a little bit of a wider stance, and it's a lot more power surfing within really finite nose riding, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good analysis of it. And then is to say that we have some really good matchups here of how the draw just ends up going, and similar surfing to the competitors in the heats that they've been landed into. And yeah.
Down to 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Tully White with a huge nose ride to start off on a massive section. She pedals back just in time to not nosedive on the finish. She's going to hang on to this and maybe look for that little link up for the reform on the inside. And on a longboard, it's so much easier to do than on a shortboard to just cut through these sections. She's now going to have that little wall standing up for her. Will she be able to get back to the nose? It's not going to open up one more time, but that was some pretty critical commitment on the outside section.
Wow, it sure was. And you can hear the cheers and the whistles there for Tully. She has such an amazing support team there. Wow, that would give you so much confidence coming in, especially to the semi-final. We saw her have a few words with Declan Whiten before she paddled out. Let's have a look at the replay here. Just going straight to the nose. She locks in nicely and just, as you mentioned, pedals back just in time so that she doesn't catch the nose there. That was a really nice ride for Tully White. She tries to get this inside connection here, but unfortunately this wave just not really offering too much. and she can't quite get another nose ride to finish.
Rachel, it's pretty obvious to state the fact that the local crowd here is in favor of Tolly White right now.
Absolutely. It's really exciting. Oh, as we see Chloe paddling.
All right, so Chloe sat with priority for a long time. She opened up with that 5.6, and now she goes down on that nose ride. That's unfortunate because it'll go through incomplete for that opening maneuver. She'll now need to reset out of the lineup. But you've competed at home in San Clemente plenty of times, or even close to home in Huntington Beach where you've won your national titles. What's it like to have that hometown feel and the crowds being on your side when you've got someone maybe more international in the lineup?
Yeah, it's really great to have everyone on the beach, the support there with your family and your friends, and I think for this Manly local crew, with having Tully and Declan having the performances of their life into the semifinals in front of everyone is just really exciting. You can feel the buzz on the beach, and then you can absolutely feel as a competitor when you're out there just that support. And you know, some competitors might take it in stride of like feeling that pressure, but it really is just because you have your family and friends that love you and want to support you. And so I think it's been what's really pushing these surfers forward, and they've been absolutely loving it.
Scores locked in for Tully White. It's a 6.17 for that very critical nose ride out the back. She's now sitting in the lead with Chloe Calmon chasing a 6.40. We're down to 13 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Two women still sitting on opposite peaks, so priority not even a factor. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, grab your morning cup of coffee, and we'll bring you back more longboarding action right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is currently in the lineup with the women's semifinals underway, and the local Tully White charges a massive section. Board gets ripped away, and that's something that would maybe be a concern considering that she's wearing a leash right now, is that sometimes longboards snap when surfers are wearing leashes because they just get caught in the wrong sections of the wave, where if a longboarder doesn't have a leash on, that board is free to just kind of bounce along with the wave, but it also means a long swim, Rachel, for the surfer that's just lost their board.
Yes, absolutely. That is exactly where my mind went to. And see, with Tully, this one, of course, it didn't work out for her there, and that's where that looks like a board breaker. So thank goodness that turned out all right. But on that wave and the wave before where we saw her get that 617, she's getting that quick up to the nose, but she's still choosing to take those 4 steps. And that is something that the judges would really be appreciating to see, because it's obviously taking really quick footwork as the wave is closing out, but she's still taking those quick, concise steps and kind of fitting the whole package into 5 seconds of open face wave.
And that's where we saw that score go into the 6.17. For her highest score of the heat so far, Rach, it was that quick nose ride. She then had to pedal back really fast off the nose to make sure she actually rode out of that closeout section. it was just like a half-second nose ride. It wasn't even locked in for any length of ride, but it was such a critical section that the judges rewarded it.
Yeah, so critical, and those other factors that she milked it with those extra quick, concise steps. And I think if she was able to tap onto the nose on the inside somewhere, it kind of would have given it that really complete, well-rounded score. But yeah, obviously these conditions are proving to be a little bit tougher. It's clean, it's really nice looking from the beach, but as you see these surfers out there, it's all about wave selection at the moment.
Wave selection.
I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, if she hadn't made that, that would have been better than a 617 because it was so, wow, Tully.
Finding a great looking wave. Oh, just mistimes that kind of float to finish on the inside section, which is a great ending maneuver if she can connect the dots. She's just going to take a quick moment there to get that board up and over that wave. It's always a challenging thing also riding big boards out in the lineup to just time the paddle back out because you can get knocked around. But that was a nice locked in nose ride to start off for her, True.
Yeah, really nice start there for Tully. It was unfortunate. Maybe she tried to rush that section a little too quickly or even second guessed her decision there. But she's looking really strong at the moment. She just puts it up there, just doesn't quite lean back over her board. She almost could have hit it a little earlier and come down in front. But it's a very tricky thing to do.
Scores to come through. It's just a 3.10, and now Chloe Coleman still sitting with priority with only a couple of throwaway scores to back up her opener, but Tully finding another line on the paddle back out, trimming through this section. Got some nice footwork in there. She's staying really smooth and in control. Still sitting on different peaks. Now Chloe Coleman is in an interesting situation here, and Rachel, we can see Chloe now taking a beeline for that peak that Tully's been sitting on the entire heat here.
Well, this is exactly what I was talking to beforehand, is when you're sitting on those opposite peaks and then your competitor starts getting those higher scores, you start then doubting your own decision, and then switching game plans mid-heat is always a tricky one because you're kind of doing it on your heels, you know, and saying, okay, I have some work to do, and I guess it's working for her over there, so I'm going to switch game plans. And of course, Chloe knows how to put a really good heat together, and she doesn't need too high of a score, something that's completely gettable if she just gets on a clean open wave.
And taking a look at their run up to this semifinal matchup, Chloe Coleman, out of the 4 semifinalists on the women's side of the draw, is the only one to get an excellent wave in every single heat. She's been that consistent in her performance out here at Manly this week, where Tully White has the single excellent score, one of the biggest of competition in that 9-point range. Coming up in the next heat, we've got Honolulu Bloomfield, who's got one excellent score on the board from competition so far of an 8.17. And Soleil Erico, who has yet to find herself with an excellent score. But for Chloe Coleman, True, she's been the most consistent, the actual threat coming into this finals day.
I feel like there's always one or two competitors in a draw that do constantly put down those excellent scores. And Chloe definitely has been that person. But in this heat, she just really needs to get herself back into this one. She needs to find that excellent score to make it a lot trickier for Tully. She's looking for a 6.4, and she almost looks a little bit rattled at the moment. She started on that left, nothing came through, and I feel like she didn't leave that spot early enough to allow her to get some waves like Tully has been. You know, it has been really consistent, but now we kind of are just seeing a bit of a lull here, but it looks like Tully and Chloe are having a paddle in this one.
Chloe currently has priority. She's going to have a look here. Lining herself up, still looking to go on her forehand. The goofy foot now, nice steps up to nose. Gets that locked in hang 10. That's the first hang 10 we've seen of the women's opening semifinal as well. Connects through for that second hang 5 and gets that nice roller coaster finish for a complete wave. She's going to stick with this one and just find that trim line to connect with on the inside. Goes for that cross step cut back as well to throw in a little bit of variety. Now falls through on the finishing section, but got the job done, Rachel, on the outside.
Yeah, wow, that is the wave that she's been looking for this whole time. And, you know, I think that although Tully's waves were bigger, it had those shorter nose rides where it was a little bit smaller, but she was able to hang on the nose and get that hang time and even get that hang 10 there. And really in our longboard criteria, it's not just about the nose rides, it's about the full picture. So we saw her get that off the top at the end and give a really well-rounded wave to the judges. And as she milks it through the inside, she taps it then at the end. I think we will see this be the best score of the heat.
Why would that be? Because of the variety and the control she was able to demonstrate?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that she was able to hold on the nose a bit longer, get that hang 10, get that a couple of times. And it's the first wave where we really have seen multiple complete maneuvers and linking throughout that in its entirety.
Love seeing that she's able to connect those nose rides through, that slow motion, just finding that little lip line to finish with there, True.
Yeah, as Rachel mentioned, it was a really nice ride there for Chloe, and that definitely went into the best wave of the heat.
And it's an 8-point ride for Chloe Coleman, once again finding herself with an excellent score in another heat here at Manly.
Yeah, she's just looking really comfortable out there. She was able to get herself back into this heat, even though she had that 5.6 to start. She was really quiet for a while. That's only her 5th wave compared to Tully's 8 or 9 there. So, you know, she's very calm with her wave selection, whereas Tully, she's kind of been catching heaps of waves. There's a lot of 1s and 3s in there that she's throwing away. So Tully really needs to try and lock in a good score because she's chasing a pretty decent number right now.
Wow, that just completely turned this heat on its head. Tully now chasing a 7.44, where she was really seeming to be the surfer with the control throughout. As we take a look here at the Harvey Norman recap, that opener for Chloe Coleman set her up with a 5.6.
Yeah, really nice ride for Chloe. I love how she grabbed the rail there to stay in control of her board. As she brings this one all the way through to the inside. You can see her just waiting for this one to stand up. Not too much on offer there, but it's not to worry because Chloe had a really nice score on her last wave. And this is Tully's 617. Bigger wave. She got a quick nose ride there, and she came out of that with perfect timing. And Chloe, she's just showing why she's been in the top 3 for the past few years and why she's deserving of a world title as well. So really nice ride there for Chloe to kind of come into the back 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, she really is one of the most consistent competitors in the lineup. As she's up and riding there again, just gets hung up on that section, unable to ride through with some speed on that hang 10. Tully White now answering back. She's chasing down a 7.44 to take the leading position away into the finals here at home for the local. Got that nose ride to start off. Now nice control in that back third of the board, setting herself up through the inside where she's got that closeout. She's now gonna look for that inside reform, and hopefully it'll open up for her to get another tap to the nose. Beautiful use of the footwork, great control. Can't quite find that little trim line through the flat section. And Chloe with that was a solid size wave to take on the head.
Oh,
and
wow.
she'll be putting herself out at backline once again, but she holds on to that board, does the turtle roll.
Do people's fins ever get ripped out by doing that?
No, it's not fins, but I've had many boards break doing that.
Yeah, those are definitely the board-breaking moments with a longboard with over 9 feet of fiberglass to deal with. Let's talk through this replay. Rachel, what are your thoughts on this last of Tully?
Yeah, I think you can see that her board actually, this is a good example that she doesn't have as much rocker in her board. So it doesn't allow her that opportunity to really lock into the nose on these kind of weird and funky beach break waves. So it didn't allow her to sit as long, and so it won't be the score that she's looking for. Needing a 7.44, she will need to see solid hang time, maybe even a hang 10, and then the variety of maneuvers with either a finish or at least a cutback.
Yeah, and talking about board selection, Tully's board having very little rocker, being really flat, being really fast. Great for those opening days of competition where it was small,
yes,
little trim lines being drawn, some closeout sections, but smaller conditions. It was a perfect board to suit that. Where now, for Chloe, having that little bit of rocker, it's really helping her to negotiate some challenging sections.
Yeah, absolutely. On a beach break, surfing a longboard on a beach break like this, especially on these bigger days, you're looking for something that is really maneuverable, and here we see them paddling, and Chloe's using her priority on this one.
Okay, that was a great sell from Tully White, because she now is sitting with priority. 45 seconds on the clock. We can see Honolulu and Soleil out the back. already ready for theirs. And Chloe just scratches through that one again. Now with 30 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a big ask for Totally White at this stage. It will be her biggest score of the heat if she's able to get herself into a wave. She put together a great performance in those first few waves, and I have a feeling now, reflecting back on those first couple of scores that rolled through, had she been able to connect it with that second section, she would have been looking at excellent scores herself. And now with 10 seconds on the clock, she has an opportunity. She's going to be up and standing before the buzzer sounds, and she's chasing a 7.44 for the local to get the advancing position into the finals here at her home beach. And unfortunately, the pressure gets to her. She goes down after those opening nose rides. And that is such a disappointing moment for one of the top Australian competitors in Totally White to go down. Scores to come through now for her last wave. It was looking really good going up into that final setup.
I think all of those cheers and all of those whistles there actually gave me full chills and shivers. That was huge for Tully. She was looking like she was on her way to a really good score there, and unfortunately she fell. So she could have really been in striking distance to take this heat out. And for Tully White, that's a huge thing to hear. So yeah, incredible performance from both of them.
Oh man, incredible comeback from Chloe Coleman, finding that 8-point ride. For Totally White, it locked in as a 5.83. Had she been able to finish that ride, it very likely would have been the score that she was requiring. But a great result for both of these women heading into the rest of the year with 2 more events on the World Longboard calendar. They're going to be in the running for a world title. Stay tuned for more action. We've got semifinal number 2, Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion, up against Soleil Erico, the 2018 world champion, coming up next. It's finals day here at Manly Beach in New South Wales for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We've been loving the action so far, and Chloe Coleman has booked herself a spot in the final. No surprise, as she has been the most consistent in the lineup this week, dropping an excellent score in every single heat. She took out Natsume Teoka, now the local, in Totally White. And taking a look at that next semifinal matchup, it's Honolulu Bloomfield and Soleil Erico with a great battle ahead of us in the 3-time world longboard champion, Honolulu. As we take a look at this inside section from her, she goes down on the finish. And we'll have to catch the replays there to see what she got up to on the opener of it. We do have a score to drop in for first of Soleil Erico as well. And Hono deciding to go without the leash on this opening heat of the morning. In the booth, it's True Starling with Rachel Tilley joining myself, Shannon Hughes, to call the action. And True, we'll take a look at this first of Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah, really nice start for Honolulu there. She just pulls it down nice and quickly so that she doesn't get eaten by that oncoming section, and she'll try to find that inside track here, just pointing her nose down the line, just switches the stance there for a moment. She'll switch it back. So Honolulu, this one actually just starts to wall up in front of her. She almost loses her balance there, but she has really nice control over her board, as she would for a 3-time world champion, and she puts it up there for a finish. So a nice start there for Honolulu, and Soleil also locked in a nice start as well. Walking up to the board, looks like she's opting for that leg rope option there, which is different to Honolulu. So we saw Honolulu actually lose her board before, and I was going, run, quick, get it before that wave comes. But Soleil locks in a nice ride there as she continues to cross-step through to this one, all the way to the inside.
We got a couple of scores locked in from that opening exchange. This was the second, maybe, of Honolulu. Goes for a nice locked-in 5-10 combination. Gets that cut back and drive through into this inside. And goes down. So first score in for Honolulu, it's a 5-point ride. She backed it up with that second one of a 6.67, and Soleil Erico's high score at the moment sitting with that 4.83.
Yeah, Honolulu definitely got the better of the first and second exchange there. You know, she's such an experienced competitor. She has very high knowledge of how to get those scores, and for Soleil as well, she's the same. She's been such a fierce competitor throughout the whole event so far, and booking herself a spot in the semi-finals is really exciting to see, and I feel like this is one of the most stacked semi-finals we could probably see.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal. Rachel, you spent a lifetime competing against both of these women.
Yes. I think the dangerous one about Honolulu in this heat is that she seems to never feel pressure, and when you are her competitor, that's the thing, is when you're getting towards these heats and they mean so much to you. You're in the semifinals, you're 1 heat away, 2 waves away from a final finish, and you do start to feel that finish, and you do start to feel that pressure, and it just never seems to affect Honolulu as we see Soleil up.
Soleil, nice footwork to start things off, flying down the section on a fast one. She's currently chasing a 6.84 to take the advancing position away from Honolulu Bloomfield, who's got that 6.67 and that 5.00 on the scoreboard. Soleil locks in a 2.17 for her second wave. With 23 minutes on the clock, we'll go down to catch up with Chloe Coleman, booked herself a spot in the finals.
One of the more unique situations I've ever seen in a surf event. Your last heat was days ago, almost a week.
Yeah, I've never gone through something like that. Had 5 late days, so it's almost like it's a brand new contest starting today. And yeah, I got some time to relax on those late days, but it was also nice to put on some training time, and just I've been looking through my heat, see what I can do better, because there's always room for improvement, and that's what I focused on my last days. And I was super excited to come here today and surf. That was a really tough heat against Tully. All the beach was down here for her. It was so amazing, and really admire her. We are good friends, and I knew it was going to be a tough heat. I started trying to surf that left, but it didn't work out. So the banks here are always changing. Always have to get a plan B. But almost had a heart attack. Sorry everyone at home watching, but I'm stoked to make it too.
So you've got a shorter gap now between the semi-final and the final. Do you go back and watch that heat online?
Yeah, and get some breakfast.
Surfers are very instinctual. Do you have anything straight away that you know you'd like to improve on before the final?
Just pay more attention about the banks and figure out what's the best position, and yeah, find the best waves.
Would you like to say a quick word in Portuguese back home?
Desculpa, pai e mãe, pelo susto, mas obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo e vamos para a final.
Well done, Chloe.
Chloe Coleman into the finals. She'll be matched up against either Honolulu Bloomfield or Soleil Erico. At the moment, Honolulu is sitting in that driving seat with a 5.00 and a 6.67, taking out the lead above Soleil Erico. And it's been a bit of an active heat so far. A few throwaway scores on the board. With the women really getting a sense of the lineup, it seems like, Rachel, having been able to watch that first semifinal and now decide where they want to be sitting out on which peak.
Yeah, we see them sitting obviously together on the same peak, and I think it is that one that Tully was surfing that is seeming to offer a bit more of opportunity as we see Soleil up in this wave, getting some nice tip time, and that hang 10 will really improve her, and just coming down is able to stick it. So that'll be a nice complete score, and we'll go into her top 2.
And scores are in for this one. It's a 5.50 as she found that connection through to the inside. Got that last little tap to the nose ride. Didn't quite finish out complete, but gets the score for that outside section, linking it all together. Both of these women pay close attention to their equipment, as do, I mean, every surfer, but I feel like in the Longboard World Championship or the World Longboard Tour conversation, there's a lot of surfers that really focus on building their own equipment. For Honolulu, she's had a large say in the boards that she's got underneath her feet. She's really put in some of her own knowledge into the shaping, as well as Soleil Erico now bringing out her very first model, working alongside CJ Nelson to really perfect the board that she's currently riding. She's riding a fiberglass model of it out here at Manly this week, but she has been working with Firewire to bring a new dynamic to her longboards, Rachel.
Yeah, we've seen actually her equipment change probably the most over the past few years as criteria changes. And we see her on something with a little bit more rocker, a little bit more traditional, where Honolulu is still on that single fin. But as similar to that Chloe and Tully conversation with their equipment, Honolulu's is probably has a little bit more rocker and is a little bit more maneuverable and dynamic in waves like this. So as we saw on Soleil's last wave, you know, it took her maybe that extra second that she had to kind of position herself into the pocket in order to get onto the nose, and that's because she has that less rocker. But it looks like her boards look really fun. I've taken a look at them, and it's great to see surfers who really spend time into their equipment. It's something that I'm really passionate about doing with my shaper, and just really puts you in tune with what you're on out there, and then your decision making going into a heat as well, of looking at the waves and then opting for certain boards, and then you know why you're opting for certain boards because you've been a part of that making process the whole time.
Yeah.
You said something before as well about Honolulu having this no pressure approach into her heats and things like that, and it almost resembles the likes of a Katie Simmers as well, who just is very cruisy, has no pressure, no stress. She's out there to have fun, and I think to see that in the longboarding as well, in the likes of Honolulu, and maybe even to some extent to a Chloe as well, who is probably more of a fierce competitor. But for Honolulu, I guess it's why she's got herself to 3 world titles.
That's so true. As we take a look here at live action with Soleil Erico, makes that link through together, and she got that opening nose ride. Nice use of the rail to carve back into the pocket. Good footwork up to the nose again. Links together a couple more hang 5s. This wave just continues to offer more for her through the inside, and she just loses control on the finish, which is unfortunate, but man, it just continued to offer up more of a pocket for her to work with, Rachel.
That's the longest wave that we've seen today, I think. It just kept offering that opportunity, and that'll be a really good score as we look at this replay. 4 steps up to the nose, gets that hang 10 out the back, which is critical, and I like that she stays towards that forward third of her board, and a really nice cutback, really lays into it, nice spray, and gets the opportunity to just keep tapping up there all the way through. It's the wave that keeps giving, and another tap there, goes for the finish, is incomplete there, but that won't necessarily damage her score too much, and we will see that come into her top 2.
Wow, I really liked that wave on a second look at it. Of course, length of ride not coming into the conversation within the longboard criteria. The judges are really paying close attention to surfers performing those controlled maneuvers in critical sections of the wave, also utilizing the entire board from the nose to the tail, doing that with traditional longboard surfing as well. So we're no longer looking for that really fast-paced, kind of aggressive approach to things, but taking it back to the traditional roots within longboarding, which is where we have that conversation of style, flow, and grace. That's literally kind of the tone that the judges are looking at every wave with. Can the surfer perform those controlled maneuvers in the critical sections, but with style, flow, and grace throughout? And that's where we're going to see those surfers going into that excellent range, reaching that highest degree of difficulty. And I'm curious to see where they're going to go with that last wave of Soleil. Thinking back to that wave for Chloe Coleman, getting into that 8-point range, where she was able to find that excellent score on something that offered a little bit more to it. It wasn't the biggest wave, but Chloe did demonstrate so much control throughout. As we see scores starting to drop through for Soleil Erico, it looks like it's going to drop through just shy of that one that we saw from Chloe in the previous heat, and it's in at a 7.17, Rachel. So it does set her up in a good position in the lead, and now Honolulu is chasing that 6.01.
Yeah, I think that to your point before, that it's not about length of ride, but the length of ride helps her to just have multiple maneuvers and really present to the judges a well-rounded wave, and so many things to just keep racking up points to, you know, get into that higher score range. But to your point, it isn't about length of ride. As we see Soleil paddling.
She has a strong paddle for that one. She doesn't quite get into it. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock. We'll see if Honolulu has a look at this set rolling through. She's not able to get into it. Soleil's just going to scratch over, and we've definitely got some bigger conditions on offer today to what we've seen in the last couple. Honolulu now having a swing to go on this one, so opting to go in the third wave of the set. Nice strong paddle, and oh, she just doesn't quite get into it. There is a little bit of that backwash to factor into the equation today as well. And now Honolulu Bloomfield sitting in second position, chasing a 6.01. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring you back more action right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway to kick off a big finals day here. We've got Challenger Series, quarterfinals for the men, the semifinals for the women already set. And we'll be getting to that action a little bit later, as we're currently rolling through the second semifinal on the women's side of the World Longboard Tour. Soleil Erico currently leading over the three-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield, the reigning world champion. And coming up next, we're going to go into those men's semifinals for the World Longboard Tour. We've got a really stacked field of competitors there, with Ben Skinner up against Kanye Stewart for semifinal number 1, and Harrison Roach up against Declan Whiten for semifinal number 2, True.
Yeah, they're huge semi-finals. I'm really looking forward to seeing the second semi-final with both Aussies in that one. Harrison Roach from Noosa. Declan Whiten is a local boy here. We saw Tully unfortunately go out in the last heat, but Declan, he was there to support her. He was there to watch the surf. He was there to figure out the action. So I feel like these next two semi-finals are going to be really exciting, and to lock in whoever it is, it's going to be a really strong final as well for the men's longboard tour.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see that there's Harrison Roach having a stretch down on the beach, getting prepared. He often gets kind of touted as someone that's not competitive, I think, by the global picture of longboarding, but he's definitely one of those surfers that has his main life goal to win a world title. So it's going to be exciting to see him coming up in that second semifinal. As we saw Honolulu there, looks like it could have been a good nose ride to start things off with, but just couldn't find that trim line throughout. And in the first matchup for the men's semifinals with Ben Skinner and Kanye Stewart, Skindog has been on an absolute tear, came away with a final performance at Malibu last year, went down to the 3-time world champion in Joel Tudor in the finals. But definitely coming off of the best result of his career, so that'll be exciting to see him up against one of the younger competitors in the field in Kanye Stewart, Rachel.
Yeah, that is the experience that Ben has coming, being on tour for so long, will really help him in these conditions out here. However, Connie just seems to be unstoppable at the moment with just locking in waves and maneuvers that seem impossible. And so his surfing is just effortless and free at the moment, and free of that pressure and expectation of himself, where with experience comes then expectation on yourself. As we see Soleil paddling and opting not, or well, she didn't sneak into that one, but it was a closeout anyway, so probably would not have been the score she was looking for.
Yes, this has kind of been an interesting one to watch unfold over the last few paddles, True, because we haven't seen the women actually lock themselves into a wave that's run.
No, and priority just keeps ticking over straight back and forth, which seems to be okay because it means that no one's really getting into any waves. But, you know, it's not an exciting thing for Soleil to hear that she's lost priority and is now handing it back to Honolulu, who's having a really strong paddle at this one, and she's up and riding.
Nice A-frame peak, standing up in front of Hono, gets that Hank 5 time to start off, cuts back into the pocket, now lines it up through this inside. She's gonna go for that big kind of roller coaster finish, holding onto the rail to make sure she rides out and controls that. That's a challenging thing to do on a longboard because there's just so much length within that board. And Soleil goes down out the back as Honolulu is still connecting this wave through on the inside. Now goes switch stance, which is something that she's really worked hard at perfecting so that she can keep that style, that flow, and that grace, even going switch stance, Rachel. It's been pretty incredible to witness some of her waves over the last year or two, dropping in footage with Honolulu bringing in that variety to her repertoire.
Yeah, as we see a replay of her wave, and this nice size at the beginning, and she's able to lock into that tight 5 and go straight into that style, flow, and grace of walking straight back and leaning into a cutback. Going into this with speed was critical in order to, you just saw both of the waves kind of combine, and that will turn into a really nice score, I think, and the fact that she was able to milk this all the way through and just kind of show that precise footwork through the inside. Yeah, we do see her go switch here. I don't think that will necessarily factor into adding a score on this particular wave here, just because it was added on the inside, but that nice tight footwork and really just able to lock into that for those extra few seconds. And this was impressive. Really need to go through that with speed, and she got low to make it through, disappears kind of for a second and comes out. So I think the judges will really like that.
Scores coming through now for Honolulu Bloomfield, born and raised on the north shore of Oahu. She's a very well-rounded surfer, can really outdo a lot of surfers in the lineup on a shortboard or on a twin fin, and then is a 3-time world longboard champion. Up against Honolulu, up against Soleil Erico, who spends a lot of time in Kauai, but kind of being bred and her surfing knowledge coming out of Malibu, out of one of the most classic waves in the world for longboarding. It's been exciting to see her rise to the ranks that she has, as she's now on a paddle here. Pedals up to the front, gets that tap to the nose. A speedy section. She keeps that trim line, and she'll maintain control as she comes through to the bottom of this wave. She's now looking to see if it will reform for her to just get that little bit of extra footwork in. At the moment, it's really quiet. No footwork for that last little section. Now she's starting to engage with a couple steps forward, a couple steps back, and we're now waiting for scores to lock in still for that last wave of Honolulu. She's sitting out the back with priority. Now, if Honolulu's score comes in above that 6-point range, she will be taking the lead away from Soleil, unless Soleil's last wave locks in higher than her 5.50. And these two had a really good matchup. Thinking about last year's World Longboard Tour where Honolulu won her 3rd world title. She's currently the reigning world champion. Her and Soleil had a really good matchup at the Cuervo Surf Ranch Classic there at the Kelly Slater Wave Pool, where Honolulu ended up taking out the win. Soleil walked away with 2nd, but Soleil was kind of the surfer with the performance of the event coming up into that final matchup until Honolulu locked in a pretty incredible 10-point ride, Rachel.
Yeah, Shannon, I think you and I were actually watching that wave together when Honolulu's wave came through, and we were just screaming on the phone. But this is a great matchup. So much experience from both of these girls. And we're starting to see that in this back and forth of both of them staying busy and keeping that just, it's kind of cold out there, it's stormy, and so just keeping that going and keeping their movement with that back and forth of priority. And I think in conditions like these, you know, some waves you take off and it's actually ends up opening up, and like it has for Honolulu and Soleil on those higher waves, and we just saw Honolulu's wave drop.
It's a 6.70 for last of Honolulu. Takes her up into the lead. Now Soleil needs a 6.20 to take the lead away from Hono to look for that place into the finals up against Chloe Calmon. And we do have another score to drop in for Soleil Erico. True, just a moment ago on that pulled back angle, we could see that Queenscliff Bomby just starting to go off. There's definitely more swell out there than what we've seen through the rest of the waiting period.
For sure, that's the east coming through in the swell, so it's now starting to wrap into Manly here, which is exciting to see, especially for the finals day. It was actually interesting. I was surfing one of the mornings. I think it was the first morning that the women were on for the Challenger Series. And I was like, I know this person. Where do I know this surfer from? And it was Honolulu, and she was riding it must have been a 20 or a shortboard out there, again, amongst all of the Challenger Series girls. And I was like, wow, so she's like more than happy to come out here and hassle against the females, and quite a few of the men out there as well. So it was really cool to see her just expanding that too. And then yesterday I saw quite a few waves from Carniella. He was surfing a little bit down the point. And some people were saying to me, who is that? I was like, oh, that's Carniella. And they're like, he's amazing.
Yeah, it's been really fun to be able to just see some of the footage that's in the photos that have come through from the last week of them having those lay days off, but still getting plenty of good waves here at Manly. And Honolulu currently sitting up in the lead. She found this 6.67 to kick things off. She's backed it up with a 6.70. And Soleil currently chasing a 6.2 because her last wave came through as a 5.73. And we've seen some beautiful exchanges so far.
Yeah, for sure. Soleil's just been really looking like she's comfortable out there, but Honolulu, she just moved up into the lead with that 6.7. So it's been a really interesting heat with a lot of back and forths with priority, but also lead changes as well. And coming into the last 3 minutes of the heat, we might see another lead change, as I think we've just seen a priority change as well. But it's been a great heat so far.
Honolulu finding this one to lock in that 6.70, Rachel, and take her up into the lead.
Yeah, and Honolulu feels no pressure. She just is able to keep her composure, and that was such an impressive maneuver. But yeah, the pressure's back on Soleil. But you know what? These are conditions out there, as we keep seeing priority being thrown back and forth. Priority for me as a competitor wouldn't mean much out there at the moment, because there are so many of those sneaky waves that are coming through that you could get under priority, and you kind of you just take off on anything and see if it starts lining up. And like those waves that Soleil and Honolulu had before that really allowed them to have those multiple maneuvers are ones that are kind of unsuspecting. And sometimes when you have priority, you sit and wait for what looks perfect, but these are definitely conditions that, as we've been seeing both the girls catch, it's been a very active heat with both of them on like 7 or 8 waves. It's kind of that trial and error, but with 2 minutes to go, she is running out of time and will kind of need to use her priority wisely here to pick that right wave that will allow her to get multiple nose rides, a turn, and just kind of that overall complete score in order to get that 6.2.
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock the 3-time world champion, currently leading over the 2018 world champion in Soleil Erico. And she did it on that last wave. Soleil now chasing a 6.20 to get the position into the finals. And it's been a really exciting start for this year's World Longboard Tour. We've got another event coming up in August, at the beginning of August. Partnered up with the US Open, we'll see the Vans Duct Tape Invitational for the first time ever turn into a WSL event. It will count towards the World Longboard titles this year, which will be exciting to see. And then we will be crowning the champions at the WSL Longboard Championships in Malibu in October, which was a really special event to see happen last year, to be able to crown the world champions in one of the most iconic longboarding waves of all time. And these two women will now be tight in that race as they've got those semifinal finishes down to 30 seconds on the clock. And Soleil with priority. She's going to have a look at this, and she's pretty much going to have to go. She decides not to. It was a really funny looking wave. It would have been very difficult to get a good score on that. 25 seconds on the clock. Another little line starting to roll through here. Honolulu having a look. She is not going to go. She is sitting under priority, though, and possibly trying to just sell some waves to Soleil.
Yeah, wow, I thought it was real touch and go for the priority to change there from Soleil to Honolulu. But it's exactly why I'm not a priority judge, but looks like Honolulu has just banked herself a final finish here. So that's exciting, up against Chloe Come On.
Wow, what a finish for Honolulu Bloomfield to take out the victory. She'll be matching up against Chloe Come On, and there is going to be a lot to talk about when it comes to previous head-to-head matchups with those two women in the lineup, Rachel, because they've got quite the history.
Yeah, it's 2019 repeating itself, and they met out of the 4 events that we had in 2019. They met up in the finals out of 3 of them. So yeah, so much history there, so much to analyze, and will be a really great matchup.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in. We've got the men's semifinals coming up next. Rach, thanks for joining in the booth, and we'll have you back in for the women's final matchup with Honolulu and Chloe Come On. So much more action to come through the day. Stay tuned right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
And welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. On the water, our men's longboard semifinals, and on the nose, Kanye Stewart. Oh, yes, a little one-footed there for Kanye. And Stewart has been dominant so far in the field, wants a place in the final, but to find his way there to the final, he's going to have to overcome Big Ben Skinner that we see right here going left. Nice hang 10 Keeps a tight one there. Back to a hang 5, a little spread out there through the section. Great nose time, great footwork, and Big Ben Skinner is going to open up his account. So nice opening exchange between the two surfers. Ben's going to hang with this one. Just trying to squeeze a couple more points out of this ride. And he'll take it all the way to the sand. Wow. Nice start. I'm Kaipo Guerrero on the Harvey Norman host set, along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew and Matt Shanaki. The Waxheads joining us for some local knowledge and some insight into everything that's going on. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen, and I'm excited in this semifinal for men's. I'm going to start with you, Waxhead. Who do you favor in this matchup?
Kanye and Ben have both been free surfing a lot, but I'm going to say Kanye used to those shifting waves back home. There's some underground energy out there. We have a long period 14-second groundswell, and Kanye's picking up one of those waves that's actually part of yesterday's wind swell left over. So here he is, off to an early start. Beautiful perched hand. You can see that elevation, a little bit of air under the nose, and just feeling his feet. And this is a smaller wave from what we've seen this morning. I missed the end of that last heat as I was just preparing one of the surfers from that first round of the women's, but Kanye finishing off. It's just, there's a long interval between waves out there.
What do you think about this, Bugs?
Oh, it's just poetry in motion.
What about the one leg right there?
Yeah, the old one-legged Malagan. But he got the 10 in before it, which is beautiful. And this is an amazing ride too. See, here's the thing, Matt, what I'm not sure. The other day, Kanye, he just schooled everybody. You know, he really was next level, and Ben had a great go too. Today, to me, it's an unknown quantity who's going to, you know, a much more substantial surf. As you said, there's the leftover remnant southeast wind swell and a new groundswell.
And I do think those bigger sets, as we saw in the women's, that were the defining waves in those heats, will be the answer. But as we saw, Ben Skinner opening up strongly. He's posted a 7-point ride on that one. So I think the judges would have loved that commitment on that left, and actually seeing the surfer going backside.
Yeah, so Ben Skinner will open up with the advantage over Kanye Stewart. 7-point ride for the surfer in red. Kanye Stewart opened up with a 6.1. You see that two-wave total of a 6.6 on your score screen just because he has a half a point ride previous to that. That's not going to factor into any of the math by the end of the heat.
And I guess the real sort of challenge out here is wave choice, Matt, because with this new groundswell I've seen with a low tide, I've seen a lot of them quite walled, really solid waves, and it's definitely more outside turn sort of stuff.
Well, interestingly enough, it has changed since the surfers would have got here at dawn this morning. It's what you looked at dawn, and that exact bank has shifted. We're even seeing some waves cap at the Queenscliff Bombora off the end there with that southeast groundswell, sorry. And when that does come in, yeah, big stretched out walls. And here we have Ben on the right, and the advantage of that groundswell is it is giving these chip shots when it hits that rip as well.
So powerful turns by Big Ben Skinner. After a nice nose ride, he's going to back up his 7-point ride and continue to distance himself points-wise over Kanye Stewart. So great effort. Last time we saw Ben in competition last year, he surfed his way all the way to a runner-up finish at the finals there in Malibu. We'll take a look at our Bailey ladder bracket here, and Ben Skinner, Kanye Stewart going to fight for a place in that final. Coming up semifinal number 2, Matt, Harrison Roach and Declan Whiten.
Yeah, so that one's going to be very interesting. Two surfers that are actually drawing very similar lines. Harrison with that more relaxed, composed style, and then we have Declan that's super amped up. He's got that local knowledge, and he's going to be throwing everything at these waves.
Now, Matt, last week we started on the Tuesday, Wednesday. It was really beautiful. I mean, the longboard division got the best of the conditions at the start of the waiting period. It's been a long time between heats.
Absolutely.
Well.
As I said, Kanye has been doing his practice down the beach. There's actually been a terrific rip bowl wave, almost identical to what's been in the contest site. 200 metres south towards the Manly Surf Club, and a lot of these competitors have been dueling all week. It's been really fun to watch their progression and testing out their boards. A lot of them actually only got here a day or two before the contest, so they would have, really relished that extra time. Ben coming from behind the section and stepping into that carve, displacing a lot of water on that huge tail and single fin. And yeah, it was a well-surfed wave for Ben. He couldn't really do much more.
Yeah, and when we talk about equipment and we're watching it in action right here in slow motion for Big Ben Skinner, Ben can't blame anyone but himself because he's also his own shaper with Skin Dog surfboards. And he's been dialing in designs on his own and in conjunction actually with some of the folks over at Firewire with that Thunderbolt technology.
So you see how he just stepped back on that tail, twisted his body ever so slightly, and was enough to pivot that board around. That's what those big nose riders turn like. It's not a sweeping, gliding, carving turn. It's almost like an aggressive change of direction.
I had a flashback there of this image of Nat Young in California when he won the 1966 world title on that cutback then.
Yep. So then the difference with that is that had a rolled bottom as well with pinched rails, and Nat's big frame actually was able to slice and snap through the turn. With these nose riders, Nat's magic sandboard, which is actually shaped here in Brookvale, was made for waves like this. It was made for those tight little pockets, and the versatility of those rolled bottoms, as we'll see coming up in the next heat, allows that surfer to surf the mid-section of the board. Where Ben, it's either the nose or he's on the tail. And he's doing such a terrific job, both Kanye and Ben, surfing both elements of the board.
With rolled bottoms on a board, I know for every design aspect, and I love the conversation, Matt, is for every plus there's a minus. So what's the minus? What's the negative of a rolled bottom?
They're generally slow if you're not in the pocket,
right?
And they don't offer that stability of nose riding on the face of the wave. That's why you see a lot of rolled bottoms with narrower noses with the wide point back, and that's to counter-lever the weight and the trajectory of the board, because they want to shove it back in the pocket. You'll see a lot of the guys in the narrower noses elevated in the nose because the tail and the fin is doing all the work. With these wider nose riders, it's a balance between the tail and the nose. A little more suited to say, well, certainly not for the waves out the front, but these guys are proving us wrong.
Yeah, and so, I mean, both Ben, and I'm going to go out on a ledge with this with you, Matt, both Ben and Kanye are more on those wider nose type of longboard models, correct?
Correct, and Kanye's actually got considerable edge in his board. That's got like a down rail and this edge that goes almost half the way up the board. So that's why you see that liveliness and snappiness when he gets on the tail. Ben's board's a lot larger. The tail is probably another inch or two wider than Kanye's, but Ben's a bigger guy as well, and that's why you'll see that elevation that Ben will be able to get. So
really cool.
The question I've got to ask you, would they have received a clear definition of what the judges are looking for? Because we've got the two swells, right? We've seen Ben really utilising, I think, that southeast wind swell. Kanye just got a big wave. He got a wave that had a huge wall. He went straight there, got a 10 really in a critical part of the wave, but then had to straighten out on the wave, and he got a 6 just for that.
Yep.
So, I mean, what would be the messaging, or would they be listening to now how and adjusting?
The rights were shutting down on the sets, but there's these peaky ones that allow really critical nose riders we saw from Kanye and not much else. So they know they've got to get critical. Ben and Kanye know how to structure a heat. So I think in their heads, they're trying to surf their own heat together, but also remain getting waves that allow them to highlight their strength.
All right. Well, you know what, guys? It's time to hear from the winner of the last heat. She's into the final, Honolulu Bloomfield.
Honolulu, a very tricky battle there. It's kind of the perfect heat to have before a final, right? Keep you on your toes.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tricky out there. I went out for a morning surf, and it was a bit different, and then, like, so much water started moving through. But thank God it's kind of like home, so I felt pretty comfortable out there.
We've been speaking a lot about online your success when we have multiple events in the longboard year. You must be stoked to start off with a finals here at the first event of the year.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love having definitely more than one event because it's just like you have more of a chance kind of, and it's more fair, I feel. So yeah, I'm super stoked to make the first final. I wasn't even going to come here, so thank God I came over last minute, right?
Well done indeed. What do you do between now and the final?
Probably go home, take a shower, warm up, and then come back down right before.
Thanks for your time. We'll see you later on this afternoon.
There you go. That's going to be a great final coming up this afternoon for the women. It's going to be Honolulu Bloomfield and Chloe Coleman. Really looking forward to that. Your thoughts? I mean, you're already going to be partial, but your thoughts on that final, Matt?
I just hope the wind stays good so the surfers have some opportunity.
Yeah.
It's going to be a terrific showdown, as were both semi-finals. I think the viewers at home really would have enjoyed those, those battles, because these surfers have all surfed together before. A lot of them are friends out of the water, or at least friendly.
Yeah.
And to put them in a heat like that, and the paddle out is a lot more difficult. Something that the surfers haven't had to encounter in this event is their stamina.
True.
And we've got this groundswell out there, so the shortboarders were going to have that same issue.
Yeah.
You won't be getting as many waves or as many opportunities as you have in those previous earlier heats.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back after this short Bonsoy brew break. Stick around.
And I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Don't know where to go and I don't mind. I don't mind.
Northern beaches of New South Wales, and the waves are plentiful. So are the experiences, and incredible cuisine, friendly people, and as we can see on the screen, just a variety of different waves available for your pleasure. Kuiper Girl, along with Matt Chinaki and Rabbit Bartholomew.
Matt, in the screen off in the corner, we saw a set hitting over there, and the surfers use that as a bit of an indicator.
Generally, in this swell direction, a very good indicator. And what do you know, 20 seconds later, Ben Skinner's up on a stretched out left. Beautiful tip control, and gets the 10. Steps back to that middle safety zone, and he's going to try and link this one through, and he gets a little finish here. So all the work was done on that outside section, that strong steering of the nose. Although maybe, he's got a little bonus section here too. Although he didn't offer that full variety with that rail carve, he was perhaps looking for that outside work was phenomenal. I think the judges will appreciate that. And it may just scrape into his top two at this stage. And yeah, as we can see out to the left-hand side of that blue buoy, that's actually Queenscliff Bommy, and that has had some lines stacked this morning. And that's an indication that the period of swell, the length and the duration between each wave is longer, and it's bringing more power, which is why we're seeing these longer intervals. You'll see the surfers on chest-high waves, and you'll see them on overhead waves today. Here goes Ben.
On the replay, Bugs, Ben Skinner finds some time on the nose.
Well, as that's why I was asking about the messaging, because obviously that 7-point ride he got before this, you did allude to the fact that the judges appreciated him going on his back end, a much more difficult approach on solid waves.
Absolutely.
And he's doing the outside work, and he's a very powerful surfer too, and it just doesn't look like he's going to get knocked off at any stage.
See his knees and his hips, and just so solid there, and he's actually twisting on the nose there. and steering that board. That tail actually is so strong, it doesn't look like it's going to give. And here's Kaniela with an answer back, 4 steps up tip, very smooth. And that's a very critical nose ride and connects with the end. That was great timing for Kani with some composure. Hands sort of by his side the whole time. None of that winding up the windscreen.
Yeah, it's a
Winding
really
up the windows, sorry. And
it's a good answer.
And yeah, he's got a little, that right sort of goes into that rip too, and it didn't, well, as the tide comes in later in the day, we may see that rip come into play a little more.
Yeah, we have in the last few days some nice connectors to the beach, Kaipo, on that incoming tide.
Yeah, and we'll see that. But first, let's do this. Let's go out the back with Dometic. Stace, what do you got?
Thanks, Kibes. I've got a very special guest. New South Wales state champs in the longboarding, Keithley. Kalen, how stoked are you to have the world's best in your backyard, son?
Oh, I'm over the moon with Froth. Like, it's crazy, super inspiring, just having the world's best. I mean, put on a show. It's unbelievable.
And you've got, obviously, one of your mentors, Matty Chinoski, doing some great work in the booth and on the field down here, coaching some of the crew. You're getting right behind his team?
Yeah, I am. I mean, this morning was a heartbreaker of a heat. Just being local and having Tully versus Chono's surfer, it was, yeah, I felt split emotion. I didn't know who to go for, eh?
Well, you've still got one going later on. We're going to see him up very shortly. Declan, how do you like his chances against Harrison?
I mean, it's going to be such a sick battle. Like, Harrison, epic technique, like everything. He's crazy nose rider, but then Declan's got the rail game of that, like, no one can ask for. So, yeah, it's going to be a crazy good matchup.
Thanks for your time, mate. Enjoy your day off school. Hope your teachers aren't watching.
Thank you.
That was great. Matt, one of your disciples.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, he'll be learning a lot more today down at the beach than he will at school, because we have the world's best longboarders and the Challenger Series surfers here too. And Ben's just demanding that score there, looking up the beach. We talked about Nat Young earlier, and I don't want to be sacrilegious, but he just put his head up and said, give me that score, judges.
Well, last score for Ben Skinner, 7.27. Last score for Kanye Stewart, an 8-point ride. Let's take a look at this ride, Bugs. Yet to get the number for this.
Yeah, well, Ben's really versatile. He's going the left, going the right. He's really changing up. He's building his performance. He's got the 7, then the 7.27. How do you think this wave will stack up, Matt?
I think that first section, as we said before, all the work got done. So I think the judges will love that critical nose ride. And it was a bigger wave too. And I think this beach camera actually shrinks it a little bit. But that's super critical there on that inside rail. Air under the board as he steps back. And on a performance-style board, he could have done a multitude of different things there. But in terms of nose riding and rail game,
look at the rail game. Look at the turn.
He doesn't need extra side fins out there right now. He's using that heel and toe pressure.
That's excellent surfing in my book. Kanye Stewart on this one, Bugs.
Yeah, he's been getting the big ones. Wow, that's a gnarly. See, that's a high-risk manoeuvre. I mean, he got an 8 on the last one, so he's actually got the higher score by going for it on the bigger waves. And he'll be rewarded if he pulls it off, but that's a heavy wipeout.
Well, as we come out of these replays, the number has been presented for Ben Skinner, and it's up in the excellent range for Lassa Skinner, a 9.07 and advantage to Ben Skinner, Matt.
And the scary thing is that Kaniela knows exactly what he needs to do to get in that excellent range, because he's just snuck in that 8 as well. So we're going to have a terrific 8 minutes left on the clock. Two very experienced competitors, and Ben isn't backing down to Kani, and Kani's on the back foot now, so I think he's going to be excited. Kani thrives under pressure.
Now, it will be a test, Bugs.
Now, Kani, his board didn't go to the beach.
He got lucky. He got that board kind of submarined under, and you know how that happens sometimes. Sometimes if you're going to fall, it's good to pearl the board on purpose so it shoots out the back. That's an old before leash trick.
Oh, it sure is. I mean, I know he didn't plan on this one, but he got that exact effect. He went forward, the board went back.
And did you know most longboards are actually snapped in waves like this because of the leash? The leash pulls it in the direction opposite to the surfer.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool. I mean, that's a real bonus. I mean, he really went for it on that one. His board went out the back, and to your point, Kaipo, you know, when we surf, you know, without leash, you know, on say a semi-gun on a big day at Burleigh, you had to have your board come out the back every time. Wow.
Man, yep. So that's one of those bigger ones that hit the bank, had the chip shot, and he got the 10, stepped straight back. So what else can you do?
You know, you talk about horses for courses, and the other day when, you know, say on the Tuesday when Kaniela was, he was seriously putting his opponents in combo. Ben was just solid without being in, I thought Kaniela was in a different class, right? Ben's power today, it seems like the conditions have definitely gone his way.
Yeah, great point, folks. Great point.
And you can see Ben's passion, you know, he's feeling it and he's ready to go. And he's thriving right now. 6 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be very interesting to see where this one goes, because we all would have liked that wave.
And I like the fact that I'm watching this semifinal number 1, and these guys are not wearing leashes. When we're talking about traditional longboarding, it's really good to see the commitment of not wearing a leash.
Oh, wow, I like that.
So this is a left from Kanye we haven't seen yet. Full length of the board, beautiful flow, great footwork. Nothing overly critical, but that as a package was a terrifically surfed wave. So
a terrific ride. Every bit about that was really cool.
And look at Ben on the 10, and then finds a little shower of a tube right there.
Well, the last 5 minutes of this, that last exchange has blown this heat up.
So I'm wondering if that was the 8 of Kanye on that left.
No, they still owe us a score.
Still owe us a score, okay. Because that's, wow. And that's what happens when your footwork's right, your board's in the perfect spot.
Yeah.
And that was just well placed from Ben.
And that's right, and that's what we've seen. It's his footwork after being on the nose, how he you know, he steps back, and it's the perfect timing of that, whether he goes into that beautiful carve, or in that say, he set himself up with a nice little barrel. It was slotted there.
And there's no board restrictions in this event. You can ride whatever fins you want to ride as long as it's over 9 feet and 48 aggregate inches of measurement. Kanye not connecting with that end section.
God, he was going fast. He was just full speed. The board has got away on him this time.
Well, I was going to ask you, Ben, how limiting is a leash in these conditions with a longboard?
That was something I was going to touch on before. The way that Kanye stepped back and nearly regained the nose on that wipeout previous would have been almost impossible with the leash on.
Right.
He would have got tangled. Ben as well, where he stepped back into that barrel. It's possible, but with an ankle leash on, it's also possible you get tangled up and create a bit of an issue. So it's no people in the water. This is a cleared contest area. There is a massive gap between any free surfers.
True.
So in a controlled environment without leashes, this is probably a sensible option from the surfers.
I applaud it.
Yeah.
And Kanye, he doesn't have the luxury of having a wave he can body surf through. He's in that little gutter area there. He's going to have to, he had to swim through that whole period with that rip running against him. So it's the one thing is there's a bit of time consumption.
Yeah, and the time is getting away from Kaniela Stewart. The situation in the water right now, Kaniela with an 8 and an 8.73. Ben just dropped the 8.63. Ben is in the lead. Kaniela needs a 9-point ride. He needs an 8.98 right now to turn this heat. The clock's ticking down, and Ben has priority.
So that was really that critical flashpoint in the heat, because Kaniela was flying on that wave. I mean, that would have been so well rewarded if he pulled that off. But the heat's blown up. It's his last few exchanges that have gone way into the excellent range.
Absolutely, but with 2 minutes 50 on the clock, I think Kanye might just have about 20 seconds, 30 seconds to pinch one, but it's going to have to be his highest wave of the heat at 8.98, and he knows what he needs.
Matt, we can look at the screen right now, and we saw Kaniela trying to paddle out there, and it is a challenge. He's going to be eating up time to get back out through these series of whitewaters, through these series of breakers right now.
And yeah, as I said before, that stamina and sort of a little bit of water, waterman knowledge is really going to play in Kanie's favor right now. He's young, he's fit, he's strong, so he practices for this. He's ready to go. Ben's very active, waiting for a time call.
Ben wants the time.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that Kaniela has only gone left once, and he's got the second highest score of the heat on that left. I mean, it was a majestic ride.
Hey, You know, just yesterday in the post-show, we're talking about who was impressing us the most in the longboard, who I was looking forward to. And I was saying Kanye Stewart is clearly has been doing the best surfing. But one thing we learned in surfing, Bugs, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. You can never predict what's going to happen in this unpredictable environment.
Yeah, it certainly is like that, and we've got a similar situation now with Ben Skinner with priority. That's probably what he was trying to get the information. Where does he sit in this whole picture? He's got a handle on it. The one thing about with the longboard, you can paddle away from your opponent a bit quicker, or at least keep the same distance. And Kanye, he's got to do this and hope that he's actually got more than 20. He's got a minute 20, and he's after a chip in left.
Absolutely, and Ben had followed him over to the rip current. Kanye had cut across to the south and has beaten Ben back out. But still, an 8.98. I think that's respect for his competitor, Ben, right now, sitting on top of him as well, because most people this end of the heat would just tend to relax. But look at these excellent scores. Wow.
Here we go. This is when the zigzag starts happening, and Kanye Stewart trying to break away from Ben Skinner's priority. Ben hunting him down in the final 40 seconds.
And you can see Harrison and Declan for that next heat wisely sitting to where Ben and Kanye were sitting, because it'd be interesting to see if they hunt the rights and lefts as well. And 30 seconds left, we've got some action.
Here we go. I think Ben's too deep, but he's going to go it.
Kanye sold him. So there you go. Ben utilizes priority, leaves Kanye Stewart out there with 15 seconds to go. Ben sees nothing in the back and puts his hands up, signaling a victory.
It was a well-managed heat. He did the lefts, he did the rights, he got the shore break, he got the outside moves. Yeah, it's a big win for him, because Kanye was definitely the man to beat throughout this tournament. He's come to Manly and put on a clinic. And even today, I mean, he in defeat, he was still magnificent.
There are the numbers there, and Ben Skinner is going to be heading to the final here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of semifinal number 1. Big Ben Skinner, Matt, got off to a great start.
Yeah, coming from, I guess he was not the favorite in this heat, given his previous performances in this event, but wow, didn't he prove everyone wrong. Strong off the tail and very critical nose riding on set waves. And this was the one that linked into the rip. Oh, wow, this is Bugs. Take this one away.
Yeah, no, look, after 5 days, I love this. He steps back and pulls in the barrel. The timing is absolutely perfect. And after 5 lay days, these guys come out with a peak performance. This is pretty much my favourite ride, though. I just love the way he did this. There's so much variety in this wave.
Yeah, that one really was like poetry, using the whole length of the board. Was a little shouldery, but it was still in the excellent range for Kanye, and tapped that off the top. That was a beautifully surfed wave. Yeah. Great answer back.
Well, an exciting semi-final number 1, and we're taking it to the beach right now. Let's listen in what happened after the heat with these two competitors.
This morning, and Skinner looking very aligned with that performance. Now Stewart looking good.
There you go. Kanye saying congratulations. Now go and win this thing, Ben. Well, we'll see who's going to meet Ben Skinner in the final. It's going to be the winner of the next semifinal, and that's coming right after this break.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl as we look at our Bailey Ladders bracket and Bugs. We already have Ben Skinner in the final. Semi-final number 2 is going to decide who's going to meet Ben in that final, and we got 2 Australian longboarders out in the water.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that's a hard act to follow that first semi, but yeah, these 2 exponents are right up there too. It's really got the established in Harrison, the Declan, the new kid on the block. Matt, I mean, this should be another great showdown.
Yeah, new kid on the block, literally. He's on his block, but new to this world stage. He did get a 3rd place up in Noosa in the 2020 event, which was the first one and the last one up until last year when Joel Tudor took that win.
Well, we're on a break. This is Harrison Roach, Matt, on a 6.83 score.
He would have seen Carney's left and that got 8.73 that was rewarded, and he would have licked his lips. And Harry's on one of the only pintails of the whole event, and what that pintail allowed him to do is hopefully connect those buttery transitions and put that rail to work. But it also nose rides too, and he sees his hands in the air, just de-weighting, gets the 10 over, and 4 steps back into the carve. Setting this one up. The pintails can, when you pivot the pintail a little bit, it can react a little bit negatively, but Harry's kind of cautious of that as he hits the bottom of the trough. You can sort of see it snap out there and sort of slowing it down. But well-placed wave. Nice one to open up with, that's for sure. It's very tricky out there.
And he backed it up right here with this replay, Bugs.
Yeah. Harrison, well, both Kanyali and Ben, the backhand, it was pretty much close there. Apart from that barrel section for Ben, the left, the backhand surfing was well rewarded. So you're right, Harrison would have seen that for sure.
So Matt, when we're talking about equipment, Harrison Roach, more on, I would call, a pig type of template. Is that correct?
So, piggier, yes. And it's a pintail though, so that smooths out those aggressive pivoty changes that a pig will give you. And here we have Harry just pulling out of that under priority, so not a mistake by any means. He's just trying to feel out those rights. But back to the question, the pig, the wide point is slightly forward on that board and a narrower nose, we talked about before. This board, I think it's just to highlight the rail transitions. That's why Harry has always been on square tails predominantly in events, and I think bringing a pintail to a beach break is not a terrible idea, especially when you're used to those roll bottom, wide point back square tails, just to spice things up a little bit. And Declan is on a, actually like a Nueva-inspired beach break log, shaped by a local Steve O'Donnell in Brookvale. He's shaped for many great brands like Hot Buttered and Bennett in the past, but now he's, well, the last 30, 40 years he's been doing his own label.
And what would be the highlight of a beach break model? More rocker, less rocker?
A tad more rocker all round, more tail rocker, a little more nose lift, 60-40 rails, a little more down rail, so it's a bit more reactive. Some subtle edge. Declan's is all soft rails, same with, I believe, Harry's is as well. So fitting into that traditional log criteria. But as I said, there's no restrictions on boards here as long as it's over 9 feet. It's got the aggregate measurements and it looks and goes like a longboard. It's up to the competitors to surf that board within the criteria.
Are there any competitors left on the men's or women's side that are doing still utilizing a 2+1, or is it all single fin from here on out?
All single fins.
There you go.
We saw in the background there Fairy Bower and Winky Pop, and the fabled Dead Man's behind there as we see Harry swinging into one. Beautiful perched hand. Great tip control. Straightening out on this one. We'll try and link up that reform.
Yeah, talk about Dead Man's. The great late David Batty Trelaw took me over there on a 10-foot day in 1974 with no leashes. And I tell you what, that was an adventure.
Yeah, that wave has a mind of its own out there. And here's Declan. Quick 2-step up to the nose. Critical nose ride. Shuffling back into a huge power gouge. That one looked like Shane Herring.
Sure did. A good comparison right there with
it was.
the turn.
A squatty kind of stance and hands up. It was full on rail, and that was definitely a hero-esque. And why not do it at where the Coke Classic was, right?
So, right on. Waxhead dropping knowledge over here. That's why we got you on set, my man.
Now here's an impact zone the guy's got to get through. And obviously, there's a duck dive. We saw Kanye do the Eskimo roll. I mean, you know, whatever the technique is, definitely a lot harder to manage a longboard in an impact zone.
Absolutely. And talk about Eskimo roll. What is it, a turtle or an Eskimo roll for you, Kaipo?
Where I come from, we call it a turtle, but I understand over here you call it an Eskimo roll.
Yes, I believe we do, but that's something that terminology may need to be adjusted to when you think about maybe the origins of it. So might just go with turtle, and here's a replay of Harry's. Notice that first step Harry did was actually larger than his second step towards the nose, and that's an alternative to doing the big leap up the nose. It was sort of Declan jump up to the nose. See this, and he's bang. Just a little idiosyncrasies, and here's that power gouge, bang. Trent Munro, Hero, definitely some elements there. Maybe even a little bit of rapid in that one.
That was, yeah.
D-bar.
A dash of bugs.
Cutback specialist. We'd love a good cutback. I mean, you're lucky I'm not judging.
Well, let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Big Ben Skinner. He's excited because he's in the final.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Kanye, for one of the heats of the event so far. A lot of emotion, Ben. How are you feeling?
Pretty, I don't know. I'm so stoked. I can't really believe it. But Kanye's like one of my favourite surfers in the world right now. He's for sure the future of longboarding. So, you know, I'm getting older. It's nice to get one on him before he just destroys everyone. And we all know it's coming. So, just stoked to get a heat where we actually battled for high scores. It's a nice way, you know, like my earlier heats were pretty scrappy, not a lot of waves. So that felt really good to get into rhythm, and yeah.
I mean, from our perspective, it was lefts and rights, amazingly technical nose riding, even a tube.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of closeouts too, so you never know what's going to be the good wave. And the two that I paddled into just had a perfect wall and super sucky, so it just felt like so nice. Lots of power. The waves got loads of power, so it feels really good just to be into some powerful surf, and to be in the final is mind blowing.
I know you got a lot of support back at home and some family. Did you want to check in?
Yeah, if I don't cry, but yeah, so much support from everyone at home. It's unbelievable, like the messages and the belief, you know, it's amazing. So thanks everyone, love you, Michelle, Lucas, Lila, Levin, Lucy, all my family. This one's for you.
Yo! One to go, mate.
2 more waves.
Oh, man. I like it. You're breaking it down. 2 more waves to the podium. And also shout out to the family he's been away from and supporting him long distance, Big Ben Skinner.
You know, there's another classic thing you don't often see. You might see it in longboard. You very rarely see it in professional surfing. And that is a final between Britain and Australia. And there's a famous, and a lot of folks won't know what I'm talking about here, but in the game of cricket, there's this very famous urn called the Ashes. That is the winner of the cricket series hands over this urn of ashes to the winner. And there's a lot of mythology about that, but there's this classic sporting rivalry between Australia and Great Britain in the game of cricket. And we're going to see it in surfing today.
Unreal. What a great comparison, Rabs. And I don't think the Ashes has ever been compared. Well, there's not too many finalists of anyone from Great Britain. Maybe Potts when he was.
It would have been Potts,
yeah. So it could have been a few Tommy Carroll and Potts Ashes rivalry there. But we see Harrison in the break getting a tremendous answer back there. He's got a 7.33, and he actually dropped off a 6.53 as well. So he's keeping really busy, but he had to answer Declan because he got a 7.07 on that right with that power carve, and he's got priority, and he's after a similar number to take the lead of Harry.
This is true, and Declan certainly would have the local crowd behind him, but when you look at Harrison Roach, and not just his longboarding, Matt, but his entire spectrum of surfing, he rides all kinds of boards, and he rides them well.
Generally, he's the type of guy who's got the right board for the right conditions, and there's no prejudice towards fins or, you know, certain craft, and that's what makes Harry such a well-rounded surfer. All waves, all boards, and he wants to really win that world title. He's not here for a muck around.
And you ride a bunch of different crafts too. I saw on social media you riding a mid-length and getting a pretty nice barrel, meaty barrel. Can you tell me, is it for public consumption where that spot was, or what happened right there?
Was that recently or?
Recently, yeah.
Geez, I've had a couple of different boards I've been designing with Bob McTavish.
But
so.
where was the spot? It was a right-hand barrel. It looked like it might have been out at.
Ah, okay. So that one was actually North Narrabeen.
Ah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it wouldn't be very good right now. But as we see, Deadman's on the outside starting to break as well. But yeah, car park rights and that whole Narrabeen stretch is heavily localized. You've got to pick your waves, and I just like going fast, Kaipo. Doesn't matter what it is. Anything from you know, a 5-foot board up to my gliders or a gun.
Yeah.
I just want to chase power and speed and surf a 2-foot wave like I surf a 20-foot wave.
Yeah, Bugs has been hunting barrels and in barrels for about 50 years, I would say.
Yeah, don't mind the odd barrel. I'll always applaud one.
All right, well, we're going to take a bonsai brew break while there's a lull out in the water. We'll return with the conclusion of semi-final number 2. Destination New South Wales, where you can feel the northern beaches of Sydney, and so much on offer. Ton of waves and some other great sights as we're catching back up with action out in the water. This is Harrison Roach, Bugs.
Yeah, he's on his backhand again. A bigger wave. This is, as Matt said, I mean, sometimes the camera doesn't give, credit how big the waves are. You see that at Pipeline too, though. You know, you look at it from the beach, you go, oh my God, and on camera it looks very civilized.
And this is the one we saw Declan swimming for his board, just getting stuck up high on that wave.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty bad miss, pretty bad fall as far as putting him behind the 8 ball. But he's back out. He's a really fit young guy.
Yeah, he knows these rips better than all the competitors.
Oh yeah.
Being the local lifeguard, he's probably had to pull out hundreds of people in the last couple of years since he's been patrolling the beach. And we talked about that 7-point ride just off air before, 7.07, and White went to that score. And what do you think, Kaipo?
Yeah, I think the score was a little bit suppressed, to tell you the truth, with Declan's performance. I was impressed by the variety that he showed, both nose riding and then a real big power turn, which is really difficult on a 9-foot plus board. So I wanted to acknowledge that because I was very, very impressed with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought the wave actually didn't offer much of a long stretched out wall as we saw Ben Skinner's before. So perhaps the judges were looking at it as a wave that tapered a little quicker than they wanted to. But most of the points were in that power carve. And maybe just that footwork, just getting in a rush to jam that turn. And he had to, because it was a bowly wave.
Well, right now what he needs is 8.43 bugs. Declan under priority and needing an excellent score.
Well, Harrison Roach has really targeted his backing end, and it's been a really great approach. And he's got now an 8.17. He got rid of that. I think he had a 6 or something before that. That's a big jump.
And you know, these surfers have been here for a long time, like Ben Skinner with all that extra, 5 or 6 days of downtime to sit there and consider their previous performances, regroup. They don't want to be here any longer. As beautiful as it is, it's been pretty ugly weather the last few days, and they're hungry to win. And Harry surfing his backside, that's a testament to how much he wants this, because traditionally coming from Noosa, I'm sure when he takes a longboard out, surfing 4 feet left-handers is not the first board that comes to mind, is his single fin roll bottom.
No, I bet around there at Sunshine Beach you'd get a lot of this sort of action.
Absolutely. And here's Declan under priority. Very lively all week. Declan's just been showing so much energy throughout these heats, and I think in this last 10 minutes, Harry definitely can't let his guard down, because Declan will either try and chip away with 2 scores, or he's got the potential to get that in one excellent range wave.
10 minutes, 30 seconds on the countdown, and a spot in the final and a chance to lead the WSL Longboard Tour after stop number 1. A series of 3 events will crown a world champ in 2022. This is stop number 1. From here, we're going to move on to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. That's going to be Southside Huntington Beach, and then we will crown a champ at WSL Longboard Championships over at Malibu, California. First point, a classic wave, and that's where we're going to have our surfers hoist the big trophy.
So, Matt, we saw Honolulu allude to how it's great that there is multiple events. I believe it is weighted. It's a bit like in golf, the FedEx Cup, how it is weighted towards the final event. So is it 5-5-10 or 10-10-20,000 on that weight?
It's 5-5-10.
Okay.
So yeah, that majority will be on that Malibu crown, and what better place to crown a world longboard champion than Malibu?
Yeah, it's the home of Gidget.
It's the home of Malibu surfing.
It sure is.
Of Californian cool.
All those early movies with Fabian and Enid Funicello, the home of Mickey Dora. I mean, it is fabled in longboard culture.
And this is the home of Declan Whiten. You can hear the crowd on air going crazy, and behind us for their local hero. There must be, hundreds of people on the beach supporting Declan right now. But Harrison's a household name in Australia as well, so there'll be quite a few people down here, torn between, as we saw young Kalen talk earlier.
Yeah, he was quite emotional there, thinking about, so engaged in this.
Absolutely. See Declan just feeling out the board, just trying to find a sweet sec, just lively on the tail and snapping that. That's that sort of 60-40 rail coming into play there.
This is like a really youthful attack on this wave, Kaipo.
Yeah, getting on the nose, and then some great footwork to get back and forth, utilizing the entire board, turning from the nose too, very impressive, and then turning from the middle of the board here, really building up the speed. But the impressive thing for me is when you get back on the tail, as we're watching this, and then being able to jam a big snap for the finish, gliding over that section. But I guess this would be it.
Yeah, it's impressive how he lifts his boards and then times that run to the nose.
That was an incredibly difficult transition there. May not have felt that amazing, but to actually keep the nose from curling, most longboarders would have kicked off by then, but Declan hunting for that last turn.
Let's head out the back with Dometic.
Thanks, Kipes. Conditions down here are still absolutely firing. We have seen a couple of excellent scores out of the longboarders on the left-handers. But I think moving forward, once these shortboarders get out into the water, I do believe they will explore the bank a little bit more. I've seen a couple of really nice rides coming through in front of the judges. They're shorter, they're steeper, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the men take the air coming up in the quarterfinals.
Well, thank you, Stace. Yeah, quarterfinal number 1 to follow this for the men will be Brody Sale versus Rio Waida. That's going to be a great matchup when we transition back to shortboard surfing. We had some classic longboard surfing this morning. and then progression is going to be next on the menu.
Great 4 steps up for Declan, tight in the pocket, coming from behind the section. Oh, and that thing, and he holds it. Wow, and he's going to ramp up for this. Oh, he's talking about airs for the shortboarders coming up. Kaipo, I think Declan had one on his mind just then.
Yeah, wow. Certainly a lip glide right there. He did get the board right up in the lip there, and Bugs, it just looked like maybe a little more speed going into that maneuver would have served the purpose of getting out in front of that whitewater and avoid that explosion.
Yeah, well, gosh, that was really going for it. I mean, this is the speed of this wave is the impressive thing, and he nearly has to wash it off a bit, Matt.
Absolutely, and sort of went a bit high there, and then, yeah, he had no choice but to smash this end section. I'll tell you what, if he pulls that off, it will certainly go into his top 2 and may even have been his best score. That nose ride there, that was extremely difficult, that drop knee turn up into the 4 steps, and here 2 steps back, sort of a mid-face setup, and this thing, it just comes off the bottom and just shoots, and he lost his balance there a little bit. And that board reacting as that face bowled up and sort of curled around.
And so that robbed him of that time to really set this last maneuver up. And but this is a pretty thick lip, and that is just going for it. Would have been a great photo.
Absolutely.
Look at this warm-up for Rio with Coach Matt Myers. Little coordination play right there. Getting his mind centered.
Well, he was one of the standouts yesterday, Kaipo. What an amazing heat with Michael Rodriguez. That was the heat of the day. And Rio was able to stand up and answer the guy that I thought was the man to beat.
I think we both thought.
From Rio's very first heat, I was helping out some of the Brazilian Storm in this event, and he had Robson Santos in his heat. And Rio was behind with a minute left, and he followed Robson over to another bank onto the right. Robson went right, and Rio got the score behind him and ended up making it through the heat. So from that very first heat, he was very clutch, and that goes to show now he's out here competing in the quarterfinals.
There you go. Well, guys, let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of semi-final number 2, Declan.
Well, look at this. That's the carving cutback of the day, but as Matt pointed out, the wave broke up. It didn't offer anything more than that. He got a 707. Amazing nose work there by Harrison Roach.
And then Harrison, yeah, just straightening that one out, but it was all the points in that nose ride and the bigger left for Harry. The full transition here where he steps back into this carve. And unlike Declan, he's able to control that. Didn't have as dynamic finishes as he would have liked, but still a strong wave, and that all the points in those opening nose rides.
So Roach with heat control right now. He's got the lead. He's got priority. And he will be just fishing through the lineup right now. Needs to improve upon a 7.33 if he wants to extend his lead over Declan. Declan looking for excellent score of an 8.43 at this moment, and he has to do it under priority, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a big task. He's sort of well behind the 8 ball, but you know, 8.43. Gosh, you know, it's so in his wheelhouse.
Now, as a competitor, Bugs, you're sitting out there, 3 minutes 20 left. You're second in priority. Given what you've seen for certain scores, even for Harry's 8.17, do you think Declan knows what he needs and what he needs to do to get that score? Because he perhaps was on his way before he fell on that last month.
That's right. I mean, he was on his way. I mean, so it's within his grasp. He had a good look at it. He does know to impress. It's, you know, he's got that youthful approach, and he's trying to shake off Harrison. You know, Harrison would have to be quite aggressive to really go with him here. He's sort of turned around and he's picked up a bit of pace now, but there is a little bit of distance between them. He might be able to snaffle one here.
Well, I think the 5.73 on that last wave, that would have been encouraging at least for him to know he's fallen and still got that score, which has gone into his top 2. So as long as he knows if it's got what he's got to do, I think that'll give him some respite, and I think he can do this with one bite.
And I think he's going to have to try to sell Harrison on a wave, and he's got, you know, or else hope there's a 2 and 3 wave set. And in these ground squirrels, that's what we're getting. He's going on this one.
Up on the nose. Nice trim line. Little bobble there might cost him. Gets to the lip. Glides through that section. Hoping for more on offer on the inside for the reform. A little bit of downtime coming through here. Wave starts splitting in two.
Yeah, it's got that. Oh, he got over it.
Yeah. Gets over that curb and unable to finish right on the sand.
And he's still looking at his clock. He's going, yeah, I've got a minute 46. I'm going for it. This is great. He's going to fight to the death.
And guess what? He may actually be breaking down that 8.43 into 2 scores now.
Okay, that's a really good point. Chip away at it.
And he had to go this. You know, it's an open right-hander and beautiful tip control. That thing was just reeling ahead. Just a little bit messed up footwork there, but he still was able to tap them off the top, but he gets the connection on the inside. This was where the points will be.
Yeah, this is so well done.
Look how high on the face he is.
Yeah.
And then that ins his toes. He's actually almost onto a 10 there. His toes are on the inside rail. You see it step back there, and it was very technical. Just lost a little composure there, and the judges are looking for flow as that key element. So just a little loss of flow there, but the commitment, that was there in spades.
You know, when I was a kid, you know, I learned at the longboard era, and I had photos on the wall, and the one photo I had a flashback. There was a Butch Cooney. And Steve Cooney's older brother, and he was just exactly that, high in the pocket, hanging, with, you know, not hanging 10, but right there.
Locked in, and the boards, there's air under the nose, and he's just, inside rail.
And I was just to look at that and go, that is so cool.
It's total involvement surfing, and that's what it's about, and that's where power surfing stemmed from, Bugs. In and around that power pocket, as we've seen Declan putting that Australian-style surfing into the mix during this event. It's been fantastic, and 10 seconds left. It's coming down to the wire, and it's a small little bump, but I'm not sure if it's going to get here in time.
Oh, the score's good too.
Well, time for congratulations to Harrison Roach, because he will be meeting Ben Skinner in the final. There's our completed numbers, and a 15.5 takes Harrison Roach into that final here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Great surfing, and we're going to be looking forward to some great finals. We have our women's final set, we have our men's final set, and we're going to continue on through here. Always a pleasure, Bugs, and thank you, Matt Chanaki, for joining us. Hope to have you back in for the finals. What do you think?
I would love that.
All right. Well, we're going to continue on. We're going to throw to a break right now, but when we get back, quarterfinal for the men will be in the water.
Here comes Molly Pickle, big swing, big front side hook.
Welcome back to the show. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. We've just seen the semi-finals for the men and women on the World Longboard Tour go down. It's time to get back into the Challenger Series with the quarterfinals for the men getting underway. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman set with Richie Lovett and the birthday girl, the 7-time world champion, Lane Beachley. Lane, happy birthday, and thanks for being with us.
No better way to spend my 50th birthday than sitting here with you two handsome young men.
I don't know about that. Your husband, Kirk Pengelly, obviously of In Excess fame.
Yes.
He gave you a pretty special present this morning.
He sure did. He wrote a song and sang it to me this morning, and he's never written a song about anybody, so I feel very, very special.
Wow.
Well, get ready for this. Richie also wrote a song, and he's going to perform it for you right now.
Here we go.
Go, Rick.
You got a guitar?
No, seriously. But happy birthday.
Thank
It's so
you.
awesome to have you here, of
Thanks,
course.
boys.
You're an icon in this area. You're an icon all over the world. 7-time world champ. 6 of those world titles collected consecutively. Also a recipient of the Order of Australia. I could go for the entire heat.
Okay, well, please don't. You might bore everyone. They might switch off. But that record is the only one I can hold on to, right?
Oh, well, I don't know. We'll see what unfolds. But,
yes, I know. It's pretty extraordinary. The level of women surfing today is awe-inspiring. It's incredible.
Great to have you turn up. Great to have the waves turn up.
Thank you, Mantown. Thank you for turning on for us today. It's just spectacular conditions. I'm going to have a birthday surf after this. I'm pretty excited.
Let's have a look at the quarterfinal matchups. We'll have a look here at the bracket, thanks to Bailey Ladders. Rich, this first one, it's an exciting one. All the young guns in the top side of the draw, all that CT experience down low.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible quarterfinal. The young Brody Sale, young Hawaiian, coming in against an informed Rio Whiten out of Indonesia, and he has just been on a tear, surfing at lightning speed, and Brody has been super solid. So a really pretty even matchup in my books. It's going to be great to see what unfolds. Did make a couple of calls. I got the surf dialed up just a couple of notches overnight.
Thank you, mate.
So, yeah.
Huey's on speed dial.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a fantastic week, Lane. No doubt you've caught some of the action. We've said it throughout the start of these first couple of Challenger Series surfing. It's going to take championship tour-like performances to win these events, and that's what we've seen in tricky conditions sometimes too.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. That's how you become a world champion, is by adapting to tricky conditions. And the good thing about Manly is it really prepares you for what you're about to encounter across the rest of the world, because it changes every 10 minutes out here. You've really got to be watching the conditions and be familiar with how it changes with the tide, the wind, the swell direction. It's quite a fickle place to surf. It looks perfect, but as Richie knows better than the two of us sitting here, having grown up surfing here every day, it's a really challenging wave to really learn how to
It is, as you said, it's forever changing. And this is, as we see, first ride for Rio.
Oh, he's looked so sharp throughout the event. Wow, really did well to reel in that final manoeuvre there. Came up under that lip a little. Brody Sale's going to get an opportunity to answer. Drives up into the first section. Solid hit from the youngster, who has come through the ranks under the watchful eye of Shane Dorian from the same region, the same island.
Yeah,
he's just checking his equipment there, but also leans into the expert knowledge of Reynolds Hayes, who will no doubt be tuned in and watching this all unfold as well.
No doubt. And back to your point, Lane, as we watch the replays here, just streaking down the line. Rio gets the little projection floater, then comes hard off the bottom. And for a moment there, I thought he wasn't going to be able to punch through that final section.
It's a really
see
nice
here, yeah, a little shimmy floater, huh? He just little roller coaster. As this thing cups out, Rio just goes bang, hits the lip, comes down. You can see just the power of that wave, just trying to knock him off in the explosion, and sheer strength in the thighs brought him through it.
And then this left looks really strong. I like how tight he stays in the pocket, because it's easy to think the wave's going to run away from him. 3 really quick, precise turns, and rode out of that quite smooth. And then, take that, young man, I'm just going to run over you and just psych you out a little.
Yeah, well, yeah, you picked up on something there with Brody Sale. That's really been his approach, hasn't it, Rich? Throughout those earlier rounds of this contest is, you know, that nice pivoting backhand, can unload the power when the wave gives him a bit of time to move. But that's a positive exchange to kick things off here.
Yeah, not a bad way to get things going. And yes, he does surf right off the tail. He's a very back-footed surfer, pivots a lot, off the bottom, off the top. Rio a little more central-footed, surfs off the front foot, a bit more pumps down the line. So a few different contrasts and styles here. But what I did want to say about the conditions, this is different to anything we've had for the past week.
Yeah.
It's totally different. We've got a mix of 2 swells. It's bigger. There's more water moving around than there has been. So this is an adjustment those surfers are going to have to make today in particular on finals day.
Let's talk about big events here in Manly, because it's hosted so many over the years. Lane, what was the first major event that you watched unfold here, and what did you take from the experience of watching it go down?
Oh, you always have to go back to the Coke Classic days down here at Queenscliff, and just watching obviously the surfers go out and surf in pretty marginal conditions, but the 50,000 people on the beach and navigating your way through the crowd, experiencing that pressure and excitement, that was a big takeaway from me, thinking, gosh, performing on that kind of stage under that kind of pressure takes a really different mindset. And so that's why I started surrounding myself with surfers who predominantly made the finals a lot, like Barton and Duma, and just really learning from their experience and their knowledge, and also Stewart Entwistle. You know, he was a great mentor and a real good competitor under pressure. You know, he rode longboards. We won't hold that against him, but he was a longboard world champion.
Yeah, and it was awesome to see Son Jack competing in the longboard event here too this week. But what about, Lane, the jump from going from aspiring Grom to getting that experience of competing and winning here at home?
It's very different watching an event to surfing in an event. The first time I competed in the Coke Classic, it was while I was still in high school. I paid my entry fee and I went into the trials, and I lost to Pauline Mensah by 0.01 in my first heat, and I was devastated. But look, it's a really steep learning curve going from being an aspiring grommet, to join the Pro Tour, to then competing against the best surfers in the world. Even at your home break.
Amazing.
They talk about home ground advantage, but it can actually be home ground pressure.
Yeah. I just love that you still remember the number.
Yeah, I know. It's like a Rain Man thing, really.
Oh, I love it.
But I still remember, I tell a story on stage about winning my 6th consecutive world title, and I needed a 6.67, and I scored an 8.5. And the processes that I went through to manifest that result, it's quite extraordinary. But the numbers somehow just stick in my mind, only the most important ones.
I love having you in here for starters, but I also love your story of being an aspiring Grom, of competing in this event, realising that was missing for the next generation yourself, and putting an event together. As you're competing on the championship tour, you ran your own contest here on the Northern Beaches. It must have been a really proud moment for you.
Absolutely. I sat on the board of directors. I was on tour for 19 years. I sat on the board of directors for 15 years, and just experienced the disparity of support for the women. I was quite impetuous in my desire to make that shift, to make that change, and the industry weren't willing to come with me. So I went, screw you, I'll do it myself. So I think I'm the only athlete in the history of the sport to actually acquire her own license, a WCT license, and I staged the richest surfing event in the world for 7 years, starting here at Manly Beach. And I also wanted to ensure that the next generation had an opportunity to join us. So I invited the top under 16-year-olds from around the world, 12 of them, to come and compete in the trials, which I invested my own money in to sponsor. So it was the Beachley Trials, part of the Havaianas Beachley Classic. And the biggest mistake I made, I invited Stephanie Gilmore year one. She beat me in the final.
really clearly, and of course it's where Tyler Wright got that opportunity to break through as a 14-year-old and get her first CT win, a record that still stands today. So I'm glad you were there, because you were part of that link between the Coke Classic, the Surf About events of years gone by, and the event as it is in its current form. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. It's something I always wanted to do. I remember when I joined the Pro Tour in 1990, I just wanted to make sure I left it in a better place when I retired, and I can confidently say I contributed to that, and I'm so proud of where women's surfing is today.
Yeah, well, a lot of the surfers taken part in the event too, mentioning your name this week. So everyone wants to add their name to the honour roll with the list of greats, and it's yourself, Lane, Margot Oberg, way back in the day, Lynn Boyer, Pam Burridge, of course, and Jodie Cooper. I mean, the list goes on. It's, there's a lot of history here, and I swear, as soon as you flick your shoes off and step onto the sand here, you feel it. There's a vibe. It goes all the way back to '64, Rich, those World Surfing Championships.
Goes all the way back to 1914, really, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
1915?
Yeah, 1915, round the corner at Freshwater there. The Duke, Isabel Latham. But right now we've got quarterfinal action underway, and the numbers are in for that first exchange. Nice and close.
It is nice and close, and I'm getting a clear message from the judges about this one, and that's they want to see big, powerful manoeuvres because Brodie Sale got a bunch of work done, connecting, multiple turns, but it was Rio whose turns were a bit more powerful. There was a bit more energy and commitment in each and every one of them. There was only two. There was the big kind of shimmy rock and roll floater, but that final turn was fully committed. There was an element, degree of difficulty on it, and the judges really highlighting that.
I feel one of the things the athletes might forget that's in the judging criteria is variety. And that's where I feel that Blues Wave scored the higher points because he did two very different styles of manoeuvres. The judges can get kind of bored. I think,
for sure.
If you're sitting out here watching this surfing all day, every day, you want to see a little bit of variety because it excites them.
I guess that's the great thing about the conditions improving today, because through the earlier rounds there was some days where the wind was a little offshore and the surfers didn't have too much of a canvas to work with. So if you're a natural footer on a predominant left, you're going to go to that vertical hit in the pocket repeatedly because it's sort of the go-to move in those types of conditions. In this heat already, we've seen Rio with that beautiful float, great extension. Lost nothing on the landing, which tells you his technique was spot on, and then just hammered up into the lip. So, again, I think we're in for a special show today. The best conditions we've probably seen over the past few days, Rich, and a bit more punch to it.
Without a doubt, the period jumped from 9-10 seconds up to almost 13 seconds for today.
What does that mean for the layman watching?
Well, it means the period between the swell lines, and the bigger the period, the more energy it has because it's a more fetched out swell. It's come from a further distance away in the ocean, and basically it just translates to a more powerful wave when you're riding it. And these are the biggest conditions we've seen, and it also highlights the fact that you can only, for the most part, surf the wave for what it offers you. You can't manufacture things, or if you try and do manoeuvres in the wrong part of the wave and things don't look right, they start to look a little bit untidy. And again, I feel like Rio, just coming back to that opening exchange, surfed that wave pretty much for what it was. And Brodie maybe could have been a little bit more creative with some of the things that he did.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt Rio, like you said, he rode out of that. It looks like he was going to get stuck on that last turn, but he rode out of it with absolute confidence and conviction, which gave very little doubt, left very little doubt in the judges' minds.
Lane, we were lucky enough to be a part of the introduction of the Australian Olympic team down here at Manly. But Rio was one of those international competitors that got the opportunity to represent his country. And I don't know about you, but for me, those surfers that took part in that obviously lifted their game to prepare for that event, but also they carry themselves with a little extra confidence now, and Rio's just had some of that just added confidence around the competitor's side. As we see Brodie Sale there just putting up two monster turns, but there is a couple of surfers that featured in the Olympics last year still alive in the draw, and I'm just seeing a more refined approach from them this year.
Competing in the Olympics, it's the biggest sporting arena in the world, as we see Brodie's wave. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep that last turn, stick that last turn. I really like how hard he drove off the bottom, nice and vertical off the top, kept looking down the line, which enabled him to drive out of this really fast, but then just got stuck up there in the lip, got slapped in the back of the head.
Would have been huge if he stuck that.
It would have been an 8-point ride for sure. But yeah, as you're talking about Rio and his opportunity to compete in the Olympics, as we see Brodie up and riding.
Yeah, driving through that first turn. He's looking really on. He's just got to start sticking some of these final moves, which he'll do here. Just under 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the Olympics, I feel the athletes, I don't think, truly understood what it meant to compete for your country at the Olympic Games. And then when they got there, they saw the enormity of it. The pride, I think, also elevated their performance. And then I feel that Australia really represented the best when it came to that team dynamic of competing at the Olympic Games. And the Irriganjis, I'm so incredibly proud of them, and I'm so incredibly proud of Owen Wright coming back with a bronze medal. But like you say, I feel that that's been an advantage to athletes these days, because they've competed under the most amount of pressure in the biggest sporting arena event in the world, and to now be able to apply that to their competitive game I think is just another little notch in the belt to say, hey, I've competed at the Olympic Games. This is nothing.
Yeah, we'll see what Rio can do. 13 minutes remaining here. Brodie Sale has just moved into the lead. We're going to take our Bonsai brew break. The surfers from San Clemente are out there next.
Wow.
Quarterfinal time here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Brody Sale is out in front, the 18-year-old, a 6.17 and a 5.9. 22-year-old Rio Whiten. He's got one ride. He hasn't been as busy. I think he might have had one during the break. He's after a 5.24 to get himself into the #1 position. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman set with Richie Lovett and a Hall of Famer in Lane Beachley. Lane, take us through this last ride for the Indonesian.
Yeah, so it was a nice takeoff. Obviously utilising priority, realising that Brody's had a couple of waves. Beautiful final turn. He cracked that final turn.
And Rich Brody tapped into this one.
Yeah, he sure did. The two-turn combination there, I think that was his 5.9 perhaps.
Yep.
And very comparable to Rio's first wave, just a little bit under. But this is going to be an interesting number here. It only needs that 5.24 to take the lead, which I think he will do on that wave.
That first turn was almost like a check turn, but it was those next two turns that were the money turns.
Second was the money turn, and then got to the finish as well. Not as big as the previous waves we've seen.
But they also do say it's biggest and or best wave, right?
Correct. This is so correct. Yeah, we've seen it all through the week. It doesn't, to be able to manufacture a score on a smaller wave is very doable, especially for these talented men and women that made their way through to finals day. They've just been all on fire.
Yeah, it's such a great international field too. We've got Rio here from Indonesia. We've got Brody Sale, Imai Kalani DeVault representing Hawaii from the United States. Coming up in the next heat, Jet Schilling and Cade Matson. Then we've got Ryan Callanan for Australia and David Silva, Brazil, Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy. So love to see that, and it means that we've got a big audience tuned in online watching this all unfold. A big welcome to finals day for everyone joining us.
How many ways can you say welcome, or how many different languages can you say hello or welcome?
Well, Australians are typically pretty poor at it, so I'm going to stick with g'day.
Aloha, hola, buongiorno.
There you go. There's 4.
G'day.
G'day.
Bonjour.
Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Salamat pagi. Salamat datang.
Salamat datang.
Looking forward to getting over there to G-Land for the Quicksilver Pro, the Roxy Pro G-Land as well. Everyone's starting to get pretty excited. Probably no one more so than Rio. He's got the wild card in the Quicksilver Pro. And he showed us last year that he can beat the big names. He got a call up for his first CT event over there at Mexico. And he defeated Felipe Toledo on a long-running right-hand point break. That's such a feather in the cap. Felipe is the most dominant surfer, I think in surf that good, he might be the best ever.
Wow, big call. That's a stake in the sand by Ronnie Blakey.
4-foot right-hand point break.
A butter.
I don't think, I don't think anyone can touch him. But yeah, Rio got the jump on him there.
G-Land.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you've got some memories from G-Land, don't you, Rich? Not all of them are good.
Certainly do. I've got good and bad. Some of the highlights of my career, really, in terms of scores and waves, but also some, couple of low moments, or let's say memorable moments.
Something to do with a tsunami and a mosquito net?
Yeah. He's still here, though.
Yes, thank goodness
we
for
can't
that.
get rid of him.
No.
Just under 8 minutes to go here. We're going to throw it down to Stace.
Congratulations through the final, Harry.
Yeah, it feels good, for sure. Don't know if it feels as good as Ben felt, but I'll get there, maybe one more.
Well, everyone expresses their emotions differently.
I know, and he's just got that massive amount of energy, Ben, so he's going to be really hard to beat, actually, and he's a really good friend of mine, so yeah, I'm stoked to comes down to him and I, so it should be fun.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to it. You have been having, from what I can tell, a very good time in this part of the world and potentially further south. What have you been doing in those 5 days off?
Yeah, well, we had like a week off after making it into that heat, so I went down to the south coast and got some waves and had a few smash-ups in the city with friends, so yeah, we've been enjoying ourselves, that's for sure.
Indeed. Now, there's a couple of really good waves around today, as well as on the contest bank. You are a surfer's surfer. How do you keep the focus out in front here?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's sort of glorified closeouts around here at the moment, but I think there'll be some pretty good waves like up the other end of the coast. But, look, mate, I'm here to do one thing, and it's longboard Avicii.
How do you pick the green face in there in amongst the closeouts? Because you certainly did that very well in that heat, and you also didn't look to flinch at all with priority there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the waves they were good. Like, so we got pretty lucky. I got lucky with a good start too, and I felt like I controlled the heat pretty well, which is new for me. I'm still like sort of getting used to this strategic approach, but I mean, Declan's a great surfer, but I thought I could tell anyway. Like, I trusted my gut that he wasn't going to get an 8-4 on a lot of those waves. And I didn't want to leave him out the back on his own, like, for the last 3 minutes of the heat.
Hanging out with all the shortboarders just rubbing off, eh?
Yeah, thanks, Arcal. We're going for him. Go, Arcal.
And we're going for you. Well done, Harry, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.
Thanks very much.
Harrison Roach looking sharp, almost getting himself up into the excellent range with a combined heat score of 15.5 in that semi-final clash, and it is going to be an exceptional final. I must have been living on the northern beaches too long. It doesn't look like it's closing out at all to me out there. I'm seeing, it looks like it's firing.
Glorified closeout. Thanks so much, Harris. Back to the south coast or the city for some smash-ups, mate.
Exactly. Just over 5.5 minutes to go here. And Rio has jumped up into the lead, 6.83, 5.93 on that second ride. Brody Sale in second position at the moment with priority after a 6.6. And Brody's on his way to, you know, his biggest result in a major event. He's had some great finishes in qualifying series contests, probably none bigger than 2019 as just a micro grom. He made it all the way to the quarterfinals of the Balkan Pipe Pro in a heavily stacked field. But, you know, this is a kid that surfed Jaws when he was 13 years of age. I think he can deal with the pressure.
Are you kidding me? Really? Did he paddle or tow in? Either way, he's 13 out at Jaws. That's
I don't know. I hope he didn't paddle in.
I went out onto the channel on the jet ski when Ken was trying to tow me into that. I'm like, no thanks, don't want anything to do with that wave. That's gnarly, that wave.
He was under the watchful eye of Shane Dorian.
Oh,
so
well, then he's fine.
He would have been fine. But
obviously.
Here he goes now. 4.5 minutes to go. Let's see what he can do with this one. Has some speed. Beautiful lip line float to get started. Sets up this turn. And it's an absolute gem. Superb backhand combo there from Brody Sale. I love the big float and how much speed these guys are getting out of that transition turn, Rich.
Yeah, it's become a functional way to just accelerate and prepare for the final hit, which Brody just did so well on this wave.
Excellent use of priority too.
Yeah, he knew he had to pull the trigger there, just under 4 minutes to go to break it down, so very relaxed. Maybe not as much travel time on the lip, but I think the final turn had more in it in comparison to Rio's first wave. And it's at that moment there where he starts just hammering on the gas right here, driving so clean off the bottom and just very well positioned to close out re-entry.
Lane, I think in the comparison to Rio's almost similar kind of ride from early on, the 6.83, the float wasn't quite as impactful. He didn't land out on the flats. He kind of came down halfway down the face, but he really made up for it with that final move.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what the judges will be going back to. They'll be going back to Rio's first wave and comparing the commitment and the power and the control and the flow that went through those two turns.
Well, Rio had the 6.83 and almost feel like it's right on that, and he only needs the 6.6, so we're going to be splitting hairs in this one.
And the judges will be pulling their own hairs out.
Well, and the time is kind of winding down, so Rio may need a score out of this ride as he drives up into the lip a couple of times. He's got that amazing, just, you know, fast twitch transition off the top, doesn't he? He really does. He explode. It's electrifying surfing when he gets going.
He obviously he knows his board and he trusts his fins, because he could have easily just drifted because it's so hollow at the bottom there. He drives really hard and fast, keeps his eyes down the line, and then cracks this last turn and then comes out as if to say, come on guys, give me a 10.
I'm going to say this is the highest scoring heat of the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He just looked to connect a little bit more with both these turns. Opens up the shoulders. I just love the head, shoulder, lower body connection there. And the great rotation and the little shimmy at the end. He was happy with it, huh?
Yeah, that little fin drift too, I think, at the end of that turn also would put a little bit more pressure on the judges to give him the score.
So the score came through for Brody, 6.53. Not quite enough to get him up into the lead. Is that right, or is there another number coming?
No.
That's the one, right?
Yeah,
that's the one.
So 6.53, so he needs more. And here he is, surfing brilliantly today, but just finds himself chasing. He does really well to hang on to that final move. Just whip the board up there.
That's what pressure does.
Get back out there.
Yeah, it makes you think you have to do more than what you really have to do. He just needs to stick to his plan. Just keep doing those 2 really big turns. It's giving him the scores, but Rio's wave selection is what's really been the difference here.
Lane, I know that you'll appreciate it. It's something that you're focused on intensely when you're competing on the championship tour, and that is almost making small waves look bigger and better than they are, and finding some space out there. And Rio got so laid over on his bottom turn on that last wave before that final manoeuvre, and the judges absolutely dined out on it.
They sure did, giving him an 8-point ride. And everyone on the beach was really excited about it too. His cheer squad are going loud and proud. Yeah, that was a really strong performance, and that was basically putting the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, there's something here that I think we just need to
break down
in order to separate these 2 surfers. And for me, Rio's surfboard is just on more of a cant when he's going into his turns. He's laying more rail into the water, which is generating more power and speed and making the turns just look a bit bigger and more electrifying.
Yeah.
For me, that's the only difference, because the positioning and the way they're going about their surfing is very similar.
Yes.
But for me, it's just that slight edge in the way that Rio's tilting his board and getting the angles working.
Here he goes again. Rio looking to replace a 6.83, but it's not going to matter. The heat has come to a close. And what a result for the Indonesian. He's moving on through to the semi-finals. We've got to give credit to Brody Sale as well, the 18-year-old bagging his best result on the Challenger Series here at Manly.
Yeah, amazing surfing from the youngster. He's got a huge future in front of him. And, well, this is a keeper result for him.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals.
And
on the board.
He did himself proud. So, yeah, it was a fantastic performance.
Let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap. This is how it got started, Lane, for Rio.
Yeah, this roller coaster floater over the lip, and then this nice closeout manoeuvre. That really set the scale for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, love the fight back here from Brody, and brought his own version of the 2-hit combo. The floater to re-entry and some fun little waves out here. But Rio just seemed to find a bit better waves, didn't he?
Yeah, and as you said, that cant of his board really helped him stay tight and fast, and that's what really was the defining difference between the score.
He's feeling it here on finals day. Rio, Lane Beachley, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in and joining us for the first quarterfinal.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. I'll go and catch a couple of waves for you boys.
Birthday surf. You've
got priority for the entire session.
Excellent.
Take any wave you want. It's
Excellent.
all yours.
I'll take it.
Happy birthday, and we'll see you soon.
Look forward to it. Thanks,
all
guys.
right, we'll be back after the break with more quarterfinal action.
Then playing a major role in deciding the next crop of surfers who graduate onto that.
To pick a winner at Manly, throw a dart at the heat draw and go with whoever it lands on. Traditionally, this is one of the most combative arenas that pro surfing has. Anyone who pulls on the Rashi at this event has the potential to win it. We have seen everyone from world champs to CT warriors to QS grinders to local legends to child prodigies take the silverware at this event. Manly is a surf town that gives it up for the spectacular, and in 2022, the winners will be bringing fireworks.
Welcome back to the show. It is finals day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Rip Curl. I'm Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman set. Lucky enough to be sitting next to a local legend, a CT event winner who racked up multiple qualifying series victories, including a huge win to qualify at Haleiwa. It's Richie Lovett. Rich, great to have your company, mate. This is going to be a really fun heat. These guys grew up surfing together. We saw the big handshake before they paddled out for the duel, and they're going to throw everything at one another. Jet Schilling is going to strike the first blow, and what a blow it's going to be.
I'm so looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be a really interesting one. Goofy foot versus natural foot. San Clemente versus San Clemente. And, well, Jetty Boy, he had a bit of a priority tussle yesterday to get the first wave, and it looks like he's gone deep on the bank. It's a great running left-hander. Quick snap to start off, but I love the power turn to finish off. Almost like a little drifting close-out re-entry. A little bit of air under the board. Just watch as he drives off the lip here. A little moment of weightlessness here, just as the fins get released. Now he connects back into it.
Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jet's coming on. He's just, his surfing's really starting to really get a lot bigger. And this was a replay of Kate Matson's opening ride. Wow. Smashes the oncoming section. Great exchange again to kick off this quarterfinal heat.
Yeah, both surfers just getting a two-turn combination, and love Kate's final turn, nice and vertical on the backhand hit. Perhaps has a slight edge when you compare the two, just in power, and then maybe the edge goes to Jet in terms of just that sort of light frisk, maybe in the air. Maybe just gets the nod in that department. So we'll see if they play to their strengths in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, Kate's 20 years of age, both from San Clemente, and both got the opportunity in 2019 to put the jersey on at a championship tour event at the Freshwater Pro over there at the Surf Ranch. They both finished with similar results. Had a 17th place, I believe, and yeah, I really like Kate surfing, super powerful. He did the Challenger Series last year, got 47th overall. He had a couple of 9th place finishes, which isn't too bad in your first run at it. But this is, you know, obviously going to be his biggest result to date on the Challenger Series. Same goes for Jet Schilling, who had a pretty shocking start up there at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, well, it's always a weird one when you get two mates, two good friends in a heat together. You either want to beat them so bad that you can actually just become undone and unraveled. But it seems like these guys have settled into a good space.
Yeah, Jet got a great score on his opening ride too, 7.83. Like, they like that drift on the final manoeuvre.
Yeah, I feel like that's the edge that Jet is going to have here. So already starting to play to his strengths, and he's really sort of come of age really in the last 12 to 18 months in terms of his surfing ability, putting on a little bit more weight, settling into the growth spurt. Quick adjustment with all the boards, always a difficult time as you're growing.
Yeah, you got to kind of wind the clock back pre-pandemic when we started seeing Jet kind of come on as a Grom. 16 years of age, we were seeing him on the North Shore already tucking into some pretty hefty conditions. But in that time, a lot of surfers internationally have had that incredible growth spurt. Physically, they filled out, their surfing's gotten big. Jet working on a lot of free surfing in that time. Mentioned yesterday, dropped a great clip. Who knows, some highlight surfing from Indonesia. And yeah, he's just come on, and he's well and truly prepared for a big run at the Challenger Series this year.
He's spent a bit of time with Mick too, from memory, before 2019, I think it was, just to do a little bit of work on his equipment and fitness and technique, and just tapping into, well, possibly one of the most knowledgeable competitors of the last sort of decade.
Yeah, bowing to the Mick Fanning shrine. And yeah, Mick, happy to pass that knowledge on. And Mick's been spending quite a bit of time over in San Clemente as well. His partner's Californian, so they've been over there visiting the family on extended stints. And Mick is surfing trestles a lot, and he's definitely there for this young pack of surfers to lean into for knowledge and inspiration. And I think that effect has been felt in the community. And we're probably seeing the results of it here.
Yeah, absolutely, and no doubt Kolohe and Griffin and the boys would be tuning in. Huge hello to those guys.
Well,
They'll be looking at what's going on here. They'll be very interested in this result.
That's right. Well, it started with Kolohe and Dino really taking this generation, you know, under his wing, and you know, they'd review footage at Kolohe's place and watch the surfing, and he was always there to cheer him on in those amateur events, and I'm sure he's tuned in right now watching this unfold. This is a big moment for San Clemente. The opportunity to see a surfer through to the semis, and Jet started with a 7.83 and wasting no time in finding that backup score. Cade just keeping his focus out there on the lineup, seeing what opportunities might be coming his way.
That was a gem. Great wave. Jet surfing it with a lot of maturity, actually. Pinpoint accuracy with every single turn. He could have frothed out, but he didn't. He just settled into the rhythm of that wave. That one had a beautiful line to it, a great taper, allowing him 4 very, very strong turns. And this is going to be a big number. This is going to put a little bit of pressure on Cade. Hang on a minute. Another decent sized set rolling in.
Yeah, maybe the biggest wave of the morning. Cade Matson rips one off the top, gets up into the lip, and just loses his footing riding out of that turn. Well, that's a big lost opportunity on a wave of that size. I'm sure you're going to get some credit for, you know, potentially executing those critical moves on taller walls. Cade was after a decent score, you'd think. We're still waiting on the number to come through for this one.
Oh, just right up tight in the pocket on the first snap. Patiently waits for the second one, deals with the backwash. The third one, a beautiful fan of spray, and then clean finish. At this point, Jet knew that he had some big numbers on the board if he just got to the completion here. Bit of tail release there, you can see, sets again, waits patiently, now goes. Gets on that toe side rail, and just watch the full whip on that one. A little bit of tail release, kind of disguising that backwash in a way. That's when you're completely in the zone and things are just sort of all clicking and happening subconsciously. You can just absorb those little moments of backwash.
He knew it was good. And the numbers come through. It's in the excellent range. So Cade has work to do. Big lost opportunity here, Rich.
Oh, it was just a little stretched out on the first turn, maybe overextended. And that put his timing off for the second turn, just getting to that section a little bit late.
Well, Jet, he'll be feeling pretty good after that last ride with priority out the back. He's dropped an excellent score. Already a very healthy heat score total, and still plenty of time to improve on it.
Yeah, that's a good feeling when you've got so much time on the clock and you're really in a dominant position. Only ridden 2 waves, and both of them, well, just about excellent.
Yeah, mistake-free so far too. Cade Matson's got a bit to clean up here with 18.5 minutes to go. Let's hear from our first semi-finalist now. Rio Waida is with Stace.
The 2021 Challenger Series for you, Rio, was a bit of a nightmare by your standards, but here you are into the semi-finals at the second event of our season. You must be so stoked.
Yeah, semi-finals, this is like the best result maybe in my life. So I don't know, I'm gonna stay focused. Last year I never passed round 2, so this event, Manly final, I opened the door, and I'm gonna keep going until final. One more heat, and I'm gonna do my best.
I see a lot of your clips on your Instagram surfing in a steamer in Bali. All that preparation is paying off.
Yeah, in Bali it's always warm, so, and then we all Indonesian, we hate wetsuit. But to compete in other countries, it's gonna be cold, and I need wetsuit. So I try to practice in Bali. It's hard, but if I want to go to win the QS, I have to practice in Bali. I'm prepared than ever, and yeah, I'm happy.
Lots of new support for you after your fantastic performance at the Olympics. It must feel nice.
Yeah, it's last year Olympic was a good experience. It's not only surfing experience, but also how to become a best athlete and stuff. I met a lot of best athletes, and I'll be like that. I want to be like them, so I want to keep improving, and I'm gonna keep learning and hope become world champion one day.
Next week, you will be competing at the Quicksilver Pro G-Land with the world's best surfing athletes. You must be excited about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited, but I'm gonna focus mainly first, and then actually my flight's tomorrow to go back home, so I'm pretty excited to go home. But first, of course, mainly first, I'm gonna win this, and excited for G-Land.
Looking forward to watching you surf later on today. Thank you, Rio.
Thank you.
Got a feeling Stace and Rio are going to become pretty well acquainted this year at the Challenger Series events. So I see him getting through a lot of heats, Rich, a lot of those post-heat interviews.
Yeah, it might possibly be the best
start of a great friendship.
Yeah, the start of a great friendship, but maybe one of the best surfers we've seen to come out of Indonesia, but one of the best to convert it into competition results.
Yeah, I don't think it's a secret to anyone anymore. As we see Kate Matson take it to the air. Love it. Just only spotted one opportunity there. I mean, as a spectator, you just love to see these guys load up and go to those big weapons. Cade unable to ride out of that one. But I think he's gone, okay, well, Jet's sort of given them the multiple moves. I'll put a question to the judges and see how high they'll go for a big individual turn.
Check the stance, went a little bit wider. Unfortunately, just didn't quite get the stability on the landing. Flying down the line. He got rotating well, went right on high tide too, Ron. So these waves are very cupped out. Really shallow on the sandbar. Always hard when you're landing on a moving wave that's breaking like that.
Well, he didn't have priority, so I like the fact that he had to go at it. It was really the only thing that he could have gone for on that ride.
Yep.
There wasn't really room for a combination, so he just loaded up and launched. Obviously, the requirement's still the same for him. I think he'd still be thinking, Rich, to replace that 6.67 with something a lot stronger and chip away at the lead that way.
Yeah, I was just thinking then, is his thought process right now just wait this out, try and force Jet into a wave, try and get back into the rhythm of the set so that I get my shot at the best waves coming through, or do I just keep scrapping around? I think the best decision right now is to do what I said first, is to just sit and try and force Jet into something and get the priority back.
Just over 14 minutes to go. Let's go out the back with Stace and Dometic.
Emai coming up in heat number 3. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, the waves look super fun. Like, seems like everyone's getting good scores and kind of just trading off scores, and the lefts are kind of just peeling. It looks like the best day, so I'm excited to get out there.
How heavily do you profile who you're surfing against, or do you just not even look at the heat draw?
At this point in the contest, it's kind of just, I try to just focus on myself, not really look at who I'm against. I know Ryan, obviously, is one of the best surfers in the world, so I'm just going to have to do my thing and not think about him too much.
You are too, mate. Best of luck.
Good on you, Stace. It's going to be a fantastic heat. Emai Kalani-DeVault, Ryan Callanan, both kind of, probably feeling that fresh sting of falling off the championship tour. Both fell short at stop number 1 of the Challenger Series in banking a result, but they have turned it around. But a big opportunity to charge towards the top end of the ladder here at Manly with a huge finish. So a lot on the line for those two as they get set to hit the water next.
Yeah, it's a stacked quarterfinal roster from top to bottom, and interested to see what those tour veterans do. Well, not veterans, they're sort of newcomers that have fallen off, but they're going to have to really hustle and get back on, because there's so many hungry up-and-comers that want those spots, and there's only a certain amount of them.
A couple of them, those hungry young competitors, are out there in the lineup at the moment. Jet Schilling leads. He has priority. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. We'll see if Cade Matson can answer back right after this. Quarterfinal heats unfolding here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Manly. And Manly has come to the party today. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Rich, the home break.
Yeah, mate.
Knows when to turn it on.
It does, it does. Yeah, we had all this planned. And the waves have shown up. Beautiful conditions. It's only going to get better too as the tide rolls in. We'll see a little bit more opportunity. The waves will taper off a bit better. The beautiful conditions here with the wind and the swell has arrived. Just turned a little bit more east overnight. And the period jumping up a little bit more power.
Let's have a look at what unfolded during the break here. Jet Schilling used his priority, trying to better a 7.83. Great slice off the top. This guy's been on, hasn't had a fall in this heat. Unsure whether that one's going to go into his top two, but it's going to be a decent throwaway score.
Well, the good news for Cade is that Jet has given up priority, ridden away, but hasn't improved his score. We don't think he's going to improve his score. To me, it just doesn't feel like it's at that 7.83 mark. So he's in a position now where he can recontrol the narrative of the heat and perhaps wait for his turn, get a decent wave. He needs a big number. He needs to basically match that 7.83.
Just thinking back to his performance in the round of 16, came up against Jordan Lawler. It was just helicopters out there. The boys were just flying, spinning through the sky. Big numbers dropped. Jet hasn't had to go there in order to chase these solid scores down just yet, but it's in him. So we'll see what he does under priority here. I think there's a good chance that he will take to the air at some point in the next 9 minutes, because it's going to be his easiest way to turn in something better than the 7.83.
Yeah, well, he's loaded 2 good scores on just really good surfing. You know, it was high risk enough to get up into the excellent range, but it was great surfing. There was nothing like crazy throwaway air that was super high risk. Smart heat strategy right now.
I think if you look at the last few days too, we've been talking about it, for the regular footers out there, and it has mostly been lefts, I think it's fair to say, during those early rounds of the contest, that backhand surfing in smaller conditions, you know, there's almost a little bit of forgiveness there for being repetitive if you're doing big power turns. Today, the goofy footers on these long lefts are getting the opportunity to open up and throw great variation at us, and Jet's shown us so much already on his first 3 waves. His last one came through at a 6.57, didn't go into the top 2, but he's had calves, he's drifted the tail, he's hit the lip and set the fins free, and he's just mixed things up. Whereas Cade so far, I mean, he's had some failed attempts at the backhand snaps, but just hasn't been able to show us as much.
Yeah, there's just a little bit more room to move on the wave face today, and that's allowing the goofy footers to elongate the turns a little bit more, to lengthen out the calves and snaps. And it's, well, sort of evened up the playing field a little bit.
It's great to see. We've got a couple of big clashes coming your way, and a couple of more opportunities to see regular footers take on goofies through those last 2 quarterfinal heats. Imai Kalani DeVault, who's just been razor sharp on his run through to this point in the competition, going up against Ryan Callanan, who's thrown some of the biggest moves of the contest, and then David Silva will take on Leonardo Fioravanti. Love the story of all that CT experience on the bottom side of the draw up against this, the young guns on the Challenger Series, as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Solid friends taking on one another for a spot in the semi-finals here.
That was that little handshake. Secret San Clemente vibes there as Jet Schilling got things underway here on the front side. A beautiful drifting closeout hook to finish off. Cade came bouncing back on the backhand and just hammers that final section. That's his best ride. But it's this wave here. 4 turns, solid, starts off strong. Clean snap, staying light and agile, but super frisk. Getting a little bit of tail release. And you can just see the speed at which Jet's surfing. That's getting him these super good scores right now.
Yeah, moving with a lot of momentum. Cade's got the power, though. So if he gets an opportunity on one of those bigger set waves to dig into one of those huge backhand snaps, I think he's capable of getting himself right back in this heat. But I still feel like he might want to do it on the strength of 2 scores. But then when you look at Jet's 8.1, I mean, as fast as he was, as impressive as that wave was, it's not like Cade couldn't do more with a similar kind of ride. So the 9.26 could be attainable here in a single ride.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be. It takes a special sort of wave and a special sort of performance, though, for the judges to really get that excited, to want to throw that style of a score. You'd have to think there has to be some sort of a progressive element to it above the lip, coupled with some really strong, powerful surfing.
Jet, though, I think the judges have been using that upper end of the scale over these past couple of days of competition. And if I just think back to the previous quarterfinal and, in combination, some of the just absolute dynamite that Rio dropped in that heat, I have a feeling that something similar could get him into the nines.
Yeah, yep, I don't disagree with you. Again, I sort of come back to the wave. He needs that special kind of wave that allows him to open up.
Been really fun just watching both the opening events of the Challenger Series unfold. CT-like performances, winning up there at Snapper Rocks. Caitlin Simmers just looking so sharp, getting the jump on Molly Picklum there. So that was a real story of one of the rising stars coming up against someone who's gotten to that championship tour level, but obviously Katie had that opportunity to compete on the CT herself. So a little different there, but on the men's side, Sheldon Simkus, in his biggest finish in a major event, finishing up to Callum Robson. I just wonder if one of these grommets can muster the performance to overcome these experienced heads on the bottom side of the quarterfinal bracket.
I think perhaps, yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, you look at the way that Jet's surfing at the moment, he could do it. Think back to Rio's performance, I think he could do it. So I think we're just in for a great day of surfing. Here we go, Jet.
Yeah, big float there. That one not going to go into the top two. I don't think he even concerned himself with finishing off that wave. Just over 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think he knew at that moment that it was not going to really factor in, so he just threw it away. And Jet will try and go and join his buddy out the back, quick sticks, because Cade, at about 3.5 minutes, probably needs to find a wave in the next 30 seconds to a minute if he wants to break this combination, or not the combination, break this score down in a combination of waves, or it's going to be the single attempt.
Yeah, we've spoken about the influence that obviously Kolohe had on these groms, but San Clemente, rich, long history of unbelievably talented surfers that really changed the way competitors perform with the jersey on. Shane Beshan probably being one of the obvious ones, but Christian Fletcher too.
Yeah, Christian Fletcher. I remember watching videos of Christian and also Matt Archbold as well. And it was the first time we really got a look at aerials and what's possible, and a new kind of raw way of approaching a wave, and just that well, immaculate canvas that is Lower Trestles is just it's a fun park, and it encourages that style of surfing. Yeah, Besh took it to a new level, and then that new school generation, well, they just took the ball and ran.
Yeah, they are. With such needle pushes, they actually really turned up the progressive surfing and innovative approach. It's to the point that the established guard got rattled when Christian Fletcher was starting to getting scored for aerial manoeuvres. They actually
whinged a bit.
Oh, they put together a letter to the administrators of the sport and the Surfer magazine to stop running photos of Christian back in the day. All signed off on it.
Yeah.
It was shocking. Now, these days that wouldn't fly. But yeah, all the competitors, I think, need to credit those guys with that approach. Certainly influenced the generation before theirs, but it's trickled down.
Well, they were the names that we mentioned, Christian and Matt Archbold. Of course, they were more free surfer style surfers, but I think it was perhaps Potts who really brought it into the competition framework, and he was the one that I guess, made airs acceptable in competitive surfing.
Well, he moved to that area.
Yeah.
And his approach had a huge influence on San Clemente. A big shout out to our mate Potts. Absolute legend. Been too long, mate. Just on a minute remaining here. And Cade Matson's in a spot of bother. He's got priority out there, but he needs a huge score. Just hasn't really been in this heat from that opening exchange. Jet really set the pace early.
Just bottom of the tide here, so a lot of these waves closing out, not offering Cade even the opportunity to open up. It looks like he might have a paddle on here. He's going to pull the trigger.
He's got to really dig in on this ride. He's loading up. He's going for it in one turn. Unbelievable rotation. You could see there was a bit of a disconnect with the equipment there. He's not going to reel it in. And Jet Schilling goes into celebration mode out back. A massive heat victory for Jet. A great performance through the contest for Cade. And I'm sure after he processes this heat, Cade will be able to sit back and cheer Jet on.
It takes a while. It takes a little while to come down and switch it from disappointment into, okay, it's not a bad result. It's a good showing. It's good for the confidence. But, yeah, at the moment it does sting a bit. But Jet, he doesn't look like it's done yet. And that sets up an incredible semi-final.
Yeah, he's going to take on Rio Waida. But have a look at the numbers for Jet Schilling. Powering through to the semi-finals here. Quarterfinal number 3 is just around the corner. Imai Kalani-DeVault taking on Ryan Callanan. You're watching the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. As we look at our Bailey ladder bracket, we already have semi-final. Number 1 filled in there, Rio Waida versus Jet Schilling. Quarterfinal 3 and 4 are going to decide who will be in that semi-final number 2 and fill in those blanks. And we're filling in your ears with some surf talk. I'm Kaipo, joined by Rabbit, and thanks for joining us here in quarterfinal number 3, Rab, and Imai Kalani-DeVault versus Ryan Callanan. Good matchup.
Well, a great matchup, and look, although we are heading towards the pointing end, and I'll get back to that point in a second.
Yeah, here's a replay of Ryan Callanan and Arcal. Looks like he had a great start to his matchup right there, combo. And we look at in slow motion the technique, Rabbit, and it's just great rail work.
Yeah, well, Arcal definitely enjoying these extra power and size today, and he's able to really cut loose. I think this is going to be an amazing showdown here, because although we're heading towards the pointing end. I think this is the first time we've had heats with CT surfers.
True that. Okay, quick one for Imai. So not as dynamic as Arcal, because Arcal opened up with a 9.5. Here goes the backup already. Great carving maneuver again. Great rhythm. Throws the tail. Second turn. Some variety. A little late there, but punches the lip, no problem. Gets out of there. He's going to back up a 9.5 opener, Rabbit.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Like, what a massive score. And look at the judges, like, right across the board. They're consistent.
Yeah, consistently deeming it in the excellent range. Here's Imai. He's going to have to answer back. High line approach here. And sees nothing at the end of that wave. Has to kick out.
Yeah, Ryan's waves have definitely allowed him to go to the full extent of his flow, his power, his rhythm, and he looks so on song. This backup is another great ride. As I said, Kaipo, it wasn't so long ago. I mean, you actually look at the bottom half of this draw, as we see Emily on this wave, another short, sharp ride. This bottom half of the draw is stacked with guys who only a month ago were on the CT.
Yes, that is true. We look at Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani-Deval, both falling off after that mid-season cut. David Silva and Leonardo Fioravanti, also victims of that mid-season cut. They will be in quarterfinal number 4.
So that is so stacked on the bottom half of this draw. You know, the top half of the draw had a lot of grommets in it.
Yes, true. Well, I just looked at the local tides, Bugs, and it looks like we just passed the low tide mark here at Manly, and the tide push is pretty evident with the size of the surf that we're seeing come through right now, right at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, well, I've seen a couple of waves capping on the Queenscliff bombing, and that's always an indication that the swell is up. And this is a pretty classic day at Manly. Offshore conditions, we've been waiting for good conditions. We sort of taste, we had the first 2 days of the waiting period, excellent, but only 1 to 2 foot. Then yesterday morning, we had a brilliant start, and then it got all, we had squally storms coming in, fronts, onshore, a little bit of glass off at lunchtime, whaling onshore again, and they decided to hold back on the men's quarterfinals. And what a clever move, what a smart move that was, because they've picked the eyes out of this. Amazing conditions here today.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, how great is it that it's set up for this finals day today, where we're going to be crowning both men and women champs on the Challenger Series, as well as our first champs for men and women in the Longboard Series, which is just beginning here at Manly. Numbers filtering through, and Ryan Callanan's already really put it to the boy from Maui, because Ryan Callanan came through with an 9.5, backed it up with an 8.5, a 2-wave total, Bugs, of 18 points out of a possible 20.
This is an astonishing start by any surfer, but not only that, but he's got priority. And Emai Kalani hasn't quite got going in this heat yet. He's had a couple of half-decent scores, but they've been short, sharp rides. Nothing like these ones that Ryan has got. He's definitely had a good look at what he's after out there, and they've turned up.
Yeah. Well, Jet was surfing fast in that last heat, and he's rocketed into the semifinals. He's with True.
Jet, a 7.83 and an 8.1 to start your heat, first 2 waves. Seems like there wasn't many nerves to start there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty stoked. I can't believe it in the semis. Bummed I had to come up with my friend so early, but it's all good. It is what it is, and I was really pumped. Yeah.
Talk to me about that. You were up against a friend, a travel buddy of Cade Matson. Seems like maybe it was a junior heat for you, but there was a lot on the line.
Yeah, it was like back in the NSSA days, he used to beat me every time, so I was pretty stoked to get him on that one. But yeah, he's the man at the end of the, I'm stoked.
Well, you got one up on your friend. Would you like to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, big shout out to all my friends and family back at home. My brother, thank you. He's like my #1 supporter, so shout out to Malik Schilling.
Well done, Jet. Good job.
And Kaipo, you know what that really reminds me of? It's like, when you see on the PGA Golf and they're on the Pro Tour and
you know, getting to in becoming a contender. And they went to university together, and they played university golf together. This is like these guys, NSSA surfing together as buddies, and suddenly they're not on the top tier, but gosh, they're well on their way to it.
Yeah, NSSA has been doing great things in amateur surfing in America for decades now, started by a couple of bronze Aussies.
Yeah, that's right.
Pete Townend and Ian Cairns.
Yeah, they did. They went to America and got that going, and it was kind of like in Australia, we always had that club surfing going. It had become an institution, but our scholastic programs were nowhere near as sophisticated as the NSSA became.
Yeah. Kept kids in school.
Well, what we ended up having to do, and it happened around the same time when Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Dean Morrison were coming through, and we went to meet with the high school principal, and we got surfing into the sports excellence programs, and that's kind of like the equivalent.
Right.
Well, that was just to get him to school.
Well, I think that was the same motivation with the NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association, because you had to provide your report card to be able to get into the competitions.
And then the other side of it is that you had to have some academics results to stay in the program.
Yes. There's a few students that were pretty borderline, but they still made the national team. I'm not going to name any names.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of fudging going on.
We're not going to go on record with that. But yeah, it was a great era. All right, well, you know what? There's 19 and a half minutes on the clock. And I'm not saying that Arcal could come in, but it would be hard to squeeze out any more points because he's already, like I said, 2-wave total, 18 out of a possible 20. That's starting off a heat with a bang.
Yeah, where do you go from that? You could probably go sideways. It's hard to go further up, but and Imo Kalani needs an 8 to get out of combo. That is just such a mighty task. But you know, we have seen this before because Michael Rodriguez began that heat yesterday, and we thought it was all over. And then there was just the comeback of comebacks.
Yeah, and Rio was able to come back. So if there's anything that we've learned, is that you can't count anyone out given this break. Especially
at this level too, because these are guys were just in the trenches at the CT. They've been through the hard knocks and are both very hungry to get back there. They both truly belong at that CT level, and they believe that.
So I would just think that the first course of action for Imai that we're seeing on screen right now would be to get out of that combination, get out of that 2-wave requirement. So what he needs to do is first score an 8 or above, just so he can cut it down to a 1-wave ask.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Ryan Callan's holding the fort out there, and these like 8s and 9s have kind of been these one-off waves that have just come through. There's a lot of waves that are walled, and they've had this beautiful tapering peel that is with us, you know, a really good draw off the sandbank to be able to come square off the bottom with a vertical pocket.
Yeah, those waves were just sent to Ryan Callan, and he was able to execute them, but they were beautiful, beautiful looking waves. Ryan Callan coming back from a broken hand injury that kept him out of a championship tour event #1 over at Pipeline. And then after that, just had a string of 17ths in the following 4 events before the mid-season cut. And number 33 on the rankings, that wasn't going to do it. So right now, Arcal, he's going to fight through this Challenger Series and try to solidify a position by the end of this series in the top 10 and earn his way onto the 2023 World Tour.
Yeah, and I mean, he's come and gone, Ryan, and every time he comes back, I mean, I was kind of surprised to see him fall off the tour, to tell you the truth, but he did start with that injury, and of course, then at sunset, I don't know if he was properly healed, and both these guys had a really very ordinary results in Hawaii, which is so unusual, but then I felt with Imo Kalani, he got stronger. He was really starting to feel it through that Australian leg. And remember, he had some extraordinary heats that he came second in heats that he would have won others.
This is true. This is true. And speaking of true, I'm going to go out the back with Dometic, and True Starling is there.
Thanks, Kaipo. I'm here with Kiala Tamata Bannett. Kiala, you're in the first semi-final. You've been watching the quarterfinals. How exciting is it to have really fun waves out there this morning?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good waves coming through right now. So I'm just super stoked that we're going to get the opportunity to surf really good waves. So, yeah, I'm just excited to go surf.
And you had a really great heat yesterday with your backhand attack. Are you eyeing off those lefts this morning?
Yeah, I think it's mostly still lefts. I don't think there's rights that as often as the lefts. So, yeah, just eyeing those lefts down.
Thanks so much for the chat, and good luck in the semis.
Thank you.
Kiala, great surfer, and you know she told me she does get nervous, but she just seems always so calm and centered and collected.
She's really calm in her heats.
Yeah.
You know, there's not much extra. You can't see any stress out there. Let's see if Kalani can get into this heat. He's got a bit of a peeler here. If he can get this third maneuver in, there's a good-looking wave. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to get right back in the game, needs a finish, and that's not going to do it. An awkward bank to finish off there. He was swinging through a couple of nice hooks on the backhand, but it would have been tidy for him to wrap that up and have a finish on his feet.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to squeeze four in. Maybe he'd done two really solid turns that were really up there with Ryan's, and then the third one, he maybe should have just held back and just done one big third one. That's a great setup move. This is where he gets into his flow. And it's just got a little, the wave went a little bit soft there, and then he just mistimed that last turn, so he will get docked on the points for that, but he was well on his way towards an excellent score. Let's see what he did get. And here goes Arkel, and he's just picking off unbelievable waves.
Ryan Callahan glides through that opening foam section around the corner, and again, hucks it all the way back on the carve on the forehand. Why not? Throws the tail, grabs the rail, but does not complete that maneuver. He will remain in the lead, however, and we're past halfway through the heat. Ooh, and a crunchy little section right there that he has to bail his board.
Yeah, the real low tide impact zone going there. Now, the one consolation here is that for the first time, Emma Kalani gets priority. As I said, the first time since Ryan posted both those huge scores. We're still waiting for the scores to come in. But look, the one thing about the men's side is that there is 8 events, 5 count, as we see Ryan here. And he just punches over that first section, gets the float, goes into his wrap, and it's an amazing wrap he's got there. This section, look how steep it gets there. And slightly mistimed that, but he was absolutely just gunning for it. Yeah, so if you came into the Australian leg, I think you would be going, I've got to come out of here with one keeper.
Yeah.
And so both these guys, regardless, have got that. You know, anywhere from the quarterfinals on, to me, is a keeper. A fifth, maybe the lower end, but certainly we've been talking about before, if you're carrying a ninth, you're going to need a first or a second. At least a fifth is definitely somewhere in that 5.
Well, and a great point, because Leonardo Fioravanti in quarterfinal number 4 already has a 5th to his standings. So he's going to leave the Australian leg, Leo is, with 2 keeper scores. And that's 40% of the way there, Bugs. So we're going to keep track of all these numbers, and we're going to update people as we go through. But before we can do that, we're going to have to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be right back after that break with more surfing from Manly. It's finals day.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Apple TV Plus, that's where you will find the series Make or Break, a fascinating look behind the scenes of the 2021 Championship Tour. I highly recommend it. It's a great watch, and you know what? It's a great watch even if you're not a surfer and want to learn more about the sport, because it's just not all rainbows and tube rides. There's a lot of stuff going on in between events and even during events. Like, actually during events, sometimes you get cruel scores, Rabbit, and when we come out of break right now, Imai Kalain about to break the combination. He needed an 8-point ride, and the judges gave him a 7.9.
Oh, that really is a cruel blow, because it counts for nothing. He's still comboed. He still needs an 8 to get out of priority, out of combination, and God, that's a gnarly score.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming the judges, because what Imai needed to do is he needed to finish that wave. He did fall on the final maneuver. I truly believe if he went complete on that wave, he would have got an 8 or more, and then he would have broken that combination.
Well, he got a 7.9, and he sort of muffed that last section. He was on his way to an 8.5 right there.
So now Imai looking towards the shore, trying to calm himself. Knows he needs, no matter what, he needs 2 wave scores right now. He does have the slight advantage of having priority at the moment with 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, but the clock can be your enemy sometimes. Here we go again for the 7.9. Let's re-examine this as he throws the tail there, starts his rhythm right here. Beautiful second turn, gets up for a third carve, and this is just a little late there, catches the outside rail, goes down, and thus suppresses the score.
It did suppress it. It just put him underneath that threshold of the 8-point threshold he needed to break out a combination. So, gosh, now he needs 2 excellent scores. It's a tough ask. He does sit out there with priority once again.
Conditions hanging in there. Beautiful day here surf-wise.
Yeah, and it is the last day of the waiting period too, Kaipo, so it's not like we've got room to move here. We are...
It was an easy decision from the events department, wasn't it, this morning? We're going to run, but luckily the waves showed up. We're on the other side of the tide, so we'll have a tide push throughout the day today. I'll tell you right now, it's 10:29 local time here in Manly. We're going to have an incoming tide till a little bit after 4 p.m. this afternoon. So throughout the day, we're going to see more water on the bank, and hopefully that push also helps with the swell.
Well, the swell's here. I mean, it was a great sight.
Yeah.
To come down this morning when I walked down, I saw Fairy Bow, sort of about a 4 or 5 foot wave peeling off there, and went, great, it's arrived.
Ryan Calnan just having fun with it. Why not get loose, because he's got a big lead. Don't want to hurt that board, hand or ankle though. Imai continues to just hold position, sets anchor, and he's not going to flinch unless he sees a ride that wave that he knows has in it that excellent number that he requires.
And I mean, you wouldn't count him out with just over 7 minutes remaining, because if within the next 2 minutes a really good wave comes through, I do believe he'll do it justice.
You can see on the headland there some action, so maybe an indicator of an incoming set.
It is that's a great indicator. The Queenscliff Bomb is a great indicator. You look out there, you see a little cap coming. You know there's a solid set coming.
Gosh, it kind of looks fun out there.
And yeah, well, it doesn't take long for that out there to arrive at the contest site. It looks really fun, doesn't it?
I'm sure Imai is aware of that as well, so trying to position himself. Arcal right next to him, paddling in a little bit
of a Rip starting to come through the lineup. And again, the personality of the break has been changing throughout the day, every day. So you really have to be adaptable to the conditions in front of you. As the conditions have changed, the banks have changed a lot since we started the competition.
Yeah, it has. And this is the thing. And you can see sand in the lineup. You can see sand in the impact zone. It's an ever-shifting beach break. And it really responds to changes of swell direction. The sand shifts around. The winds and the swell move the sand into position, or they flatten it out. Okay, he's elected to go. There's a set here.
Double up on this one.
Boom. I was only going to get the one maneuver in. And I think it might be, yep, it's the wave behind.
Arcal showing some, showing some strategy. He wants to hang on to priority.
It was a milky wave. I mean, Arkel's just had the cleanest bowls. But here's that set that we spoke about that was hitting the ferry bower. And, you know, whether it peaks up or... Arkel, if he sees a good one, I don't think he'll be able to resist going. So you can see there's the Queenslip bombing just about capping. So it looks like there's plenty of wave action in the area right now.
Appropriate for finals day here. And Manly's been good to us, pretty consistent throughout this 8 days of running the event. I'm going to count 8. I'm kind of losing track a little bit. I'm thinking 8.
Look at this wave, 8 consecutive days. And it's walled, but is it too walled? Yes, it is. And this is another factor, though. Some of the bigger sets, they've got to come in and they've got to find that peak factor. A little bit of an A-frame with a sliding peel. But now with under 5 minutes to go, the equation does change now, because Emma Kalani still needs 2 excellent scores. He's really up against it now.
Let's enjoy this Harvey Norman recap and the surfing of Ryan Callanan, as it was deemed excellent by the judges and excellent by our standards here on the set.
Yeah, it's a scintillating ride. He knows it. But what a backup too. He's really getting the clean waves. It's a carbon copy of his first wave, just probably not quite as a dynamic a finish, but no, it wasn't. But gosh, Emma Kalani, he's on his way to, I believe, an 8.5 on this one. Sets it up beautifully. I love that. Down the line he goes, gets a third turn in, and just got pulled back on his score potential right there. Would have got him over the brink.
Yeah. And that's what he would have needed. Taking a look at David Silva entering the water here, and he's got that trusty Firewire Slater Designs flat earth model under his arm. He's been using that model just like a little spaceship to hover over sections throughout the competition, just flying. So I look forward to that matchup. David Silva, Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next.
Oh, this bottom half of the draw is just so jam-packed. It's dynamite, because these guys are coming off the CT. They're battle-hardened, and they're going to bring it.
Well, under 3 minutes, and things are looking very unlikely for Imai Kalani-Duval, just given the fact of being able to even get 2 waves, and he's going to have to do that under the priority of Ryan Callanan.
Now, even though it was wave choice, he was on the spot. I mean, you kind of call that, Ryan's had the rub of the green, so to speak. He's just been in the right spot, unchallenged to get both those waves.
And it happens. The unpredictable playing field of the ocean at the various breaks that we go around the world on both the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour.
Here's an aerial. I reckon here's an aerial attempt.
Yeah, he's going to need it. Here we go. Whoa,
oh, massive
layback throw tail.
Yeah, kind of throwing caution to the wind, and why wouldn't you? I mean, he's got to sort of manufacture something on a closeout.
We call that the current turn. Well, there's so many current turns, but that's kind of one of the current turns right there, the layback throw tail. The one-footed layback throw tail.
Yeah. And then disappear in the white water, and then completely with 1 foot on the board. So, and sometimes completely disconnected, then magically, like Houdini.
Yeah. TC, Tom Curran, he's a magician, still creating magic.
Well, 1 minute and 20 seconds counting down. Ryan Callanan taking a look at this one. And he's going to surf this for fun. Let's see what he's got. Wow, that was a pretty cool finish right there. Imai.
Yeah, here we go. Only a minute to go. He's going to do a big row.
There he goes. And a great completion, just showing the skill.
Now, you know
Ryan Callanan likes it, we like it too.
Now, I'm telling you, Kaibo, if Imai Kalani had just got even an 8.2
right
on that last wave, I mean, I would say to you then, well, he needs exactly a 9.8.
Yep.
I mean, that was absolutely spectacular, and he's still got 35 seconds left, and because he's in the lineup again.
Yeah. Well, first we'll take a look at Ryan Callanan. Power carve there, but I like the quickness and the agility of that final turn. Just goes for it, throws a tail, gets the fins free, and then the recovery. But this, Bugs,
is something else. I mean, this is it's a crowd pleaser, if anything. It's just amazing. I mean, that's as high as you could get. I mean, Philly, you know, John or Toledo would be proud of that one. There he goes.
Well, maybe he can go back to back. Let's see. This wave's going to count. Wave just comes up short.
Gosh, that's amazing. You know, imagine if he goes super close to the combined score.
Yeah.
I mean, Arkel's got a good one to go in there too.
Yeah, he sure does. 8.73 for last of Ryan Callanan. He upped his two-wave total to 18.23 out of a possible 20. So excellent heat for Ryan Callanan, and he stamps his way down to.
Oh, but look at this.
Wait a minute. Well, he will. He's going to go to the semis. But hey, great surfing, great effort by Imai Kalani-Devault. The man from Maui, a 9.17 on the fight back, Bugs.
Look at the combined score.
17.07 two-wave total for Imai Kalani-Devault. That would have easily got him out of quarterfinal number 2. We're going to take a break. It's so exciting. You don't want to go anywhere because quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water when we return. We're going to wind the clock back to 2020 here at Manly, where Leonardo Fioravanti was a great performer in some small conditions and came out on top of the pack, Rabbit.
Yeah, amazing surfing, just so aggressive and full of intent.
Digging deep in this final, had to make it happen on the last wave of this final, surfed his absolute heart out, found out on the beach that he's the champ, and the celebration went from there. A great feeling that Leonardo Fioravanti wants to reclaim in 2022. First, he's going to have to get through David Silva in this quarterfinal number 4. And as we get back to live action, no waves ridden as of yet in this matchup. Both surfers sitting patiently for that first exchange, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a pretty important first exchange. Leo's got just a slight edge on the left-hander, but I mean, you know, that footage. I mean, something tells me that Leo likes to win.
Ultra competitive from a very young age, groomed to become a pro surfer, and had a great peer group, Leonardo Fioravanti. His peer group, Jack Robinson, Kanoe Igarashi. Those 3 amigos really grew up together, traveling the world in the junior series, later on to the QS, and finally to the big show of the championship tour. Leonardo wants to get back on that big show in 2023. He was a victim of that mid-series cut at Margaret River, standing number 27th on the championship tour standings at that point after that event, so he got the cut. Similar to David Silva, who was also at an equal 27th when that cut occurred. So both of these surfers really going to dig hard in this Challenger Series, which is the launching pad back onto that championship tour. David Silva, 27 years old, out of Guarujá, Brazil, a great a family man, a father, a husband, a ultra quick surfer, came through the QS kind of under the radar, hit the championship tour, and impressed a lot of people, including Kelly Slater, with his surfing, with his backhand surfing.
Yeah, his backhand surfing is sensational, and we've seen this week at Manly what he can do in his forehand. He has dug himself out of a few tricky situations using that all-wave coverage he's got.
Yeah, and he's got a great air game. Again, just keying in on the equipment, David Silva's been riding that Magic flat earth model from Slater Designs and Firewire. It's a design made by Akila Aipa, son of legendary surf coach and shaper Ben Aipa. The design features a pretty pronounced wing, or you would call it in Australia a flyer, and it's almost like a fluted wing as well, breaking that rail line and creating that pivot point, and David does it so well.
Yeah, well, so do the Ipas, because the Ipa Stinger, the Ben Ipa Stinger, was a famous surfboard back in the day. And now, David Silva has taken the inside. Leo looked at that. I don't know why. It was a complete wall closeout. And David just slips onto the inside for the left. But now we've had no action in this. 5 minutes gone. We had a very strong back-to-back sets at the end of the last heat.
Yeah. I want your conversation, if we're going to have a lull right here, on that Ipa. Those Ipa stings were revolutionary where we look at the history of surfing, in that that high wing broke the rail line and allowed, really the next progression in innovative surfing.
Yeah, I mean, before Mark Richards repopularized the twin fin, he was on the Ben Ipa Stingers. And I remember, he used to love those things. But Ben, Ben became a really good friend of mine. I always looked up. The very first time I saw Ben Ipa surfing was on TV in the 1970 World Contest at Bells Beach, and he was doing these side slipper rotation 360s through the Bells Bowl.
Oh man!
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I'd seen Terry Fitzgerald doing them up at Greenmount where I live, and Ben was just unbelievable because he had that wide stance.
Yeah.
This big Hawaiian man. And it looked so spectacular.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a product of the South Shore. There was that era of those high-placed single fins that were super loose. Looking loose right here. Leo throws it up, and that was a challenging section. A lot of crunch happening there. Nearly pulled it off.
This is not an easy wave. On a wave like that, that is not an easy wave to recover in the whitewater. It doesn't give you that time. You've got to do like nearly an instantaneous bounce.
Yeah. Here we go one more time. We can look at this in the replay. Leo knew he had to throw it right up there. But that was that bounce you were talking about.
Yeah,
Bugs.
and then look, I mean, this is a solid wave, Tide Bay. It's got some double up. He falls back here. Like right there, he's got to come with it right now. But you watch, he overcompensates and ends up going forward. So he tried there. He was still hanging in there by his ankles.
Well, there has been instances in that particular maneuver where the whitewater can actually bounce you back up on your board. I've seen it done a number of times, but it does. It's actually, that comes into almost luck.
You know, the best bounce back I've ever seen was actually Kelly Slater at Chopu. And he was in a semi-final, I think, with either CJ or Damien Hobgood. And he actually, no, it was against Bruce Irons. And it was a famous, Bruce was way ahead of him. And Kelly did this on a Chopu wave, did this layback where he landed on his back, was gone for all money, and just lifted himself up again.
That.
He actually looks like he bounced off the water.
I remember
It wasn't
that.
a whitewater one, it was an open face one.
Yeah, but it was still a bounce back
Yes,
onto his feet. Pretty incredible. Here we go. Silva streaking down the line, looking for some open face so he can do a nice carve. A little bit of whitewater to deal with here. Nice snap to finish. So a paced approach for David Silva on his first ride. So early advantage will go to David Silva with 22 minutes on the clock and counting down. Expecting a mid-range score.
And, you know, I mentioned before, but how good were the Hobgoods?
So good. Here, so let's take a look at some of the backup equipment here for David Silva. Now, that's a different model than the flat earth that he's riding. That's a more of a standard thruster that he has in his arsenal. It's a Dan Mann shape, and so Dan Mann, one of the lead designers over there at Slater Designs and Firewire. So he's got a variety of different equipment. You always notice with these Firewire designs the lack of a traditional wooden stringer, and instead having those carbon fiber reinforcements there.
Is that the open face layback model?
That's an open face layback. It's a Mankind is the name of that model. There's so many on offer from the good folks over at Firewire, and they've really been pushing both surfboard technology, but also you know, boards that are more easily recyclable. Here we go. This is a 4.5, rather.
4.5. It wasn't quite a crisp first turn. Not as crisp as he's been doing in the past, so 4.5. But a 4.5, this is not the same sort of heat that we've seen.
Yeah, we've heard it from the surfers in post-heat interviews and stuff where they're counting on one heat on, one heat off. It seems like that theme has been continuing on today, because last heat, quarterfinal number 3, was certainly a heat that was on.
Oh, wow. It was certainly on for Ron Callan. He got away to just this kind of world-beating lead. And Emma Kalani, he nearly got back in there. It was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, let's hear from the victor in quarterfinal number 3. Ryan Callanan is with True.
Well, it's all smiles here. You're through to the semi-finals. What a huge heat for you that one was.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say enough good stuff about him. He's been one of my favourite surfers on tour all year, and I think he's just starting to realise his potential and how good he is, and everyone's seeing it. And so, you know, getting the 2 scores at the start, it definitely made me feel at ease, but it actually kind of, I don't know, it felt like I got more nervous because I know what he can do, and yeah, I just felt like it freed him up, which fortunately for me, it didn't go his way until the end, but it wasn't enough. And yeah, it was nice to get some really nice waves here, and the waves are cooking, so hopefully it keeps going.
How exciting was it for that last air of Imai? I mean, it was pretty insane. I saw you clapping in the water. It's exciting to see everyone supporting their peers and their competitors in the water as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see good surfing. If it's for me, from my competitors, you know, it lifts me up as well. I actually thought there was a little bit less time than there was, and he nearly got back out and got another wave. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't have clapped for as long. But I mean, the air was mental. Like I said, he can do that stuff all the time, and it really pushes me to do better. So it's awesome to see how well everyone's surfing.
I know we're looking forward to seeing you coming up in the semi-finals. 4 more waves till you make it to the final and potentially a win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Just keeping it rolling, taking it as it comes, and see what happens.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home?
Just everyone. Well done, brother. Yeah, everyone. Thanks for the love and support. I've really been feeling it this last week and start of the year. So, yeah, keep it coming, and I'm doing this for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan Callahan, and he has a ton of support from the crew in Newcastle.
Yeah, he's a proud Novocastrian with a big support base, and you know, you pick up a lot of insights. I mean, the classic was that he was standing on the beach applauding his opponent getting like on his way to a near perfect ride. There was still 1:40 on the clock, and he went, "Hang on,
I better get back out there." Yes. So during that interview, we saw another throwaway from Leonardo Fioravanti trying to get his ball rolling, if you would, in this heat. Just 2 one-point rides to his credit and some incompletions. Going to settle himself right now. Still a lot of time on the clock. It's 17 minutes and 30 seconds. But Leo's going to want to mentally just put together a finish on a wave just to, you know, kind of get that momentum going right now, Bugs.
Yeah, he's staying hungry. He's sort of on a little bit of a scramble approach right now. He wants to get something. He knows that his opponent doesn't have a big score, but Leo's got nothing, and it's unusual for him to be. He hasn't surfed his heats like this. He has been pretty calm in his heats. He got a very calm one yesterday when conditions weren't so good, and he waited till the last bit, and it was a last gasp effort. I think he needed like a 7-2, and he got it.
Yeah, he's been battling throughout this entire event, and really, you know, when we talk to him, having a paced approach, knowing that this is just a week of surfing ahead of you, so you can't have bad days. Here we go. Silva streaking down the line.
Wow, that was a better one.
Flies through a couple turns here. Floats that inside. Look at how fast this board is under his feet. It's just, like I said, this is just a spaceship that's just been hovering over the water, skipping through sections.
He's surfing it like a spaceship. Yeah, I love that, how you equate that. That first carve, I mean, that's the real David Silva. This will be up there, this score, compared to his first ride. I love this first move here. At speed, just craps it back. That's a schrelping move. Then he's thinking down the line. There's a spacecraft floating over that section.
Yeah, just speedy, and I love it when we are able to slow it down to really see the carve and to the release, but then the bottom turn, double pump bottom turn, Bugs.
Yeah.
And just getting speed, so much speed off the bottom.
And here's Leo. Now we got this behind him, so this is a 1-2 combo here. Trying to get back in the heat. So Leo, yes, he gets a third one in, and he'll be out there for the priority as well. But there's David Silva down the beach. Danger, danger on the spacecraft.
Alley-oop lands on the roof and goes incomplete, but a nice attempt. I love when David Silva starts going through the air.
Okay, well, actually, David was going to be in position. Now, Leo's still in the whitewater here, but look at the paddle. This guy just paddled so vigorously. This is what it's all about. When you want that priority, this could have been anything, Propo.
And we look at the alley-oop attempt, a counter rotation that you would do in the air, popularized in skateboarding in the 70s, the alley-oop. I think I'm going to go back to 76 or 78. Chris Stropel probably started doing those first kind of counter rotations out of those great early era 70s skate parks.
Yeah. You know, there was some pretty innovative surfing going on over in Florida too. You know, I mean, you know, Matt Keckley, even before him, John. I got to remember his name, but he was
John Holman as well.
Holman.
Yeah, John Holman, an early aerial pioneer. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back though, because we're going to finish up this heat right after these messages. Isn't it beautiful? Headlands, white sand beaches, and great waves. As we look at our Bailey ladder brackets, as we already got semifinal number 1 all set. Semifinal number 2's got 1 vacancy in it, and whoever goes into semifinal number 2, either David Silva or Leonardo Fioravanti, is going to come up against an in-form Ryan Calnan, who was coming off an excellent showing in quarterfinal number 3. Live action here with Leonardo Fioravanti. Starts off with a vertical spear to the lip and finishes off with a vertical spear to the lip.
Well, Leo's definitely got himself back in the heat now. Still, now look, just while they're paddling out, we can't mention the genesis of aerial surfing progression without the great king of the alley, Christian Fletcher. And that whole era with Matt Archibald, it was amazing.
It sure was. As we reel through this for Leonardo Fioravanti, he's already got a 5.23 in his scoreline, looking to better a 4.5. I think he just did that as we check out this replay. But Leo actually got a couple of waves during the break. This is what he did on the forehand.
Okay. Okay, so score's waiting now.
Yeah, and while we wait for the score, I'm going to pay off Christian Fletcher because he was certainly, he was a good friend of mine, and we were both kind of part of that surf and skate movement that was happening in the late 80s, early 90s, where, you know, skateboarding was evolving and there was a lot of backyard ramps and stuff. And so we'd be seeking out all the backyard ramps and skating when the surf was flat. And then, you know, when there was surf, trying to start experimenting with doing airs on surfboards.
Yeah, well, look, I just, got to pay salute the whole family, the whole, the Fletchers. I mean, the first family surfing in California. I mean, you got the Hoffmans, you got amazing California surf families, but the Fletchers, Harvey, what a classic.
What a class act. What a class act. He's just a godfather of trestles.
And Nathan, you know, what he's been doing with his career.
Okay, the numbers are in for Leonardo Fioravanti, a 4.93 and a 6-point ride. Here he goes again. Leonardo is now in the lead over David Silva, and he wants to increase that lead as well. We'll see how he does that. Wow, just like that. After a couple of missed starts earlier in this heat, Bugs, Leonardo's right back in form in the back half.
But this is what he's done. He's such a hungry surfer. I mean, he wants this. And, you know, he's really been putting his heats together in flurries. So it's really been a feature of his approach to Manly. He's had success here. He's won. He wants that again. And, you know, he's coming back from the CT. He's sort of come back and forth. He's you know, a lot of it's been through injury. But this time it was just through, I guess, just not getting those results. And, gee, you know, he's coming out of Australia with some keepers.
He's going to have a couple of keepers for sure, and he's just increasing his points. Hey, I want to check out True. She's out the back with Dometic.
I am Kaipo, and I'm with Sophie McCulloch. Sophie, you're in the second semi-final up against Nikki Van Dyke. You had a really great heat yesterday defeating Katie Simmers. You would have been pretty stoked to take that one out.
Yeah, I was. It ended up being a really grindy heat. And yeah, Katie only needed a 5, so it was definitely nerve-wracking towards the end. But yeah, I'm happy that, the practice that I put in at my home break really paid off yesterday in the grindy conditions.
And you've shown up here this morning, and I tell you what, it's pretty pumping out there. Are you stoked to be out there and having a heat against some really exceptional surfers as well?
Yeah, it looks really fun. I hope I get myself on the best waves and surf them. But yeah, it's really nice that it's kind of picked up for finals day and it stayed offshore for now. Who knows, it could go onshore, but the boys are ripping, and yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Well, hopefully it stays offshore, and all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Good to hear from Sophie. She'll be coming up. We got a score in for Leonardo Fioravanti, the last wave, a 6.23. Leonardo increases his lead over David Silva. Silva looking for a 7-point ride or better to overtake that lead from Fioravanti.
Oh, look, this heat's still alive, but Leo, it's a very incremental build. He went from a 4.6 to a 4.93 to a 6 to a 6.23. Not out of this world, but it's a very important build. His opponent's got a 5.23.
I like the way you described Leo's approach as coming in flurries, and it seems like it's been that way throughout this event, and sometimes just having that flurry in the final minute of a heat to steal heats, which he's done.
He did it yesterday. I mean, he was gone for all money, but you know, where there's life, where there's light, there's life for this guy.
Just had to take a look at that one. No harm, no foul. He's on the priority of David Silva. David Silva sitting out there patiently waiting for a wave, and he knows from our on-site announcers that he needs a 7-point ride or better. Silva capable of doing that on the forehand, on the backhand, or in the air.
Well, David Silva now is moving back a little bit deeper up the bank, hoping for one of those lefts that he saw Ryan Callanan get. There really hasn't been that kind of quality on offer in this heat. It's been a bit scrappy. There's that back-to-back really good sets. I mean, we were looking out there, we saw the Queensland Bomber capping, and we saw sets over it to the right, but nope, they haven't appeared in this heat.
Well, playing percentages with the ocean is never a sure thing, but playing percentage, I'm going to say within 6 minutes, there should be a set within this final 6 minutes. And David Silva is in the driver's seat when it comes to priority. Down the beach, however, Leonardo Fioravanti taking a look at a wave, decides not to go. The headland, our indicator, Ferry Bauer.
Yeah, look how glassy it's got now. So that offshore, that brisk offshore that we had in this morning, just sort of come down to a gentle offshore breeze and glassy patches.
Yeah, the wind turning quite variable at the moment, and hopefully that's not a sign of perhaps some onshores coming sometimes after you have this variable set in.
Yeah, that's right.
But it seems like the land's very cool right now, so we won't get that convection.
Well, it's a good time of year to hang in there. You know, this late autumn. In summer, you'd be going, yeah, there's definitely an onshore coming.
Yeah. Leo, looking down the line, just floats through that section and just distanced himself from David Silva.
Yeah, he couldn't see himself improving on a 6. You know, he's checked his watch, 5 minutes to go. David Silva, you know what he does? He needs a 7. Gosh, you know that if he'd pulled that big row before or got a little bit more out of his other wave, he just needs a good left.
He needs a good left. It would be nice to see that alley-oop again, and that one go complete into a couple of turns, and then he's going to get the number. But first, he needs the opportunity to get to his feet. .430 on the clock, and David Silva continues to fish through the lineup, making sure he's on the appropriate spot on the bank for when a wave does present itself. Takes a look at this one, not a lot on offer there. Leo will take the corner.
Yeah, he's taking these corners. He's staying away from his opponent, and it's sort of paying off for him.
Oh, wow. What a corner it is. Yeah, and then just bottoms out right there, pokes the nose, goes incomplete.
Yeah, he leaves the door open because that would have probably pushed it out. That David probably would have needed about a 7.5 if he'd completed that wave. So the door well and truly open. Leo has another look at the clock. His watch is under 4 minutes, but still plenty of time now. Now David Silva just roving back and forward like a bronze whaler.
He is, and you know what? I mean, there's nothing you can do. Look, and just looking at the expression on David's face right now, it is a bit of concern because he realizes the gravity of the situation, and it's at some time when this happens, you know, can you just feel helpless out there because there hasn't really been a wave materializing, and he's had priority for quite a while.
And I'm not really seeing too much of an indicator over there at Ferry Bauer either. It seems like it's gone a little sleepy on the set front.
The dynamic, ever-changing playing field that we have in the ocean sometimes can be cruel to you when you have priority and the clock ticks down, and that's exactly what's happening right now to David Silva.
Yeah, well, Leo, if anything, he's had a gritty performance, staying well away from his opponent, and he's just being a bit of an opportunist.
Yeah, Leo been busy out there. He's caught 10 waves total, versus only the 3 waves being ridden by David Silva. So Leo really worked to turn that heat because David had the early advantage.
Well, Leo has increased his score there. He eliminated the 6. He's gone to a 6.17, which means now David needs a 7.17, so a whole point better. Now, under circumstances with this groundswell with sets, you'd bank on it. You'd go, you know what? I'm so not in trouble. But he's going to need something a little bit special.
Yeah, another 1/10 of a point. Actually, almost 2/10 of a point. Here we go. David Silva, this is going to be it.
He's going to have to race this wave.
Oh, no.
No, I didn't like the look of it.
That was a priority error right there. Pulled the trigger, and now Leo Fioravanti is going to be all over David Silva. Actually, he's going to play a little bit of offense, not even trying to defend himself. He sees this. He couldn't resist this wave. And again, banging away on the backhand. One more time. Great rhythm, great tempo. Finishing off, looking at the clock. Did he improve upon that 6.17, Bugs? What do you think?
I feel he did. I think he's backed himself here, and it's good to see this. That he said, no, I'm not comfortable. Gosh, it's amazing. He didn't, it was basically 2 minutes to go, and he didn't play defense.
And I like this. I like the offensive approach.
I like that move there.
Just surfing through it, right?
Yeah, I think, I believe he has improved his score.
So potentially more pressure and a larger number requirement for David Silva when the score drops for Leonardo Fioravanti under a minute. And I see a set looming right here.
Oh.
Could be that left-hander for David Silva.
Yeah, it's looking pretty decent from where we sit. And he is going for it.
Here we go. Looking down the line, beautiful wall. Hacks that first turn, pretty measured on that first turn. Hacks the second turn, still measured approach. 3 turns, needs a little sparky finish. And he thinks he got it. It's gonna be on the edge.
Yeah, well, and here's Leo.
Leo right behind him. And incomplete there, so David Silva feels he's got the number. He needs a 7.17.
Yeah, well, he does feel it. I'm not surprised that he's making many claims and many thanks.
It is.
But it's going to depend on what Leo gets on that previous ride too. Wow, that's a good move there. Okay, went a little bit softer there, but this is a pretty dynamic slashing move. Yeah, his supporters are happy, he's happy, but guess what, Leo
raises the bar. Leo's gonna raise the bar right now.
Yeah.
We need 2 scores from the judges, 6 point now. Now the requirement is David Silva's walking up the beach, running up the beach. He needs a 7.9, so the requirement's been raised on that last effort,
well,
Bugs.
you got to say it, he needs an 8-point ride. He needs an excellent score to win this heat.
He is hearing right now, and now he's worried because he hears that he needs nearly an 8-point ride on that last ride.
Gosh, it was a great finish, and Leo decided to back himself and surf it out. David Silva got the left he was waiting for. It's a big wait. It's an anxious wait. Great sportsmanship. Leo's not feeling that confident. You could just tell there. He doesn't know. But he gave it his all. 10 waves for Leo. Only 5 for David. But that last wave.
It's all the performance of that last wave. And 6.5 is not going to be good enough. He needs these other 4 judges to raise their number. 5.8 is just digging him deeper into the hole. 6.4, he's not going to get it. And that's going to be all she wrote for David Silva, 6.17. And does not get the requirement. He's going to leave with an equal 5th here from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap and fireworks for Leo Fioravanti in the second half of this heat, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this is the 6.9. He backed himself. No, that was his first wave. But anyway, he backed himself to improve his score, and it really paid off. This is the one right here. This is 6.9. He could have played defense. And he knows his opponent's very dangerous. This is the first dynamic move here. Probably just went a little bit soft there, Kaipo, and he finishes it very powerfully. They're a little stingy on him.
Leonardo Fioravanti happy, and he's making his way into semi-final number 2. We're going to make our way to a break, but we'll be right back. When we get back, women's semifinals in the water.
That was sketchy. Yeah, on the way, I couldn't believe it, huh? I paddled back out the biggest wedge. I'm like, oh my God.
The significance of Manly Beach is just so iconic. It's so rich in history. The likes of Isabel Latham back in 1915, she surfed with the Duke. Like, that's absolutely insane. And then Phyllis O'Donnell, like, she won her first world championship at the time there, and it just kept, you know, that momentum of iconic moments, whether it was Pam Burridge or the GOAT Lane Beachley. Every time you walk on that sand, you can feel the weight of history, and you just want to, you know, rise your level and surf out of your skin.
And we're back for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro into the women's semifinals as we take a look at the Bailey's ladder to see how they got to this position. Kiala Tomata Bernert up against Teresa Bonvalo for the first women's semifinal. Nikki Van Dyke up against Sophie McCulloch in the second semifinal. Shannon Hughes here in the booth to call some great action alongside Stace Galbraith.
Shannon,
and what a good day.
It has been a fantastic day. It's been waves non-stop. And yeah, just coming off the bottom of the tide now, I reckon it's going to get pretty fun all afternoon.
Great day of surfing ahead of us, and we saw some great names in those women's quarterfinals like Luana Silva, Sarah Baum, Alyssa Spencer, and Katie Simmers, who are going to be sitting in a good place on the rankings once we wrap up competition today. And we saw Kiala unleash on her backhand with a good-looking first turn to start off.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a shame. That wave kind of broke out a little bit further than what she was anticipating. If I was to take a guess, it would be that the two women at the start of this heat were probably jockeying for the inside pretty hard, and it just left them a little bit out of position for that first wave because there was certainly some good scoring opportunity on that ride.
Two very fierce competitors in the lineup between Kiala and Teresa. Teresa, of course, an Olympian, represented Portugal last year in Tokyo, which was really exceptional to be able to witness her at that level. She's had those championship tour wildcard opportunities, 5 call-ups within her lifetime, just 14 years old for the very first one. And in her third call-up back in 2017, she took out Tyler Wright in round 2, who was the reigning world champion, and really caused a shakeup in the event that year.
Yeah, definitely 5 CT starts. I mean, I think that's more than like a Liam O'Brien or something, you know, like that. She's almost had a full career on the CT just through wildcards, but I know that she would love to get there full time, and she's off to a flyer here out of the Australian leg, a semi-final at the moment, and you know, it could be the brewing of what could be a big win if she can keep it together.
Yeah, it's been amazing to just watch her on a roll this year and to start to find, I think, the consistency in her performances that now start to match the opportunities she's been given. That's a lot of wild card opportunities on the championship tour. The Olympics is an amazing opportunity as well. But for Teresa, we've seen her sort of struggle entering into this international conversation for qualification. She's been up there in that top 20, but has really struggled to get her name in as a solid within that top 10 to try and gain that qualification. And this year, she just seems to be unleashing a new level of performance, which is exciting to see. and providing a strong performance for the nation of Portugal. Even just thinking, Stace, about the fact that she has had those multiple wildcard opportunities, it's because Portugal has poured so much into women's surfing over the years. For it to be a mainstay event on the women's championship calendar has been really amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got such an amazing stretch of coastline there. Great people, great food, great waves. And they'll be stoked to see her doing so well here. However, I must note, she has not stood up yet and has second priority. So she must have had a little slip there earlier in the heat. It's surprising to see her sitting so close to Keala there with priority. We saw Leonardo Fioravanti in that last heat, as we see. There is no microphone in this lady's ears as she paddles away from Keala there. But we saw Leonardo do that perfectly in the last heat. You know, he was always just a little bit wider of David Silva, and it worked a treat. So we might see her get a campaign underway just here.
Ready to get her feet stuck into the wax. And into the lip for the first turn. It's the only section on offer, but made well of it.
Yeah, definitely. I spoke about her extension yesterday and how she kind of compresses and releases so well. There's a clip in our highlights reel from all the previous years where Carissa Moore has a beautiful turn in there, and you can see how she really just flares the tail and sits down into the turn. With beautiful style and a perfect technique. And Teresa's got the same sort of thing. She really commits to her surfing, and that'd be a good feeling, that ride. It's not going to be a huge score, 367, but she'll be stoked to be on the board now and hopefully get two of them on one wave.
Exactly. She connects two of those together. She's looking like a good lead over Keala. Down to 22 minutes on the clock in that last heat. We saw a great performance from Leonardo Fioravanti walking into the semifinals, hoping to back up his win from 2020.
That was a slow start, yet a stressful finish for that whole heat there, Leo. How did you get yourself back into that after pretty much a 15-20 minute heat there?
Yeah, the previous heat was firing, but usually when that happens, your heat is slow. And David is a good surfer. We've had three matchups here in Manly and a couple around the world. He's an incredible competitor. Never underestimate him. And when I got that last wave and I pedaled back out, and with 30 seconds to go, this bomb came. I'm like, oh. He did that to me in Mexico, where I needed a 4. I got a 5.5. I turned around, and he got the best of the heat. Like, not again. And, luckily, he didn't get the score and into the semis.
Yeah, when you're way towards the end there, and you're going to have a great matchup in the semis as well. Are you going to keep things the same, just kind of roll with the momentum going into the next heat?
I mean, Ryan is an incredible surfer. We have the same coach, Richard Marsh. He's been on fire. So I hope we just have a fun heat. It's both. It's a good result for both of us, but I think we both won that win really bad. So I just hope we have a really fun heat with some big scores, and may the best surfer win.
Would you like to say hi and thanks to anyone back home?
Yeah, ciao a tutti a casa, and Tri-Faz, you'll enjoy this next heat.
Well done.
Great hearing from Leo. That'll be a fun matchup with him and Ryan Callanan. Ryan's probably been the standout performer of the event so far, consistently making it into this end of competition.
Yeah, definitely. His record at Manly is exceptional, and Ryan's kind of gone heat on, heat off, but finals day, you're just going to have to be on every single heat. So, yeah, a fantastic performance from Ryan in that last heat. Probably the performance of the event, and I know he'll be feeling pretty good coming into this matchup. Leo making a quick shout out there to his home and home fans in Italy, but also his second home in Newcastle. He has the same coach as Ryan, as he mentioned, and the same physical trainer as well. So it's going to be, like he said, may the best surfer win.
What's it like being a coach in the situation where you've got two of your competitors going up against each other?
Yeah, it's such a personal journey, I think, as we see Teresa here.
We'll get back to that conversation in just a moment. Teresa now with an opportunity. She started with that 6, it's that 3.67. She's now wrapped it back to put that 2-turn combination together and build on the scoreline.
Another nice wave there, just arguably just another settler. You don't want to take too many settlers though. You really want to start putting big scores up as early as you can in situations like this. Because if the pressure's going to get to anyone, it's usually in this part of the event, the pointy side, where you can see people start to get a little bit further ahead of themselves than what they need to. So obviously, it's fairly straightforward to say that the quicker you can get on the board with the biggest scores possible, it's going to make life a little more difficult. And we saw that with Imai and Ryan. Imai just having that little slip on that backside re-entry combination he had. And it's such a normal term for him to do. He'd do that every day of his life. But he was comboed. He probably knew he needed a big score. He'd done 2 huge turns. If he just had finished that wave, he might have gotten 8.5. And as Bugs was saying, he could have got the 9.17 or higher, sorry, there at the end with that backside air. So, yeah, I'm really not too sure that these two ladies will be holding on to these 3s and 5s come the end of this heat.
Scores in. It's a 5.33 for last of Teresa. Has her sitting in the lead. Keala now chasing a 5.83, but like you said, we'd be expecting them to ditch even those score lines in that 5-point range and really build on it. They've had some great consistent results so far to make it up into the semifinals. So they'll be looking to tap into that. And back to that conversation around wearing the coach's hat when you got 2 surfers pinned against each other, really talking about that personal journey.
Yeah, definitely. It's your performance on the wave face and then the decisions you make to get to that point. And particularly with these 2 young men that have just come off the tour, no doubt they would have things in their arsenal they would be looking to, explore or tune up. This next heat is a perfect example to do that.
Teresa with another chance in front of her, goes in for a big section, controls the turn on the finish. That wave had a lot bigger face to it, much steeper section to work with.
Yeah, I definitely think she's going to replace the 3.67, so she's definitely building.
As we take another look at it here.
Oh, and a hard turn to hang on to there. She did well not to get bumped off her board. Getting it right up vertical on the front side is particularly hard to do in conditions like this.
So unable to find a connection with an opening section before that closeout finish. But we'll see where the judges take it on just that single maneuver. Now, Keala has been super quiet for the last 10 minutes or so. She got off to a quick start with that 3.17, has been waiting very patiently with priority next to her name since then. She hails from the island of Kauai and has some great women that have kind of pioneered the pathway for her into where she's currently on the Challenger Series. Women that are currently sitting in those world title conversations like Tatiana Weston-Webb, of course the likes of Malia Manuel, but then really taking in that influence as well from Bethany Hamilton and Alana Blanchard. And now she's seeing one of her own classmates in Gabriella Bryan walk away with a great start to her championship tour career with that, Gabby being that only rookie on the women's side to make it past that mid-season cut, to have an opportunity to compete at the Roxy Pro G-Land and to try and get a name into the top 5. I think it's been a really exciting thing for Keala to see now in her own generation, a younger surfer like Gabby making a name known for the island of Kauai after having such great women that have kind of come before and are currently representing it.
Yeah, definitely. There's always been a fantastic representation coming out of Kauai on the men's and women's side. And yeah, Keala's another extension of that. And she's been doing so well this event. I'm not too worried that she's just sitting there and waiting. I feel like she's been really confident with her wave selection so far.
And another good snap to start for Teresa. Doesn't quite hold on to that finishing section, which looked pretty heavy.
That's more like it. That would have been a huge score if she was able to make that second turn.
Okay, so Teresa obviously opting to stay busy. She dropped in a 5.70 for that last wave on the single turn. It was her highest score so far.
Yeah, definitely. That's a classic example of the judges looking for quality over quantity. And there's just a little message in that. And the surfers, they dissect that. They know, okay, last wave 2 turns, 5.33. This wave 1 big turn with the fall here. So it's going to be interesting to see where this score lands. But yeah, that's sort of classic 101 judging, particularly in these conditions where the tide is still pretty low. It has turned, but it's still pretty dumpy out there.
And straight into another one on the paddle back out, snap to start, drives around the section, just can't find that finishing line, similar to the last wave, just much smaller. Now waiting to see where the judges go with that last one as we track with Keala. Sitting with priority for a long time here, would be hearing scores, better scores dropping in from Teresa, feeling freed up under priority. And now she's got a good looking left on her hand. Her backhand definitely being the strength within her surfing. As she connects with that opening section, throws it up into the second. Big rooster tail of spray coming off and connects through for a third turn with a foam climb. She's going to stick with this one and look for that inside double up. Now redirecting onto her forehand, finding some nice flow as she connects through to the inside.
Yeah, as I was sort of mentioning earlier, there's some surfers you see them there sitting and waiting. David Silver's probably one of those characters. You'd almost rather see them riding waves. But the way Keala's constructed her heat, she's been patient. She knows what wave she wants. And she's done well to find this wave here, which given her a lot of scoring opportunity. It tapered off down the line, but it didn't go too flat. It still gave her 3 sections to square up and tag. And she'll be feeling stoked about that.
Yeah, those first 2 sections, I almost thought she was going to just be caught too far behind and it was going to close out the same way that we've seen Teresa just close out down the line for her, but it stood up with that nice pocket.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess it's no real surprise to anyone tuning in. The Hawaiians have such a special relationship with the ocean. They know how to read lineups anywhere around the world. And yeah, Keala's leaning into one of her strengths there, which is being patient. She waited a very, very long time for that wave. You know, the 317 that she caught was, you know, the better part of 12 or so minutes ago. So she's done really well there to wait for that wave and perform as well as she did.
Judges taking their time to drop a score through at the moment with Teresa's heat total of an 11.03. Keala's requiring a 7.86 to move herself into the lead. We'll see how that score falls through and what her situation is in just a moment as we see. We'll go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more action right after this. Here in the beautiful Manly Beach, New South Wales, Australia, just outside of Sydney. Well, we're currently in Sydney, but we're just outside of the harbour and some of the world's best locations to travel, to eat good food at, to have some adventuring in this local area. And we get to spend the week at a really fun looking beach break as we see Keala up into the pocket, connects with the lip. She's gonna try and look for that next section, knows it's gonna close out, so she'll just pin drop her way out of that one. And scores in from her last wave, Stace, before we threw to the break. It came through as a 5.43 to set her up now, just chasing a mid-range 5.
Yeah, that definitely worth the wait there. It's got her right back in the heat. And yeah, like you said, she's just chasing a mid-range 5 now, which is obviously well within her capabilities. She's been dropping massive scores all week. Yeah, it's just a matter of finding another good wave, which unfortunately this one wasn't. I feel like there might have been some more down the line, but it just had that little bit of a rib in it, and it was sort of a very tricky wave to negotiate as we got Teresa up and riding here.
Oh, connects with the pocket to start off for Teresa. Straight into the second turn, and that'll be all that she has on offer. Looking to build on those couple of 5s together, but she's gotten for some big single maneuvers at the moment. Keala dropped in a 3.23 for her backup score. She is now sitting with priority, and she's going to use it. Straight into the section. Connects with the lip. It's a little bit of a flatter surface of the wave for that first turn, but then finds a nice connection for the second one, and she'll finish out. Looking to build to that 5.61 as we're waiting for last of Teresa to drop through again. And it's still really consistent today. It was kind of really clean this morning when we showed up and the women's longboarding event got underway. We've seen a little bit of that wind come up, but still some great consistent conditions.
A lovely first bottom turn there. Unfortunately, the section just not cooperating. The second turn was really nice, and she's done well to fit in a little foam climb there. And then Teresa's wave coming a little unglued there. You actually saw her fixing up or running her fingernails through her wax after she kicked out of that wave. And she actually had a similar ride to that in one of her earlier heats. So I'm not too sure. Maybe she's pulled in her cold water wax from Portugal and she needs to be using a bit warmer of a water wax. I'm not too sure what's going on there. But my gut feeling from both of those last rides is they're not really going to have an effect on the heat at all. They might have felt nice to ride. Kiala had a really nice turn in the middle of that wave, but the start and the finish just sort of lacked that oomph, and I don't know if she's even going to better her 5.43, which, I mean, obviously she's only chasing a 5.61, so there's not much daylight there between those two scores, but I think that'll be her second best ride, but that's not what she wants to hear at the moment. She wants to be getting that requirement.
Exactly. It was just such a shame that first section just went really flat on her rather than offering her that good lip to properly lay into. Down to 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Scores in. For Teresa, it was a 4.27, so it doesn't factor into her top two. For Kiala, it does factor into her top two as a 5.17, but like you said, it's shy of her highest score at the moment, which means it's shy of her requirement in that 5.61, and she'll be looking to get herself back into another good-looking wave. Still heaps of time on the clock, so priority not so much of a conversation just yet.
Yeah, it's not, but it's also too, it can have a bit of a psychological battle here if Teresa does take the next best wave that comes through and is able to execute on that. You know, there might only be 4 or 5 minutes left by the time that rolls around, and again, it's just that pressure thing. It's just all about timing, and you know, there's one of two ways Kiala can look at her last wave. She can be disappointed that she didn't get the score, or she can feel pretty good about herself knowing that she got such a high score on what was a pretty hard wave to surf. So hopefully she's primed and ready to roll for her next chance. It's one of those things I haven't seen her hunt around a heap without priority. She's looked a lot stronger to me with priority. So it's going to be a good challenge for her at the end of this heat to see how she can navigate the jigsaw puzzle.
And that's such a good conversation that we've been having through the week of the potential to surf a score up on a wave that maybe doesn't have just as much on offer, but then also the opportunity to lose a big score when the wave has that opportunity, but the surfer just doesn't quite perform. And that last one of Kiala definitely surfing that score up with her performance, maybe through that midsection.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that you see on the World Tour all the time. However, to get those really, really high excellent scores, you will need a bit of luck from Mother Nature and an exceptional performance. But yeah, most certainly, between that 4 to 6 point range, the judges don't mind giving you the nod, you know, in a heat if you are surfing the smaller waves a lot more exceptionally. But on the World Tour, more often than not, they are looking at the wave quality as well.
Down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock with priority. Out of Portugal, it's Teresa Bonvalo. Connects up into the lip for that first turn. Has to kick out before being able to connect with a second to finish. But it now does leave Kiala out the back with priority. And this is where, like you were just saying, she sits in the strength, right? She does very well mentally holding on to a situation like this.
And this is where she needs to understand, which she unfortunately might not know, but Teresa's best score came from one turn. So that's where, if she did see that, I would love to see her adjust to that. She's obviously got a fantastic backside attack, but it might only take one big turn to get this score.
Solid looking wave for Kiala. Opening turn, sets herself up for a second, throws a lot of spray, nearly comes unstuck, and she rides out clean. 5.61 within there, maybe lacking a little bit of control, but a good section on offer and completed that wave.
I feel like a lot of the time the judges, they'll turn a blind eye to control in the shortboarding if you are giving it your all, and she certainly gave it her all in this wave. Dropped to the bottom, beautiful first bottom turn, a little bit of a catch there on that carve, but she threw it up in the best part of the wave, spray out the back, and she got a third turn in. I'd agree with you on the control, but unlike the longboarding, I've seen the judges give some pretty high scores for some certainly out of control surfing over the years.
I love that part of conversation that comes into the shortboard equation, because it does just add that extra level of excitement. Can they pull something out that we didn't expect?
Oh.
Teresa with a really smooth opening snap, and definitely bringing control into the factor on that one. But so curious to see now where the judges go with last of Kiala, because those were 3 sharp turns.
It's without a doubt her best wave, and now it's just a matter of time to see how high that score goes. I don't think the judges will go too high with it, but I do believe it'll be enough to turn this heat around
And it definitely sat in her favor, sitting there with priority. Now at the moment, she's sitting in second. She was chasing a 5.8-ish to take it into the lead, and it drops her as a 6.07. Kiala now into first, and Teresa with a 5.81 requirement.
And she's up and riding again here, Shannon.
All right, flying down the line into that first turn. Love that little hook of the hand into the face of the wave. Connects with the second and the third. Answers back. Your thoughts in comparison to her 6.07 that's just dropped through?
Better surfing, potentially worse wave though. There's so much foam on that wave. It's so hard to surf when there is a lot of foam on the wave like that. So her credit where it's due. She did so well to rattle off 3 great turns. Again, that could be her best wave, but I have a similar feeling about the 6.07. I felt pretty confident she was going to get the score, but that could have been anywhere between a 5.83 and a 6.17, you know?
As we wait for the scores to drop in, we'll take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Those single big maneuvers really taking it through for Teresa.
Yeah, and look, I do understand where the judges are with their scoring. Like, people might be watching at home and saying, oh, Kiala's doing way more turns. Why is she not getting more scores? And the judges are always looking for quality. And Kiala's had the quality turns, but her waves have just been a little slopier. So the judges are always looking for critical sections. And Teresa has found the more critical sections in this wave. I would say Kiala has found the more opportunity to turn. But again, the wave, like that's not a very wave that a lot of people would look at and want to ride. There was just a lot of foam on that wave. And it's the same with the judges. They're all surfers. At the end of the day, it's one of those things. And as I sort of suspected, I'm not surprised to see that's her best wave. But the judges, they're not putting it out of reach for Teresa. Particularly when you see turns like Teresa's last wave, the 3.2 for that front side carve. An exceptional turn. And we saw her with the fall earlier. That would have been the biggest score of the heat by a point or so. So they are just leaving a little bit of room in the scale there for should any of these surfers find a wave with 2 big, steep, critical sections, which we have seen in this heat.
And I really appreciate that move from them. So Teresa now sitting in second, chasing a 7.04 to get the lead away from Kiala, who's just dropped in a 6.67 to better her situation. She's now in the lead, sitting under priority. And she's going to leave Teresa on her own there, sitting with that P next to her name. Teresa's been on an absolute tear through the European qualifying series this year. No surprise, as she's had those wins on the QS before, but she's just been the most dominant figure there, taking out the bigger wins with those 3,000s on offer. But now for both of these women coming into the Challenger Series with 10,000 points on the line, and even that conversation alone, it's new for women surfing, having events of 10,000 points. As we take a look at this wave rolling through.
Kiala needs to be very careful here. She doesn't drag Teresa to her spot.
First snap for Kiala. Now lines it up for that next section. She tags the lip really well. All right, now the question to be, where is Teresa sitting in the lineup?
Teresa was sitting further to the south, and she did just move towards Kiala, which I would say the better waves and the waves that you could probably surf a little easier on the front side have been there. Teresa's been sitting a bit further down the bank with the dumpier kind of closeouts. And so, look, you got to be careful. Kiala's got her spot. That's where she wants to sit. But with second priority and the surfer in blue chasing a score, you want to leave them on the closeout down the bank. You don't want to drag them to where you've been getting the best waves, which unfortunately she has done that now.
That is such an interesting bit of insight, because at the moment, before now, Teresa wasn't sitting in the spot with the best wave selection on offer. Nice snap to start. Driving off the bottom. Whoa. And twists that tail around for such a good finish. Okay, this is such an interesting moment unfolding. She's chasing a 7.04. Last of Kiala, a 5.07. Did not increase her situation, but in taking off on that wave, she's dragged Teresa into the spot where some of that better wave quality is on offer. And she just did one of the coolest turns that we've seen today.
It's such a hard thing to describe, and I'm trying very hard to not contradict myself here. These waves aren't necessarily better, but they're just easier to surf and do stuff like this. You can't do that on a big dumping closeout. So if that isn't working for you, which it wasn't for Teresa, maybe you could find something a bit flatter, but like you said earlier, Shannon, over-surf it. And that's what she's done here. The judges, oh my God, I'm glad I'm sitting in here, because this is going to be super tight.
Well, the buzzer has sounded. There will not be another opportunity for Kiala to increase her score line. Now it sits in the hands of the judges. She is chasing for Teresa a 7.04. It will have to be the best score of the heat. bettering the 6.67 that we saw from Keala. Similar wave selection, like you said, maybe not the best wave quality, but offering a little bit more variety.
Yeah, again, like similar to Keala's waves, Teresa's first section was awfully flat. So if she isn't going to get the score here, it will be based on that first turn just being like a bit of a setup turn. But for sure, in my mind, that second turn is one of the standout turns of the heat. So again, the judges, what they'll be doing right now is they'll be reviewing all 4 waves. They'll be looking at the 607 and the 667 of Keala. They'll be looking at the 57 of Teresa. They might even take a quick look at the 533. And they can take their time, as far as I'm concerned. You'd rather them take their time and get it right. And we see some scores coming in here, and all I can say is it's disagreement across the board, but there's a couple of bigger scores in there which will drag it up. Shannon.
And it's in. It's a 7.37 on the last opportunity. Teresa takes the win. She's feeling the emotion, and she is into the biggest final of her life. Coming off of an incredible run on the European qualifying series, being unbeatable in the events that she's entered so far this year. Now finding herself with the best results. Keala as well with the best result of her life, finishing out in the semifinals, but now Teresa with an opportunity to put herself as a front runner here in the Challenger Series. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to bring you back more action with Nikki Van Dijk, a 2-time champion here at the Sydney Surf Pro, up against a very strong Australian in Sophie McCulloch.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. It's Finals Day, and what a better way to celebrate Finals Day than right here at the Cooper's Bar. You can have the orange mild ale, you can have the original green pale ale, or my favorite, the blue Pacific Pale Ale. It's all available here at the Cooper's Bar. I'm having a good time. Let's celebrate Finals Day.
Nikki Van Dijk and Sophie McCulloch hitting the lineup as the beach is starting to fill up with fans here. Thankfully, the rain has held off after some showers this morning. We'll see if it does pull through and maybe scare away some of those viewers, but it's been an exciting day here. And on the sand, there are just so many booths up and down. There's so many types of food, drinks that you can grab, and it's just really one of the best environments here in Manly this week.
Not too sure if time plays a factor in Kaipo's little announcement there, but it is 11:45, and I think this afternoon is going to be a cracker, Shannon. Like you said, I don't think it's going to scare anyone off. The clouds are, which is sort of overcast day here, which is good for us, and us and wedding photographers, I think, are about the only people that don't mind a bit of cloud cover.
26 minutes on the clock. Nikki Van Dijk, the 2-time champion here for the Sydney Surf Pro, up against Sophie McCulloch, who is on just the run of a lifetime in this year's Australian qualifying series. She's walked away with her very first QS wins this season, actually at Nikki Van Dijk's home on Phillip Island. Sophie took out the first event of the Australian QS, backed it up again with the last one there on the Gold Coast. And it's been really fun to kind of see her really coming into her own, making it through some really important heats and being able to keep that that mental capacity really strong within heats. And now she's up against one of the toughest here at Manly in the two-time champion. Nikki won back in 2016 and then backed it up in 2018. And she'll be looking to go for a third victory here should she take out the young Sophie McCulloch with some really beautiful conditions on offer right now.
It's a pretty impressive record Nikki's putting together, isn't it? It's yeah, she could go down as one of the all-time greats here in Manly if she can pull off the third win today.
It's pretty amazing. Taking a look at the ones who've done that before, Lane Beachley, the 7-time world champion, and Wendy Botha have both taken out those 3-time victories here at Sydney. Other than that, a couple of women have done it twice, but for Nikki, she's got her opportunity to put her name alongside of a couple of greats.
Absolutely, and I think that would have to be in the back of her mind. She's very up and about this morning, as they say in Victoria, and she'd be pretty stoked to yeah, obviously get through this heat and then obviously take out another win here. And you know what? I'm pretty stoked to see the fire still there for Nikki. She unfortunately fell off tour and didn't even get to compete in that last event of the season at Mexico. She had a niggling hamstring injury. And look, we haven't seen a whole lot of her since. I don't even believe she competed in Phillip Island where Sophie won. She had a long recovery there. So to see her come back and get a 5th up on the Gold Coast and, you know, obviously into the semi-finals here is it's great signs.
Yeah, it's really great to see Nikki back in the jersey, falling off of the tour after 7 consecutive years of championship tour surfing. She qualified in her rookie season all the way back in 2014. And it just has been a mainstay and really helped to define what Australian women's surfing looks like at that level. It's been a weird thing not to have her in that conversation at the start of this year with those first 5 events, but she's looking really strong to gain that requalification. And I think for her, it's that same story like a Coco Ho that we've been hearing, you know, through the new series that's dropped in called Coco with the WSL, conversations with Dimity Stoyle as well, of those women like this little pack wanting to requalify for the CT because there's such fun waves on offer and because they're competitive, but also because they've got some of their best friends. They've gone through this journey with so many of those women that are still on the CT, and they just want to be right back in that mix alongside of them.
And it's financially one of the best careers you can be a part of, and they deserve it, you know. So, and they know that there's a massive opportunity there for them to set up themselves and their family, and you see that on the Women's World Tour. It's full of, you know, great, hard-working stories, and you know, you think of Joanne DeFay's another one that comes to mind, and things like that. So, you know, there's a lot on the line. It is fun and games, but it's also can become a job and a very, very good one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. Down to 23 minutes on the clock. We have not seen an opening ride. Both women just kind of moving around in the lineup, and Nikki's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this one. Tags up into the lip for the start. Just now getting that priority situation really set through.
Yeah, so they look like they're in front of the judges, in front of that little rip, which I think might come into play a little bit later, potentially. But now they're looking to come back across to this left. So you could say advantage Sophie McCulloch there. She's pulled the priority, and now she's going to move back over to where Kiala and Teresa were sitting in that last heat. However, I did see a similar thing happen in the heat with David and Leo. And it actually, you got to be careful with first priority. You want to make the right decision first because it can have a big bearing on the rest of the heat. You do not want a surfer like Nikki Van Dyke with free rein here, just chipping away under priority.
Down in 22 minutes on the clock. It's just a 1.5 to start for Nikki Van Dyke. Sophie's going to have a look at this one. Nice clean face standing up in front of her. And Sophie now driving into the pocket on her backhand. Explosive first turn. Connects with the lip on the second. Nice snap. And this wave continues to offer a little bit more on the end section. She can't quite connect with that finishing turn, but does well on those first few.
Tick, tick, tick. Get the heat started, start with priority. Select the best wave in that first 5 minutes, and then execute on your surfing. And she's just done all 3 of those things. So, well done, Soph.
All right, scores come through for Sophie. Nikki now taking off on that sharp backhand as well, straight up into the lip, just has that one opportunity for a turn. And it is all into the hands of the judges. This heat is underway. It took about 7 minutes, 8 minutes to get that first ride through, and now the women have both had those opportunities. In that last heat, we saw a great performance between Teresa Bonvalot and Kiala Tomada Bannert. It was Teresa from Portugal booking herself into the biggest final of her life. Let's go catch up with her now.
We have our first women's finalist, Teresa Bonvalot. How exciting is it to be in the finals here at Manly Beach?
It feels unreal. Like, to be honest, like, the waves are amazing and you just out huge, like, oh my God, I want to get out there and be on the best waves and do my best. Obviously, I wanted more and I wanted to deliver more and finalize those turns. But yeah, I'm super, super happy until the end. I just tried to do my maximum on that wave. And yeah, I'm just trying to be as much powerful. It's kind of how my surf is, and I think they're liking it. And yeah, it feels amazing. It's like the best results I've ever done in such a nice place. I've came here like since I don't know how many years, and the waves are firing.
You said that you felt like you couldn't give everything 100% out there. You have one more heat to do that. Are you going to leave nothing in the tank?
Like, to be honest, like every 30 minutes that I go, I just want to put everything, and I definitely came out of the ocean feeling that I gave everything. Obviously, there was like some waves that I fell and stuff, but I gave everything. And that's what I kind of try to do. Like, I might not have another chance, so every time that I get in the water, I just try to maximize that. Yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy another heat, another 30 minutes with one more girl out there. I mean, what a dream come true.
Well, good luck in the finals here. All the best.
Thank you so much.
So proud of Teresa putting together an incredible performance there on the finish, getting the score on that last wave, knowing that she really needed to push the limits in order to surf a smaller, maybe lackluster wave into a big score, and she did everything she needed to.
Yeah, absolutely she did. It's got to be the best feeling in our sport to pull that off right on the buzzer. As we get a bit of a replay here, this was in the interview. Wow, that is such a hard second turn to do. Not a bad first turn either. It was a bit more than a check turn. She definitely got her tail through the lip of the wave and then just got it up there in time.
It's a section actually that we've seen the majority of the women miss today on that late finish as we take another look at this one from Sophie.
And likewise again there, the backside floater with the lip crashing down on you like that is such a difficult turn. And unfortunately, Sophie just not getting the finish there she would have liked, but we're going to see a good score come in here for Nikki. And if I'm critical of Nikki, I would have liked to see her ride out of her previous wave, because I reckon she probably could have milked 5.5 points out of that one single turn, which she did make, but she just jumped off a bit early. So she could have a 6.83, which is just locked in, as well as a 5 or a 5.5 maybe. And she'd been in a pretty commanding position, but she's going to break away from Sophie here and maybe scratch into this one.
Solid size set rolling through. Nikki paddling as hard as she can to get into position. And there we go. Now up and riding, flying down the line. She's just caught behind the section, but she's going to do that good bottom turn pump to get around it and decide to ditch that finish as well. Now she's sitting in the lead with a 6.83, just a 1.5 to back it up. Sophie started out strong with that 6.17 and now has priority out the back to get herself in position and wait out a good wave.
And she really does now. This is going to be one of those heats. We saw in the early heat with Teresa and Kiala, you know, they were chipping away at 3s and 5s and then some 6s and obviously a 7 at the end. But this heat now, starting with a 6.17 and a 6.83 from Nikki, who's arguably the one to beat in this heat. Sophie knows that. There's no more 4s and 5s from this point on. Sophie's going to try and wait for an excellent ride, because that's what it's going to take to get through this heat.
17 minutes on the clock, and Sophie's just been on this unbelievable run. Took out a couple of QS wins, just smaller ones, just 1,000 points on the line, but she also made it into the finals at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We were there watching that event, Stace on the ground, and she was really the one that I had my eye on through the entire event. Coming into the finals against Dimity Stoyle, I wondered if Dimity was going to be able to click into action and actually take down a very informed Sophie. In that one, it just definitely all went in Dimity's favor, and it was exciting to see her take the win. But I think for Sophie, that was a really important heat for her, coming into that build-up to the Challenger Series, to know that she could take out the strongest women in the Australian field and walk away with that final finish.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm probably being a little biased here, but I think the stats would back it up. We have one of the strongest regions in the world, and so for Sophie to make that final and obviously be super competitive that whole event, it would have felt just as good as taking the win, I reckon, in a smaller event.
Totally. That's it. I think for her, it was all the points that she wanted. She knew how critical it was, as well as a critical section like that. Trying to hold on to the finish with all that she has, all of the muscle in her legs. to try and get that stand-up to ride out of it.
That was a good sell there from Nikki. I just don't believe, even if she made that turn cleanly and even if the turn was even slightly better, I still just don't feel that she'll be hanging on to that score come the end of this heat. So I think it's a little bit of a slip up there with priority.
Yeah, talk us through this turn.
A little bit late, and she kind of had it until she didn't. It's almost like her hand got caught up in her leggy or something and just pulled her back. But yeah, look, that's going to be incomplete, and you just got to drop that and go again.
Yeah, and that was definitely Nikki just sitting right on the shoulder there, having a look at it as well.
It's the classic "if you don't go, I won't" trick, and yeah, it'd be an intimidating position to be in because, you know, Nikki's capable of getting such high scores on not much of a wave either, and so is Sophie. So it's one of those things, though, I don't feel this is going to be a single manoeuvre shootout. I'd like to think we're going to see a combination of major manoeuvres.
Definitely. Nikki found herself in a really good run there on the Gold Coast for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. She fell out in the quarterfinals, but had some really fun heats leading up to it. Got to stay with her good friend Dimity Stoyle through the week and just feel at home on the Gold Coast. She's one of those surfers that we love seeing the opportunity to catch some of the best waves in the world because the conditions were unbelievable that week.
Yeah, it was well and truly pumping, that's for sure. And it was awesome to have 96 men and 64 women tearing snapper to absolute smithereens.
Sophie McCulloch, just a quick kick in and out there, sitting under priority. Sophie had an okay start to the Challenger Series, but walked away with only that 17th place finish. She'll be needing to use that as one of her throwaway results this year. As we see Nikki on a smaller size wave, connects a couple turns together, looking nice and smooth, finding that flow and connection. And now putting that backup score on the board behind her, 6.83.
Yeah, again, and that's all it'll be. And I think that, you know, you talk about coaching, for example, and having, say, for instance, two of the same surfers in the same heat. That's where decisions like Sophie's last one and Nikki's last one have absolutely nothing to do with the strategy of the other surfer. It's an unforced error. Sophie was nowhere near that wave and Nikki elected to go. And then for me, again, it's going to be enough to sort of push it further out on Sophie. But again, she won't hold this score come the end of the heat. So that's something that Nikki will definitely look to clean up further in this heat. She doesn't want to give Sophie any more free looks at first priority.
Down to 13 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. It's just a 3.67 for Nikki Van Dijk. Sophie McCulloch sitting in second position, chasing a 4.34 as we see Nikki having a look at this one. She'll have to pull out, has a bit of that backwash.
Speaking of Snapper Rocks, that was like some Snapper Rocks backwash right there.
That was very, very real backwash.
But yeah, getting back to it, that's the kind of CT decision making that you see from the world's very best, which is so hard to do. And that's what makes the best so good. They know how to, you know, keep the momentum going their way and really look to, you know, make the best of their opportunities.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we'll need to see shape up in the last 13 minutes of this heat. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring you back more action right after this, a Bonsoy Brew break. And we've got the men's semifinals heading out after the finish of this women's one with Rio Whiten.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
We are into the semi-finals for the Women's Challenger Series event here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, and we're trying to find out who is going to make it into the final matchup against Teresa Bonvalot. Will it be Nikki Van Dijk or Sophie McCulloch? During the break, Nikki Van Dijk took off on another wave.
Nice first turn out of the top there. It was almost a carbon copy of her other ride, and Sophie chipping into a nice little wave. She's in nice and early. Beautiful first turn. Vertical on the lip. Great second bottom turn, but the section is flattened out slightly, but she's still getting a turn there to finish. So a very, very interesting exchange. I guess the one thing we can rely on is that Nikki has about a .67, forgive me if I'm wrong there, head start on their best waves. So a 6.07 there for Nikki, which would leave Sophie's requirement at a 6.7 out of that last wave.
Okay, waiting for the judges to drop in last of McCulloch. She's already sitting with priority once again. Back of the lineup, 10.5 minutes on the clock. That was a very good exchange between the two as we were in the break, and curious to see where the judges will head with it. It was a beautiful looking wave for Sophie.
What do you think, Shannon?
Oh, I think it's going to definitely be the best wave of the heat. That's for sure. What do you think?
I'm a bit worried about the second turn.
Okay.
It just kind of flattened out a lot. It's almost like she came screaming off the bottom, but then it just didn't quite deliver there. So a very, very eye-catching first turn that definitely would have got the judges' attention there. But just as an overall ride, I'll have to reserve a call for that. But I'm happy to throw you under the bus and see how you go. No worries.
It's okay. I throw you under the bus all the time.
No,
That's
I
pretty
love
much
it.
my
I
job.
love it.
So it's been so fun to call the action with you here, Stace, and just break down everything going down this week. It's been a huge week of surfing between the World Longboard Tour, between the Challenger Series, such a variety of conditions as well, just to try and get a grasp of what these surfers are able to bring into the conversation with performances in onshore conditions and really small sloppy conditions and bigger cleaner conditions like this.
Yeah, I think these events, they definitely hold their place in everyone's journey to qualify. Obviously, the same amount of points on offer at every event this year. But, you know, the Dream Tour, it does have its days where the waves can look like this. You know, you can go through Europe and have waves look very similar to this. So it's all about how do you perform in every single condition. So this is a great example, and the waves today are super fun.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Scores starting to trickle through. One going in my favor, one going more in your favor.
Two, actually. So we'll see.
Okay,
All one
two.
back to you. All right. You're going to need the next one to be right up there. Oh.
I've just gone shy. It's a 6.6 for Sophie McCulloch. It's a good score, but it does fall shy of her requirement for that 6.70, and it does fall shy of the 6.83 as the high mark, which I thought it might just inch above.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, and that's the beautiful thing about our sport. It is subjective to opinion.
And here we go. Throwing it up on the first section, Sophie McCulloch looking now for that opportunity for another turn. Snap, and just brings that tail around a little bit farther as well. Gets those two turns connected together. Looking to build on that score line. Nikki now with priority with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely. So,
what are your thoughts on this one?
I love this first turn. It's such a hard turn to do. It doesn't really give you much reward points-wise, but yeah, I probably think that she probably needed to be even a little further projecting down the line just to eliminate that downtime between turn 1 and turn 2. It becomes a point where that wasn't actually a combo. It was kind of like turn out the back, turn on the inside. So if she's able to just get her turns like Nikki's 6.83, that was bang, bang. And that's obviously what the judges are appreciating right now. So we'll see if Sophie can clean that up in these next few exchanges.
Nikki with priority has a good looking left. Opening up in front of her. Strong off the bottom up into the lip. It's a single turn, but it's a really good looking left.
Yeah, it was an amazing turn. You see the spray flying out the back and Nikki fully committing to the lip there, which is a great adjustment from her earlier on her second wave where she fell for a similar ride. So she knew not to chase two turns here and just square it up and give it one. All you got. It's a taller wave. It's a set wave. Full control. Plenty of speed. You know, spray coming off the fins on the bottom turn, which is a great indication that you're fully committed to the bottom turn.
Able to hold that rail too on that bottom turn for a little bit longer than what we've seen from many of the other women's heats today.
Definitely. I'll go out this time, Shannon. I'll say this is Nikki's second best wave,
okay,
even though it's just one turn.
So it's got to be better than that 6.03. Coming up in the next heat, Rio Whiten up against Jet Schilling. That's going to be a really fun battle to watch.
Oh, get it up there.
Now with the double up. She's going to sneak through a big closeout section. What are your thoughts? What could she have done differently on that end section?
Oh, kick out, maybe? Yeah, I think that was a pretty difficult end section. She did well. The little air drop there was sick, but so hard to ever get that turn up there.
6 minutes on the clock. We've got a score coming through for Sophie McCulloch. She's chasing that 6.27. So waiting for the previous one for Nikki for that single maneuver, as well as this last one to come in. And Sophie's just dropped in a 5.9, so it's one of her 3 best waves, but it's not enough to change up her situation. Down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. It's pretty exciting to see a younger, not a Grom in Sophie McCulloch, but in that early 20s space, starting to come up, biting at the heels of a Nikki Van Dyke, who's had that experience on the championship tour. She's been one of those front runners alongside of a Sally Fitzgibbons, a Steph Gilmore in the conversation around Australian surfing and Tyler Wright. And now there's this newer generation, like an Isabella Nichols, of women who are in that early 20s pack, who've had their experience, they've had their time in their Grom years, they're no longer competing in the juniors. And they've got a few things going on behind the scenes. They're studying, they're working on their degrees, a lot of really smart maths going down on the lay days. But they're also starting to put together that heat strategy and really starting to find some success. And Sophie McCulloch is one of those surfers that's starting to take that similar likeness to Isabella's career, I think, over the last couple of years. And we've got scores dropping in for that single turn. It's the best wave of the heat. Sace, well done. It's a 7.47.
Nah, but bam, I got that completely wrong. I said second best.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so, but I understand what the judges are saying there. And look, on the TV screen, sometimes that doesn't resonate as much, but I can say from our angle, having a quick look over my shoulder and watching that live, the wave height is a big thing of what the judge is looking at, and critical section. And there wasn't a more critical section so far in this heat. And Nikki didn't just ride the lip there. She actually had a massive direction change in what is the hardest part of the wave to do that. So you're not surprised to see the score go that high.
4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Nikki Van Dyke out in front. She found that 6.83. And Sophie's got those couple of sixes on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I like how patient she was on that first turn there, but unfortunately the wave just sort of backed off in that middle bit, and we just sort of kept the scoring down a little bit. But as I said here, Nikki on a big set wave, squaring up off the bottom and jamming it up the top third of the wave. That's got to feel good doing a turn like that at that point in the heat.
Finding a 7.47 for a single turn has to feel good.
Oh, absolutely. And Nikki's well known for that. It's, you know, growing up on Phillip Island, there's plenty of unruly beach breaks there, and, you know, she's definitely got the class to pull that out.
I had a chat with Freya Prum after the final that she was in against Sophie McCulloch, so it was a first big result for both of them, for Freya making it into the finals. She's one of our far south coast New South Wales surfers who charges some of the craziest surf around. She was in the lineup with Sophie McCulloch there for the final matchup at Phillip Island, and Freya said the conditions that week were wild. It was all over the place. It was a finals day that was a little bit smaller and more controlled, where Sophie took out the lead over Freya. But definitely, like you're saying, I mean, the conditions can be pretty unruly at Phillip Island, where Nikki started surfing, where she's, you know, honed in her skills. As we see her now with a good-looking wave opening up in front of her. It shuts down on that next section, but gets that two-turn combination connected together.
Yeah, it sort of looked like Nikki was just looking for a third turn there that didn't quite eventuate. She's obviously looking to better the 6.83, so I don't believe she'll do it on that ride. But I was kind of interested to see that Sophie didn't even flinch it that wave with priority. It looked like a pretty nice wave, but maybe Nikki was just in that spot that just let her in, and Sophie might have just been too much on the shoulder and a good leave.
Sophie chasing down a 7.70 to get the advancing position. It will be the biggest score of the heat so far. Could be done on a single maneuver. It could be done really with one of those two-turn combos on a good section.
Well, you see the 6.6 there. Two judges there have given Sophie scores into that 7 range. Obviously, the average is bringing it down a little bit. So that's the good news for Sophie. She's right on that borderline of getting that score up into that high 7, even low 8 range. It just... She needs to just make some slight adjustments there to her surfing when the wave rolls in. And I think, like I said earlier, it's just getting those combinations together as closely as you can. She obviously got a 5.9 for the score earlier, which I think was a pretty big score for what that wave really offered. So she's no doubt got the skill set. She just needs to make sure that she's getting her turns in as big and as quick as possible.
She's certainly capable of it. She's one of those surfers that's come out with some pretty huge single maneuvers in this year's Australian Regional Qualifying Series. And thinking back to, I believe it was 2018, she came really close to qualifying. That was the one year that she was right there knocking on the door in that conversation within that top 10 to 15 women. And the double qualifiers, of course, coming through with other CT surfers and their good results. So for Sophie, it's been a few years since she's really been back into that in a really strong way. She didn't have the best results on the Challenger Series last year. So for her now getting a semifinal finish will feel really good moving into the rest of the series. Nikki Van Dijk is just looking so smooth. She's linking those turns together. She's so unfazed by what's happening on the wave that she takes a look back to see what Sophie's up to.
Yeah, well, you never want to leave your competitor out the back for too long, but I guess it's one of those things. All the surfers are aware of heartbreak, and going into the final minute, I'm sure Nikki's just praying, no more waves, no more waves, no more waves. You think you'll see most of the surfers, even like Ryan Callanan, clapping Imai for that big air, but then kind of realizing like, oh, as cool as that was, like there's still 45 seconds left. I got to get back out the back. So, it's never over.
Nikki actually increased the scoreline with her previous wave, a 6.9. Now has Sophie chasing just slightly higher of a 7.77 as we come down to the final 10 seconds. Sophie's going to paddle over this, looking for one more wave to break. But she will be unable to paddle into this one on time. And what a good battle between two Australian standouts. The Sunshine Coast up against Victoria and Phillip Island. Nikki Van Dijk taking out the lead. She is now heading into the finals for her third time here at Manly Beach for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. She's going to be the one to beat up against a very excited Teresa Bonvalot. We'll be right back with more action. The men's semifinals with Ronnie and Bugs hitting the booth.
So we should level up, up. I know that life's a lot, baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, up. We should level up,
Welcome back to the show. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. And here are the semi-finalists. Rio Waida, the Indonesian, taking on the Grom Jet Schilling. Should be a fantastic clash, that first semi-final. And semi-2 sees two competitors with CT experience fighting for a place in the final, trying to get back to the championship tour for 2023. Here on the Harvey Norman set, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, also joined by the 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, loving the look of this first semi-final. All the young guns are in that top half of the draw. It should be a lot of fun to watch it unfold.
Yeah, the top half of the draw has been the Groms, and the young guns, and the bottom half's been the CT guys. It's been amazing from the quarters on.
Rich, who do you like for the win in this one? Rio and Jet both put up big numbers and performed really well in the quarters.
I'm going to stick with the natural footer on this one. I just feel like Rio's got some real momentum on his backhand. those vertical snaps that he's been doing, but he's going to have to be completely on point because Jet Schilling is on fire, and he's going to bring that new school element, I think.
Yeah, Jet was mistake 3 bugs through his first few rides of that quarter-final. Dropped big numbers, really put the pressure on Cade, and I think he'll have to do the same thing again here.
I did too. I mean, with Cade, it was a different heat. There were two mates. They've come through the NSSA together, juniors, and now they're on tour. But there was a bit of feeling in there. But Rio, gosh, he's come through some hardcore competitors, and he's really stood up this event.
I think just based on what we saw at the end of last season over there at the CT event in Mexico, Rio getting the call up as a wild card there, and just his free surfing performances lately. He's kind of one of those guys that you put the highlighter over. When you see the heat draw on the opening day, you think to yourself, I really want to watch this heat. I think everyone's thinking the same. I think even CT surfers, Rich, are starting to watch the kind of surfing Rio's doing at the moment.
Absolutely. He's surfing too good not to give everyone their attention. I mean, this guy's he's bringing just such a polished act to the events, and you really feel like he's found that confidence in his own ability. He's obviously got some crazy waves over in Indo and Bali to really hone his skills, and very well rounded.
Well, he's not like he surprised me, but just the power in his surfing and how he's connecting the waves and just surfing with you know, a lot of control. Like, I mean, it was in his heat the other day, Ronnie, when the word came through that he got the wild card for the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
Yeah, it's huge for him. You know, it was big for him to get the call up last year in Mexico, but to have the opportunity to compete near home and show his best again will be huge. His backhands looked so strong throughout his run through the contest. He can make a big charge towards the top end of the ratings with a victory here. He finished 25th at stop number 1, but the surfer who's going to be sitting in the number 1 position at the end of this contest now, as far as I can tell, is going to be Leonardo Fioravanti. A strong finish, quarter-final finish up there on the Gold Coast, and now into the semis.
Your math's spot on, Ronnie, because he's already got an equal third as a minimum, a 5th at the Boost Mobile Pro. He's going to come out of Australia with 2 keepers, that's for sure. He certainly would like to carry on, and he's surfing with such solid intention. He seems to be having these flurries of excellence within his heats.
Yeah, he sure does. Well, 24 minutes to go here, and a 6.17 for Rio. He's on the lookout for another number now. And just whipping that board so quickly through that first turn. Combos it up nicely. 3 different moves. A lot of variation on show there. And again, even in transition, Rich, this guy collects quite a few points.
Oh, his timing is just absolutely impeccable. And as you just referenced, Ronnie, there's none of that untidiness through the transitions. Between the maneuvers, it's all smooth, where he just leans back onto the rail, gets the surfboard working, and generates that speed off the bottom. Just watch how fast that is off the top. Explodes, actually accelerates out of the turn, which is a hard thing to do. And he keeps getting to that finish. These waves just keep exploding behind him, and he just muscles his way through it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's starting to show a bit of flamboyance in his surfing now. I think he's really feeling it, and it just shows at the end here, as you said, Richie, he just muscles his way through this burst here. And look at the finish. He stands tall, a little bit of flamboyance, and we're seeing some great body English.
Expecting a good score for that one. Rio, an Olympian. He's had a wild card opportunity, now into the semi-finals here, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. He's starting to get those big results. But before all that, someone who identified that this guy had a big future was Ross Williams, and he joins us now via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Ross, I remember an interview with you a few years back now, and you pointed out that Rio was one to watch. What was it that made you think that?
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Bugs, Richie, good to see you. Ronnie. Yeah, I mean, he's, as you see, have a look here. I'll let you guys call this.
Yeah, big section here, expecting a solid score to come through for the previous ride, so he's going to have a couple of numbers on the way here. But, yeah, great to see you, Ross, and tell us a bit more about Rio and his potential.
Yeah, so, I mean, to answer your question, he just was putting out amazing free surf edits from his home, which is probably the best place to live on earth if you're going to be a surfer in Bali. And I was impressed. And being that, you know, I have a team of surfers and I'm always trying to coach and inspire, I'm always looking across the internet for surfers that sort of have things we're working on. And Rio's got amazing fundamentals, as we see Jet on a good one here.
Yeah, he's got some speed. This one's going to get away from him, though. Yeah, incredible fundamentals.
Yeah, so Rio is really interesting as a surfer, sort of as a subject, because he has a wider stance. He's got his arms out, so he's constantly projecting, and he's never going slow. Rio is addicted to speed turns. So whenever I'm sort of looking for an example for projection turns and flow and speed, Rio is kind of like just a perfect example.
Yeah, and it's a little different to the approach that you and Richie Lovett had back in the day as you guys were attacking Championship Tour events. It was kind of 2 feet on the tail pad was the more common style.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it was nuts. You know what's funny is G-Land's coming up, so all these old videos are popping up of G-Land, and I don't know if you saw some of those videos, Richie, but you know, I think we're riding 6'9", 7.0s. They're about 18.5 inches wide, 2 inches thick. And like you said, Ronnie, we were literally standing on the last 18 inches of the board because we had to. And everyone's actually kind of ripping, like everyone's doing turns on what is 80% wasted foam. I don't know what we were thinking back then.
Hey, Ross, I wanted to ask you about with the Indonesian surfing. I mean, you know, we spoke about, you know, when you first saw the potential, but with Rio, but before him there was Rizal Tanjung, and of course there's always been some great surfers out of there. But when do you think that Rio really felt like he belonged?
Yeah, that's always going to be the case. It kind of used to be the case for Hawaii. You know, whenever surfers are from a place where they get really comfortable and the waves are cranking, it's tough to leave, and that's certainly the case for Bali. You know, they every day can wake up and surf perfect waves, so it's really tough to find inspiration to go leave and surf 3 foot, you know, kind of grindy beach breaks, which most of the QSs are on. That being said, I think the more important thing is now they're getting a little bit of backing. They're getting some financial support, just enough. I will say, you know, Rio, in my eyes, is one of the bright stars for up-and-comers, and probably deserves more money than he's getting now, even potentially. But they're finally getting some respect and some money backing so that they can travel on the tour, because it's expensive.
Ross, what about the effect that the Olympics had on people like Rio? I mean, for everyone else, you've got to get to the Championship Tour to chase the ultimate goal of winning a world title. But last year, through the amateurs, the ISAs, surfers like Rio were given the opportunity to surf against world champions and get something unique, a bit of that medal glory. And although he didn't get there, he prepared probably in a way that he never has before, and it seems to have had a great effect on how he's surfing now.
Absolutely. You know, it comes down to inspiration and being motivated. And for someone like Rio, he's been fighting to get on the CT. That's his goal. He wants to win a world title or be there. But what the Olympics has provided is another platform, maybe the biggest platform there is in sports. And so you see everyone maneuvering, sort of lining themselves up to represent countries that they were born in. And it's because at the end of the day, and maybe Bugs can speak to this better than anyone, surfers, you know, everyone has a little bit of a rock star in them, you know, and they want to be on that platform and show everyone what they got. Usually when you do that, good things happen. You get endorsement contracts and your career starts rolling. And at the end of the day, you'll do anything just to keep surfing.
Yeah, well, Bugs can speak to that. He was one of the original rock stars. He even took his clothes off for a Tracks magazine cover.
I thought Ross was talking about just milking it for all his work just to keep a job.
Well, have a look at this. Great exchange unfolding at the moment. Rio with a couple of scores already and probably on his way to another, but just gets the end section a little muddled up there. Was trying to get rid of a 6.17. It's been a quiet one so far for Jet, Rich.
Yeah, it has been, and he's going to get a number on the board here. We're going to really have to go to the replays because I want to get a good look at both these rides. Rio perhaps on a bigger wave behind him. Let's have a look at what the work rate was for Jet Schilling. Gets straight up high into the pocket on the forehand. Bit of a wrap back into the pocket. He sees more down the line here. Just a beautiful stabbing little snap. Wrapping cutback as he brings it all the way through. Faded right out, and then out the back here, Rio bugs.
Yeah, Rio has just been growing with confidence as this event's gone on, and this time he kind of comes unstuck right at the end of this one. He just grabbed a little bit of a rail on that bottom turn. Would have put him, you know, he wanted to eliminate that 617 and really make a big distance between him and second place, because Jet has yet to really get into this heat.
This is a different heat compared to what he had everything his own way basically in the first quarter-final against Cade, where he started with a bang and he kind of kept control of the whole heat. He governed where it was all going, but he's sort of starting from behind in this one. So we're going to see whether he can pull himself out, whether the pressure builds semi-final.
Yeah, 5.6 for Jet. He's a feisty competitor.
Yeah, well, that's got him in the game. And to your point, I mean, it is a different heat, but he did have that really good roller coaster heat earlier on. Oh, hang on, here we go again.
That's not Jet barking in the background, although he has got some bite. We'll see what he can throw at us here. He's after a 7.9 at the moment. Drifts the tail, almost regains control, but the judges like to see it a little cleaner than that on the execution. Rio got himself a 6.5, so the requirement, a 7.9. Let's bring Ross back into the conversation. Just over 15 minutes to go. Ross, we've been seeing Rio for a number of years now, but Jet, we've watched him evolve. His surfing seems to be coming on in a big way. What have you made of his performance so far in the contest?
Yeah, you know, this is a super interesting heat. These are two future stars. They have the talent to be, you know, in a top 10 on the World Championship Tour. I really believe they're that talented. So there's warranted hype between these two surfers right here. And the other cool thing is, you know, Jet is on his forehand out there. There's mostly lefts, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the air. That could be the point of difference for him. You know, on your backhand, it's really easy to get into that routine where you keep doing that backside snap, which is decent for scoring, but you know, Jet is a danger man out there if he goes to the air.
Yeah, we touched on that earlier today. The waves are just a little bit bigger, and where some of that advantage has been lost for the goofy footers, it's mostly been left throughout the contest. Jet showed us in the quarterfinals that he's got a lot of different moves that he can go to on that forehand.
Absolutely, and this would be looking like a pretty good day at Riviera and San Clemente. So, you know, maybe he's feeling pretty comfortable being at a beach break. But I will say right now, Rio's got the jump on him, you know, with the 7 and a 6. That's a good start. And if I'm Rio, I'm going to take that like, okay, I did the road work now. I got everything kind of, the insurance plan is set. Maybe he should look for a right or kind of go for broke, maybe bust the fins out and show the judges that he's loosened up.
He's kind of weaved his way through the traffic, and now he can put his foot down. Yeah,
I was going to ask Ross, what if you were Jet? What's the mindset now?
You know, he's got a ton of time. There's a lot of waves left, so I think for him right now, as we see Rio, I think he's going to close out. Yeah, he just needs to stay calm, and you know, I see this with John, with Tati, with BettyLou, with all the surfers I work with. It's so tough to stay in the moment. Sometimes when you get scores thrown at you, you get excited and you oversurf, and things start manifesting in the wrong direction. You start falling because you get too amped because you heard 8.5 or you heard 7 thrown at you. So you really have to stay calm and realize how easy it is to get your own score.
Well, looking forward to picking your brain more, Ross, when we return from the break. At the moment, Rio Waida has the lead with a couple of decent scores, and Jet Schilling is playing catch-up.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. I'm back on my trusty Bailey ladder, and it's time to look at the Bailey ladder bracket. Well, we're at the end. It's finals time. Teresa Bonvilla versus Nikki Van Dyke in the women's final. That's the end of the road. We're gonna see who ends up on top.
We love it. Kaipo's been up there. He's been on top all week, hanging out on the Bailey ladder, getting the great view of this lineup. Just over 10.5 minutes to go here. Rio Waida, a 7-point ride and a 6.5. Jet Schilling still looking for a big number. 7.9 to get himself back in this heat. He's got that priority. Just has to keep that strong mental focus. He's had some great performances and saved himself a couple of times in tricky situations. Rich, he's got to do it again here for his biggest ever finish.
Yep, he's going to have to pull it out of the bag here, and he's got to be careful that Rio doesn't stretch too far out in front. He does have priority, so he's in the box seat. But it looks like, well, no, not quite. A little bit of a wobble now with a bit more tide on it, Bugs, and looks like the wind's not quite as offshore as it was, so conditions may be a little bit trickier than what they were, but love to see all this energy still out there.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a lump through it now, and with that incoming tide, you won't get that peak with the nice taper that we saw Arkel sort of taking advantage of.
Yeah, hopefully things do clean up for the finals, because we saw some huge opportunity for competitors earlier on. Still with us on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call is Ross Williams. And Ross, loving the way this final series, I guess on the men's side, has played out with these young guns, next generation surfers in the top half of the draw, and a couple of experienced surfers down on the bottom side. But I want to talk to you a little bit about Ryan Callanan's performance in those quarterfinals heats. Big numbers and just looking so powerful out there.
Yeah, he's really fun to watch. He's a tall guy, but his technique is incredible. You know, he's got so much bend in his knees, and it allows him to contort and get these tiny little positions with tail slides and airs, and it's almost painful to watch. He's just a rubber man, and that's the way he surfs. He's a really stylish guy, and I love how versatile Ryan is. You know, he goes to the air. He's got a strong carve on him. He's a super well-rounded surfer, and definitely deserves to be on the world championship stage. So surprised to see him here, but I'm sure he'll get right back there.
Let's just talk about that really quickly. What have you made of the cut, obviously after stop number 5 in these first 2 events of the Challenger Series? We'll get Jet's right in first.
Here we go, Jet.
Yeah, he's after a 7.9 out of this wave, making a move. If he can't get the 7.9, he'd be happy to better the 5.6, but he's not going to do that. But yeah, your thoughts on this new format?
It is tricky. You know, it's like anything right now. You know, there's been so much change in the last few years with WSL, with even the finals. I mean, they were in a lot of hot water for that. You know, that's a big change to determine the world title with a one-day event. So that was the hubbub in the surf world, and now there's this mid-year cut. But you have to hand it to the WSL. It's creating a lot of drama. It's creating a lot of conversation. Everyone's talking about it. Do I think it's fair? You know, everyone's got a different opinion on that. I think it is really hard for the rookies to really, make the cut after 5 events, especially with sometimes the schedule's kind of lopsided where it's heavy water instead of like a rippable wave in the mix, and that can get really tricky. But at the end of the day, the sport of surfing is really healthy. It's super fun to watch. It's more fun to watch than it ever has been before.
Yeah, I like that take. You know, it is brutal. It is hard, but I do feel like, Bugs, this year at Pipeline, we saw rookie performances, and it's a tough thing, but if your confidence is shattered from a year of losing out early in contests, and then you get to Pipe and you've still got to, muster the animal to throw yourself over the ledge, it's a very hard thing to do. This year, the rookies with 5 events knew they had to go hard in that first contest, and as a result, surfers with very little experience out there went absolutely mad.
Yeah, Pipeline was one thing. I think Ross was really alluding to those first 5 events. There's no easy events in there. There's no rippable beach breaks in there or
or fun point breaks, they're all super tough. Sunset Pipeline, super tough. Portugal in winter. Bells can be tough, and Margaret River's a hard event too. So I think that's, Ross, I mean, I guess that's where you were going with that.
Yeah, and there's no right or wrong answer to this. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to cut people after 5 events. I don't care where the venues are. It's going to be tough because the pressure mounts, right? And you saw that with, for instance, I work with BettyLou, and the pressure mounted for her. She lost in an event, and then she lost in a second event in a row, and it just started getting more and more tough because of the pressure. You know, she started not surfing like herself, and that's really tough for the rookies. You know, if you get on a bad run that it ends really fast after 5 events. So, you know, that's the argument, right? Is you'd like to see people kind of get a rhythm, and then sometimes that takes 6 or 7 events. And someone like BettyLou, she could win a contest, and then she'd be all of a sudden in the top 5. So that's the argument.
So, Ross, but the one thing with the cut is that it gives this definition with this Challenger Series. It's clear definition, and they know where they're seeing. Now, talking about someone going back to, say, Rio, you know, I thought the event, the heat of the tournament, I don't know if he caught it or not, was him and Michael Rodriguez. I mean, that was CT level surfing, and I thought Michael Rodriguez was the guy to beat. I mean, confidence is everything. What do you think Rio got from that? I mean, that performance was mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys that, you know, confidence is really fragile. It's special, you know, it doesn't just come easily, and pro surfers are no different from any other athlete. Once they're feeling like Superman, look out, they can just part the seas, but it can go the other way too. You know, you can have someone like John, who is everyone's favorite surfer, and if he's not feeling confident, he's going out there knowing he's going to lose. So every pro surfer, I don't care if it's Gabriel Medina or a rookie, they really need to get on a run. They need to have that feeling like blood's in the water.
Love it. Just over 4 minutes to go, and I can see the surfers making a big shift here, Rich.
Yeah, talk about blood in the water, and that's Rio is just tailing Jet Schilling all the way up to the northern end there because, well, Jet's given up priority, which has put him in a very difficult situation, and Rio, with 4 minutes on the clock, he's going to stick with him. He's just going to go wave for wave here, and he's way out in front.
What are we seeing up at this northern end of the beach, Rich, on the side of the pipe that you never venture?
Yeah, well, occasionally I might drift over there when those waves sort of peak off the bomber, refract in, and we get this, it's the clubhouse left, we call it, and it's that's what Jet's hunting now. We actually saw a beautiful wave down there about an hour ago, and that's where all those free surfers are situated right now, so we need to get them out of the area, but Jet's just hoping for a couple of these bigger sets. One of these tapering lefts where he can really get back into this heat. Looks like a set approaching.
Yeah, imagine that. You take a day off work, the surf's pumping in Manly, and you're busted on TV.
Yeah, well, Jet Schilling and Rio, they'll get right away out here. They're trying to move into position at the moment. But Jet's just trying to find some space in this lineup, right, Rich?
Yeah, he's just trying to get away from him. Just, I guess, reset the heat with 3 minutes to go and just find some clear water and some waves where he can really start getting into the heat, because he really hasn't at this point. Hasn't really clicked with anything, and that's it's proving to be a bit frustrating.
Well, you look at the 5.6, that's his best number at the moment, and he had 3 rides better than that to kick off his quarterfinal heat against Cade Matson. So, you know, it's definitely been a different story for Jet this clash. Rio, he's also struggled to kind of really catch fire out here, but he's done enough to establish this lead, get himself priority, and move into that position of controlling the lineup at the moment, Bugs.
Yeah, it's more a case of you know, doing what you have to do, just doing enough in this particular occasion. It's not a heat of excellent scores or excellent waves. It's a bit of a scrappy one.
Rio's 22 years of age, from Bali. He's got an Indonesian dad. His mum is Japanese. Both his parents surf, and both of them would be tuned in and watching this all unfold. It's a scary situation because no one's really found that big section in this heat to throw that huge individual turn. So, you know, we know Jet's got that progressive surfing in him, and I think he'll really have a shot here with just a minute and 45 seconds to go if he can find that ride.
Well, he will. I mean, the situation is
see, they're so far to the north. I mean, he's cornered in a way, Rich, because, I mean, he can only go left from that point.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
Otherwise
there you see Rio, you know.
Well, Rio's there with him. So if a really good one does show up, Rio's going to be all over it because he has priority. So he really does need a multiple wave set. But, I mean, look, at the end of the day, he's not out of it yet. He's 7.9. He's been dropping those all day. So, I don't know. Pretty stretched out. Eubank, we haven't seen it surfed in a couple of days now.
One thing I've noticed down there is the left does kind of reel off into deeper water. It doesn't have that big oncoming section coming at it.
That one that actually went under them had a bit of a line all the way through to the inside. So maybe they were a bit too deep.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe that the wave won't ramp up on that bank.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the tide coming in. There is a gutter that's formed just to the northern part of the pipe there. You can see it running out just where that recreational surfers coming in, and that's that deep water stretch. So, yeah, it is going to make it difficult.
Well, as you said, I mean, he's really in a check, if not a checkmate position now, because Rio's just this side of him. As you said, a two-wave set would be required.
Yep, it's Rio's about 20 seconds away, I think, from making it through.
Yeah, it looks like Jet Schilling has already conceded here. The boys are just having a bit of a chat.
I'm
and
wondering...
Jet, what an amazing run through the contest for him. I mean, he's had some impressive performances in the regional QS events and cracked a final there, but this is a big one. This is on the international stage. This is a keeper result towards qualification, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, he might have the wild card into his favourite break on earth in the Quicksilver Pro G-Land, but this is the one that counts.
Oh, absolutely. This is a huge result for him. Jet, he does have a keeper, the third, definitely. And, well, it just looks like a different day from where they're sitting now. But Rio, he got busy early, didn't he, Bugs? He just kept the energy on. His wave rate was right up. I think he must have ridden about 8 or 9 waves. Jet maybe only 4. And Jet valiantly tried to come back and surfed really well, but just lacking the wave choice to find those real special ones.
Yeah, he wasn't. The waves didn't allow him to get out of second gear. Rio's just riding on this wave of confidence. I do believe that heat, that round of 16 heat with Michael Rodriguez has set him up, and he's just riding on that momentum.
Yeah, that was a massive heat win, and that was huge. He's got himself into the final now, and he is going to be hard to beat. Rio Aida, the Indonesian, on a tear, getting the jump on Jet Schilling. Well, Ross Williams, it's been awesome to just suck some of that knowledge out of your brain, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hey, thanks for having me, you guys. Ronnie, Richie, Bugs, good to see you guys, and I'll be watching the final.
Let's chat when the Quicksilver Pro G-Land is unfolding too. Absolute legend, Ross Williams, and yeah, doing a great job coaching BettyLou, John, Tatiana. He's got a nice stable.
Rio, I mean, guys, what a stable. I mean,
unbelievable.
That's what you call working with the plaster of Paris.
We've got just one more finalist to determine, and we're going to get into that right after the break. Stay with us. You're watching the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Welcome back to the show. It is semi-finals time here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We know that Rio Whiten is through to that final. Who will he be taking on? We're about to find out as Ryan Callanan takes on Leonardo Fioravanti, two of the highest scoring surfers in the contest so far. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman set with local GOAT Richie Lovett, and we've also got Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here with us, and Bugs. That was huge for Rio, a big result for Jet 2. At this point in the competition, their keeper results guaranteed, and you're really setting yourself up nicely to have a run at the 2023 Championship Tour.
Well, it's a win-win for both guys. I mean, you want to, if you're thinking about the 8 events, you want to come out of Australia with a keeper, right, Rich?
Oh, 100%, and job done, really, on a kind of number of aspects on that one. Obviously, Jet's walking away with a keeper result, but Rio, this is just an incredible performance, and if that was the middleweight batch, this is one of the heavyweight batches here. And Ryan Callanan just takes to the air on his opening ride.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we saw from Ryan Callanan in the quarterfinals a little more than what we've seen from anyone else in this contest as far as power goes, Bugs. It was on another level.
It was on another level, and he's done that in his early rounds, but in that quarterfinal, he went to his level and he showed us exactly what he's got, and he kind of just took charge of, took command of the situation, 9-5 and an 8-5 within the first 6 minutes.
He had some good numbers early on, but I think even in the quarterfinals, if you compare his 8s and 9s to some of the other excellent scores that we saw drop in other heats, as I said, there was something else in Ryan surfing.
There was I tell you what it was, and it was just a power that we haven't seen on the forehand with the goofy footers the whole event, and he took it to a new level, threw a little sugar and spice on it as well, got the tail release and then took to the air, so he was really just throwing everything at it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think the forehand, even though we've seen some good performances, obviously a lot of goofy footers progressing through and getting themselves solid results. They've been strong in the air, they've had some good hits, but Ryan in that last quarterfinal found waves that allowed him to actually throw big carves to get points. Leonardo, he deserves a lot of credit as well for the surfing he's been doing, not just here at Manly Beach, but at the first stop on the Challenger Series. And regardless of where he finishes now, he's going to be #1 on the Challenger Series ratings. As we see Ryan Callanan go to the air, that thing just came from nowhere, so much height. 4.83 on his second wave. You were thinking, wow, is he going to have a sleepy start to this one? But he has just flown to life here.
So that was without priority, just sitting a little deeper on the bank. And just a point to note, these guys have shifted straight back to where all the action's been happening, right out in front of the competition zone, identifying that there is waves out there. Arcal, this is a sick one.
Always had this in him, Bugs, but we just haven't seen enough of it from him in the jersey.
And the way he comes out of it too, it's just straight into a big sliding snap. I mean, it's an extraordinary maneuver. Gosh.
Wow, man. What I love about that air that Ryan just did then is that it's different from a closeout air where you've got a section coming at you and there's a ramp in front of your face down the line. This thing, he came from behind it and hit the lip, hit the section from behind, which is a really different sort of an air, and he gets up and gets a lot of height and pop out of the projection.
Thinking about Ryan's highlight performances on the Championship Tour, Bugs, and really his biggest numbers have come from big, committed backhand turns. And we're always talking about how progressive he is, but I don't think he's ever really found that freedom in the jersey to throw those kind of moves. And in this event, something's clicked.
Well, this has been the case for both him and Leo in a way, because Leo's had this, you know, Leo has risen to every occasion that's been put in front of him because he feels he's back in his comfort zone, his ownership here. Ryan's feeling that now.
Well, Leo's going to have to levitate because Ryan has just dropped an 8.67 under his priority, and his scoreline's looking pretty healthy, and it's got a 4.83 in it, and that's going to be gone on his next wave, you'd have to think.
Now, Rich, Leo had priority then, but he has elected to surf that bank a little wider again. He hasn't gone to that golden honeypot that the Goofies have owned.
Oh, here
Ryan
we go.
again. Sneaking one without priority. Big section standing up. Oh, a floating snap.
Oh, it was so nervous.
Drifted across the lip then.
sort of torn between wanting to do something absolutely remarkable and just staying injury-free. There's a gnarly-looking section on that one.
But it's just a rattler for your opponent. You know, you get an 8.67, then you got that. I mean, okay, now Leo's over there.
Yeah, just heads down the line, looks at the section there, and it just fully cupped out under him. Watch the bottom of this wave just, well, it just drains. And then Arkell just going, righto, just get to the landing here. It's a very critical floater, but just the single manoeuvre, so it's not going to go very high at all.
Leo had a look at one on the outside then. Thinking about these two and their head-to-head history. First time they've surfed a heat on the Challenger Series head-to-head. They've had a heat against one another on the CT before, and that was over at Rottnest. But the interesting thing, the very interesting thing, is they're both from the doghouse. Richard Dogmarsh coaches both these guys. He'd be tuned in and watching this one unfold. Hopefully the Ranger doesn't pick these two up when they make their way to the beach. But, I mean, great surfers for Richard Dogmarsh to be coaching. He's got Leonardo Fioravanti, just a guy who loves the fight, never gives up, loves a big name opportunity, and he's got Ryan Callanan, who hasn't yet really tapped into his potential. So this is going to be fun to see where this one goes. But you know this guy's going to keep throwing numbers at you. Leonardo Fioravanti with his best wave yet. He's going to get himself right back in this heat.
Yeah, that was precision surfing. That immaculate timing that we're used to seeing from Leo. Two-wave combo.
Yeah, but it raises a point, Ronnie, because Dogmarsh, you know, these guys just fell out. They didn't make the cut. He's got to work out as goes what makes him click. What's going to make him click in the gear? It's looking like, you know, it's looking like he's taking the blinkers off Ryan.
He sure has. Yeah, Ryan's found a new speed, and well, Leo, he's hit the accelerator on this thing. Clean snap to open up, and the second one just as precise. Love the technique here. Just a full extension, sort of powers out, springs out of it using his body, gets low on the bottom turn again. That hit vertical, it hit 12 o'clock, and manages to avoid that explosion behind him. Fully completed. That's going to be a pretty decent ride, I reckon.
There it is, 7-point ride for Leonardo. Gets himself right back in the clash. Ryan Callanan, it felt like he was maybe going to sneak away with it for a second there, but Leo's just got that great never say die attitude. He always fights to the final moments in a heat. It's helped him claim a victory here in the past, and that was back in 2020. So he wants to go back-to-back here at Manly Beach. Just on 19 minutes to go. Let's hear from our first finalist here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Rio is with Kaipo.
Rio, you are in the final.
Yeah, one more hit. I'm really happy, but job is not done. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to house and go to hot shower and focus again. I want to win this.
Great mindset, and you got a lot of people supporting you right here. You got a great crew.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been hard for me traveling the QS, but this time I got Indo team, like full team, so it's been nice at home, like always feeling the home vibe. So that's why I'm feeling good, also feeling confident. And yeah, thanks to all my friends and family for supporting me. And yeah, one more, and I'm sure everyone's at home happy.
Making Indonesia really proud. Rio's in the final.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, amazing just how different Rio is now after heats. You can tell that, you know, he's not happy with just making the final. He really is setting his sights on the victory, and he's got a really good chance of taking this thing out.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, there's a confidence about him that is really nice. It's refreshing to see that, you know, he's sort of backing himself and is not shy to vocalise that he wants the win and that he's here to get the win. Keep surfing the way he does. He could just do it.
I guess that's the first step, Bugs, actually dreaming it and visualising that victory and wholly throwing yourself into it, believing that you can get there.
Well, it's really that. It's that two-stage thing. When first of all you've got to work your way through to a final. There's two tournaments in one.
and then you've got to have that belief to go that next step and win.
Take us to that position where you've cracked the final. You've gone through, you know, the actual mental marathon that it is to plough through all the rounds of an event like this, and then you got your first opportunity to win big in the biggest contest that you've chased down in your career.
Well, you know, first of all, you do have to settle yourself down, but let's see what Ryan does on this one. He doesn't look too settled.
No, big air reverse again. Ryan Callanan just on at the moment.
But get back to that point, you know, and Rich, everyone's got their own bogeyman. You know, like you've got your own round that's your obstacle, the one that you've got to get past. I mean, for Rio, I do believe it was that round of 16. So that first battle, you get through to that round of 16, and you go, right, I'm on the way to the final. You get to the final, definite reset. To go, you've got to climb, you've got that final ascent to the top of the Mount Everest.
Got to get to the summit and ram your flag into the peak.
Yep, and there's oxygen's running out.
Here we go, Ryan. Just showing so much flair, Rich. Really love the way he drops that back knee and kicks that tail right out.
Yeah, folds that back knee in, and it's a great technique especially for the taller guys on tour to use, and probably, well, none better than, say, a Joel Parkinson. He used that technique to affect Luke Egan before him. There's so many that have done it well. And Taj, another one, perhaps not as tall as those guys, but Taj, it's a very, I don't know, it adds a stylish element to the surfing technique. It doesn't look as boxy, and it allows that taller surfer to get down and get more compact. And that technique-wise, pretty flawless.
Bit more control in coming out of those rotations. 15 minutes remaining here. Ryan Callanan has the lead, but Leonardo Fioravanti, the fighter, he's not too far behind. He needs a 7.68. He's got some priority out there at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Welcome back to the show. Leonardo Fioravanti kicking out of one there. Didn't look like it had too many points in it. And he is still after a pretty decent score here. He needs a 7.68 to jump up into first. Ryan Callanan's got the priority.
And Rich, I was going to ask you, just beyond the break there, it looks like there's these little rapids have gone through the cornerstone. What's going on, mate?
Read my mind, mate. It's the rip has actually changed direction slightly over the last sort of 20 minutes or so. We've had that, the water movement's been coming down the beach from the south out to the north, and it looks like that bank a little bit further left to our screen has actually started pulling through that left-hander, so it's forcing them further down into cleaner water. And those guys are actually sitting a bit further up to the left there. So the conditions changing yet again.
You know, Oki always used to say, look, on these beach breaks, obviously Cronulla's a bit similar at Allura there. These beach breaks, you've got to get on the corner of these rips.
100%.
And move with them.
Yep, 100%. You know, you don't really look for a rip if you're a swimmer, but a rip is a surfer's best friend, because that's creating that channel, it's cutting through the sandbars and creating those corners that you're talking about, Bugs. That's where all the action happens. That's where we want to be.
Looks like we've got action coming our way at the moment. Callanan with that priority, hanging on to the lead, wants to dump this 6 and really make life difficult for Leonardo here. He's paddling into this one, and he'll get into this wave with quite a bit of speed, draws off the bottom, rips through that first turn. The wave stands up again. Big floating re-entry there. A clean combination from Callanan. Might just better the 6. Lots of flair, but what about the entry into that ride? Just great speed as soon as he got to his feet to get that first turn in. Big set on the outside. Leonardo's got a duck under this one.
Oh wow, that was a shame he couldn't get onto that one. That was a well overhead wave at Arkell.
Yeah, great wave here, as you said. Perfect composure on that first turn, slicing it and getting up. A big extension floater with the airdrop. Love this turn here, Ronnie. Gets on that heel side rail, wraps it right around, puts a little emphasis on the turn by throwing the back arm in, draws on that power, leans right into it. And then as it cups out, he just up and over, and just watch him almost sort of row down the explosion on that one, and then gets the jive hands for the finish.
Bugs, it's not like those sections are super forgiving. You know, it's not huge, the surf out here today, but there is some punch to those end sections, and Ryan, he didn't oversurf that wave. He knew there was some points in it. He just had to pick his moves very carefully, though.
Well, we've had this, what's happened is that we've had this southeast wind swell, kind of weakish. Now we've got a 14-second ground swell coming in, and that's a result of it. And we saw Leo had the duck dive, probably the biggest wave of the day, Rich. But that wave of those sections, when they're walled, they've got a lot of juice in them.
Yeah, they sure do. And I think I've noted a lot of the surfers getting off their epoxy equipment today and back onto the polyurethane technology. More of a traditional technology that sort of dampens, quietens those bumps, and maybe a truer line in these bigger, heavy, or more, not heavy, but sort of stronger conditions. That sort of board seems to be the board of choice. Yeah,
the surfers aren't having to manufacture their own speed really out there at the moment. You can see there's plenty of punch out there. And Ryan, he did improve on his situation. 7.67 on that last ride. The requirement's getting a lot taller now for Leo. He needs a 9.34, the Italian.
And Rich, another point, Newcastle, right? I mean, it's punchy, right? Yep. There's a lot of juice here. Ryan, to me, seems to be going up a lot earlier for that final move. He's just going up a bit earlier than nearly everyone else.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's got his timing's just impeccable at the moment. And he's sort of got that power that he can get up early and really rip through those turns a lot more and get all that water displacement and just sort of cut the wave in half.
What a turnaround after bowing out in the first round. At stop number 1 of the Challenger Series, he was 4th in his first heat up there, and now he's, well, potentially on his way to a final here unless Leo can really turn things around.
Yeah, after that heat up on the Gold Coast, honestly, Ryan looked completely bewildered by that result. He seemed so lost. He just missed the cut, and then he went up to the Gold Coast and just lost out.
He's had that look on his face since he broke his wrist prior to the first CT event of the season, which he missed. We've talked about it a bit, Rich. He came back for Sunset. He was very underdone. He was rare, and he actually probably needed a bit more time to recover from the surgery on his wrist. But with all the injuries on the Championship Tour, he had no choice but to get on and start fighting for his place on the CT.
Yeah, he had to come back maybe a little bit earlier than he ideally wanted to, and you could tell even, as spectators, we're around it a lot. And at Bell's, he didn't look quite right. At Margaret's, he didn't look quite right, but the mental sort of aptitude had gone down a notch as well. And then, well, he has just come back in a vengeance. And, I mean, he's done well out here before. He's had a great result at Manly and almost getting the win. And, well, he's on track to make the final at the moment, and perhaps he can go all the way.
Yeah, I love seeing both these guys do some great surfing here on the Challenger Series. Both of them overcome massive injury hurdles to get to this point. And I'm still expecting Leo to push hard here in the final stages. I think he's going to chip away at this requirement and give himself a shot in the final stages here. But right now, let's quickly hear from Kaipo. He's out there having some fun.
Hi, I'm at the Harvey Norman camp here, powered by SodaStream, where we're giving out free SodaStream throughout the event. My favorite is the lemonade, and thank you, Harvey Norman, for the beautiful set as well. Really enjoying it.
I think Kipes is having a good time here on the
Sure
Challenger
is.
Series. He's actually been loving his time in Oz. As much as he has loved it, I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting home to the fam. But it's been awesome to have him out here, and yeah, he really does bring the fun to the panel.
Yeah, it's been so cool to have him. It's been a marathon. He's been jumping out of planes. He's been coming off buildings. He's Superman.
He's all over the place. Well, just over 6 minutes remaining here.
And Ronnie, you know, one point of having watched Leo's progress, I mean, it's been incredible. Like, he's been winning and rising to the occasion. He hasn't, to me, been the guy to get the 9.5s, though. He'll eat you to death. But
not eat you to death, ate you to death, right?
Yeah. But it's not the 9.5 guy. So, you know, he's kind of been, you know, even 2.8s right now won't do it.
No, he needs a very big comeback with just under 6 minutes to go. It's going to take 2 very good waves.
Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Ryan Callanan, just 3 days away from clicking over to 30 years of age. He's looking for a big celebration here at Manly Beach.
Oh, just these airs, they're so big. All these turns, they're so big. And well, Leo's got himself, it's a score, but he's going to need 2 more of them. Great surfing nonetheless, but really it's been mistake-free surfing from Arkau. He's just owned this heat, hasn't he, Bugs?
Yeah, he's owned today so far. He's been the guy. And, you know, Rio has owned the top half of the draw, and Ryan's owned the bottom half of the draw so far.
Well, 5 minutes to go here. And Leonardo's going to have to make a move if he wants to narrow this requirement and make it more achievable in the dying stages here. There's a bit of movement out there in the lineup at the moment. But the finals are taking shape. And of course, we've got the Longboard World Tour to look forward to, the first leg for them of 3 events. And great final matchups established. Chloe Coleman taking on Honolulu Bloomfield. Should be awesome. And then Ben Skinner up against the Aussie Harrison Roach.
Yeah, we've got the Ashes.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, it's going to be an awesome, hard-fought battle. All 4 surfers just surf with so much style and grace, but, you know, you can't kind of forget just how competitive they are as well. Harrison in particular, you know, got such an easygoing vibe about him, but after missing out on a world title last year, he is so fired up.
Oh, there's an indicator, Richie.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
Secret spot, Bugs.
Yeah.
Not so secret anymore, Rich. No. But the event actually got moved out. The surf about went out to Ferry Bower and Winky back in the day, Bugs.
I won a heat out there.
Did you really?
Yeah, 1974. Won a heat out there. I mean, it's the only heat I've ever won at Manly. We had to go right out there around that cliff. I haven't surfed events at Manly. You know, it was after my time.
Well, 82 though, the event took you all over the Sydney beaches.
Yeah, I know it did, and that was the beauty about the surf about. We went across the harbour, you know, into Forbidden Zone.
Down to Bendalong, if I remember
We
rightly.
went to Bendalong.
That's
yes,
right.
It was unreal.
And then DY point?
DY for the quarterfinals, Cronulla point for the finals.
That's right.
Best of 3. There was a best of 3 sets. Now that was a marathon.
3 minutes remaining here, and Ryan Callanan without priority. Just looking so deadly. And has a lot of speed to use on this section. Throws the straight air there. I don't think it's going to go into his top 2, but he's just working the crowd. And you know, I've seen Ryan so many times in this situation. I mean, as one of those battlers on the championship tour, you do see him surfing against guys like Medina regularly and those top guys, and often he's the guy sitting out the back why the danger men are prowling the inside looking for opportunities. It's nice to see him in the other situation where he's feeling the freedom of going to the sky.
Yeah. Sorry, go Bugs.
Oh, that's like he's assuming the role. I mean, he's in his comfort zone. He's just like Medina's in the comfort zone at that CT level.
Well, this is that kind of heightened state that all competitors want to be in, and he's in that state right now. And it's so hard to find that place when you're, inverted commas, in the zone, and everything's just happening. The waves are coming to you. You feel like you're on. Your board feels good, and everything's just clicking together. And you can just see it. It's so obvious that he's in that area right now.
You know, in sports science, they call it the arousal zone.
Sounds good. Just over a minute and a half to go here. 6.23. Didn't go into the top two there for Ryan Callanan. Leonardo Fioravanti still chasing a 9.34.
Yeah, he'd be frustrated right now. It's all going to come down to one wave, and he's going to need, well, maybe the biggest single wave score of the entire event to get himself out of this one.
I'm still expecting him to have a big shot at it, but, you know, he does need the wave. And at the moment, it doesn't look like he's kind of scrambling to get in position for anything. So, you know, usually competitors, once those sets start rolling in, it kind of becomes a bit of a twitch fest. You start to identify where the ultimate place to take off is, to give yourself the best opportunity to launch something huge, or at least set up a sequence of turns.
And then the rains return.
And then the rains, little wind squall happening right now. The rains are, well, they're back. It's enough.
Yeah, 35
It's enough.
seconds to go here. Ryan Callanan, he's been busy in this lineup. 9 rides to Leonardo Fioravanti's 3 rides. And amongst that, a couple of very, very solid scores.
Well, we've had 2 pretty one-sided semi-finals.
Yeah, I think those form surfers have really stood up here. 10 seconds to go. I mean, unlike that last semi-final, Leonardo Fioravanti's not shaking hands just yet. But now he might be, as this one comes to a close. Ryan Callanan is going to be taking on Rio Waida in the final here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. What a final it is going to be. But up next, we've got the final for the women in the World Longboard Tour's first event of the season. Don't miss it. We're going to bring in Shannon Hughes, True Starling, and also Rachel Tilley for the call.
Dress. And when you said my word was honest, you turned your head and smiled as you left. I've been sowing seeds for a plant that I can water.
Welcome back to the action. A very rainy day here in Sydney for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. In the booth, it's Shannon Hughes for the final for the longboarding world titles for the women. True Starling from Rumor Mag and the 2015 World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley in the booth with me for the call. An exciting heat to watch unfold, Rach.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen so many head-to-head matchups between Chloe and Honolulu, so this is another one, and it'll be interesting to see which way this goes.
It's pretty crazy. They've actually had 5 head-to-head matchups within their lifetime, and though Honolulu is the one with the world titles, 3 of them, in fact, it's been Chloe who's taken out the majority of those head-to-head matchups, with 4 wins for Chloe to Honolulu's 1.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. I guess Honolulu will be wanting to make that a 4-2, hopefully, battle. But Chloe, she's a very fierce competitor, and we all know she'll be wanting to make that a 5-1 there as well.
She definitely will. It's been an exciting week of surfing. Of course, we started out with the World Longboard Tour event over 7 days ago to get the opening rounds through last Monday, and then bringing in the broadcast and calling the action for 2 more days on Tuesday and Wednesday. For these women, and Rachel, for yourself, to get some heats underway and to find some good waves in very different conditions than what we're currently looking at today. And now, finally, 7 days later, we've got the finals underway, and it's going to be Honolulu with a first look. And now that priority situation will be set in the lineup, Rach.
Yeah, well, Honolulu is one always for a quick start, and so both of them are really good at positioning themselves into that space to get that first wave of the heat. So you're always sitting out there. For me as a competitor, I love getting the first wave. It gets those, heat jitters out of your feet, and you kind of get into a rhythm. But Honolulu definitely would have wanted to see that turn into a score. And so Chloe's kind of sitting out there now comfortably going, okay, now I have priority, and we're still on the same level. No big scores have been established yet.
Getting very rained on at the moment. Honolulu Bloomfield walking away with their 3rd world title last year, winning it at an iconic break at Malibu in Southern California. Now up against Chloe Coleman, the strongest of the World Longboard Tour, coming out of Brazil over the last decade, and she gets a great opening ride to start things off, gets that quick footwork up to the nose, and finishes off with a nice looking turn. And now she just cruises through to this inside section as it begins to stand up for her again. She maintains control all the way through to the inside, and she'll be putting that first score on the board for the Brazilian in Chloe Coleman. Now, length of ride, Rachel, of course, not coming into the equation, but really that length of ride does allow the surfers to show that control within their footwork. What are your thoughts on this opener for Chloe?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good way to start the heat, start your campaign. Not one that she will be looking to keep. She'll definitely be looking to improve upon that, but that is a really good way to start building the house throughout the heat. And like you said, length of ride isn't necessarily part of the wave, but it did kind of allow her to milk it through and get a feel for how that reform is starting to work during this tide. And lots of rain. Honolulu's up.
Honolulu straight to the nose. Now opting to go on her forehand. That first wave she looked at would have been on her backhand. Nice little finish as she rolls through to the inside here. Just finds that trim line, couple steps forward, and she's hoping that it will start to stand up, but it just goes flat for her. And we've now got a heat underway with scores to come through, true, for both surfers.
Yeah, it's really exciting to have a few scores to lock in here. And unfortunately, it is pretty rainy, but the conditions are still really nice out there. And let's have a look at the replay for Lars of Honolulu here. She gets straight up to her feet. I love how she just takes her time there. She goes for a quick 5, and then she'll put it there for a float. We saw her just kind of try and connect all the way through on this one, staying in the middle third there. And she just walks up, trying to get this inside connection. Unfortunately, that wave just flattens out in front of her. I was going to ask Rachel, Honolulu, we've noticed, in this heat and in her semi-final as well, she's opted to not wear a leg rope. Is that, of course, it is a little bit bigger today. Some people will decide to for a shorter swim and things like that. But Honolulu, she's just taking that risk. Does she feel more confident not wearing a leg rope out in heats?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something mentally as well. If you don't have that caught around your leg or anything, and it's where you feel you're most comfortable, while you are at these heats and you're in the final, you want to feel the most like yourself and the most comfortable out there. So if that's where she's feeling like she can perform her best and she's not thinking about tripping over her leash, which is something that does happen in longboard with all the footwork, That's why I imagine she would have opted to leave it on the beach.
I also feel like for Honolulu, she's a product of the North Shore. She grew up on the North Shore of Oahu and is a great shortboarder and a great longboarder. And waves on the North Shore of Oahu are wild. There's a lot of water moving all the time. For her, paddling out into a lineup like this, of course, some of those bigger closeouts are going to be challenging to maintain control of a longboard. But I think in comparison to what she surfs on her day-to-day at home, she would actually feel quite in control of her equipment in comparison maybe, Rachel, to surfing out at Chun's or something on some of those bigger days.
Yeah, absolutely. She is no stranger to surfing in waves like this, and you learn all the tactics to hold on to your board as well. So, but looking at those last two waves, it looks like Honolulu hers came in just under Chloe's, and I think that really is a tribute to Chloe got to stay on the nose for a little bit longer, and then got the opportunity to kind of do that bottom turn into the hit, where Honolulu's was all just like a little bit quicker. So not too big of a difference, but I think that's why they would have given Chloe the nod on that first exchange.
First score in for Chloe, that 5.83. Best score for Honolulu, a 4.5 at the moment, with just a couple of kicks in and out for her first wave and for her third wave, as we see a pretty good looking set rolling through here, True.
Oh, wow. I think Honolulu may have got that one on the head there, and she'll get another one on the head there as well. It's definitely increasing in size here for finals day. It's exciting to see some bigger sets come through, which means some more critical turns and maneuvers, especially out here. It's funny watching her her get-ups. They're quite slow compared to what you would normally see watching maybe potentially some other longboarders and definitely some shortboarders. Is that because she's kind of just looking at the waves, kind of waiting to see if it's going to stand up for her and she can decide to opt out of that one at the last second?
Yeah, absolutely. I think even in longboarding, you know, you make that bottom turn or a fade into one of your maneuvers, and that's one of the things that judges look at is everything, not just from your first maneuver being your nose ride, but having your bottom turn be something that counts into what you're setting up for your wave. So that would definitely be her reading the wave and seeing exactly how she wants to approach it and deciding, okay, am I going to jump straight up to the nose here, or am I going to do another cutback to fade back in, stall into a nose ride? But yeah, we do see all of those tactics happen more so on the longboard than in the shortboard.
Yeah, it's often a little bit of a slower pop-up, and that comes with that sort of, that little paddle in, but even the no paddle, the board can kind of find that trim line before a surfer is even up and riding on their feet, right? And it just allows them to kind of ride that wave for a moment before even standing to decide if they're going to go left or right. Like Rachel said, to decide, are they setting up for a good bottom turn? Or are they actually going to just try and go straight to the nose on that opening section and put their board in the right position for those critical, really for those critical sections that are on offer? Now 25 minutes on the clock, and Chloe Calmon sitting out in front. She's a product of Brazilian surfing. She grew up in Rio de Janeiro and surfs a lot of beach breaks, a lot of conditions like this at her home break. Some days more sunny, some days a little bit more rainy, just like this. And I think that's where one of, I think the strengths for her coming into this event here at Manly specifically is that this is so similar to her home. These are the types of waves that she's grown up competing in. She's an absolute standout on the Brazilian Longboard Tour, which tends to have a few more events in it than the rest of the regional events around the world. And so for her, she's able to compete in conditions like this pretty often, as we see her now with a strong paddle, using priority on this one. Locks straight into that nice hang 10, pedals back off the nose, gets caught behind the section. She's going to just do what she can to hang on and keep control. She'll get bounced off, but that was a good critical hang 10, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. She was able to lock into that. And something about a hang 10 that you can kind of try and convince the judges and sell it to is when you make it like you're slowing down time. And she really locked into that and really had that relaxed body language as she was up there. And even though you can see her, and she just puts those arms down and relaxes, and it makes it look like she's on there for even those few seconds longer. You really get wrapped in. And as we see this really slow-mo version, you just see her, and then she just relaxes and makes it look so beautiful and buys herself that extra second. So then we see her race back, and she kind of puts herself in that position because she took that extra second on the nose. But I think the judges will really like that.
Let's take a look now, True, at what Honolulu got up to on her last wave.
Yeah, just stepping up the board there. She locks in for a quick 5. And she'll walk back through this one, just kind of carving that straight back. That one kind of started to close out in front of her, and unfortunately not much of an inside section there. I know that Honolulu would probably have heard those whistles and cheers for last of Chloe, so Hono's probably going to need to lock in a nice ride to help her cause at the moment.
Scores to come through from that last exchange. For Honolulu, it's a 3.5, so it does set her up in the lead at the moment, but we've got a good-looking hang 10 to lock in for Chloe Coleman. At the moment, just chasing that 2.17 to gain the leading position back from the Hawaiian. And in those 5 matchups that we've seen them in the past, Chloe taking out a couple of wins. 3 of those have been in the finals in really critical moments, just like this one here at the Sydney Surf Pro. You see a nice locked-in hang 5 with so much control to pedal back and get that little down carb under the lip of the wave, Rachel.
I think, to your point before, this is her feeling at home, and she's really showing her experience here at Beach Breaks, and this is exactly what she would be doing at home. And here we see her just milking this wave all the way through. A nice little tap and finish. That just rounds out the wave really well.
You can see how stoked she is, too, kicking off on the inside. The little check back to her good friend Zoe Grospignon is from France, but competes on the tour. They've been traveling together, and their coach, Matt Chinaki, who's been doing a great job with the guys in the commentary booth this week on the men's heats, definitely would have been making some eye contact back with the team after that.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing to look back and see some cheering and some some whistles and things like that. Hearing it is one thing, but seeing it is another, and seeing the smiles from your team is really exciting. Really nice lock-in 5 there. She walks back, just navigating that section nicely, and she just holds onto her board there. You can see her just grab the rail to stay in control with that whitewash section. And as you mentioned, Rachel, just really milking this one all the way through, having heaps of fun. It won't go into a top 2. But wow, Honolulu up and riding.
On an absolute bomb, the Hawaiian carves out of that nose ride. She'll also just crouch low to keep that control and loses it for a moment. She's going to get that good grip, though, onto the board to make sure she doesn't have to do a swim right.
Yeah, those are those tactics that I was referring to before. Just anything to keep the board within your reach, whether you're grabbing it with one hand or holding onto it with your feet.
Now, Chloe set herself up in a good position. So she opened on that 5.83. It took a while for the judges to come through with that score. It's a 5.67 for her second wave as we take a look at this last of Honolulu, Rachel.
Yeah, she navigated a lot of bump there through the nose, and then kind of was able, I actually thought potentially that the wave she was doing a cutback and was going to bottom turn back. So she kind of turned that into another little maneuver rather than just a straight out. But yeah, unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to complete that any further with more maneuvers. So I think the key with, as we're seeing, Chloe's 2 waves have fallen into the 5s range, and those have been those nose rides and then straightening out and then milking it a little bit on the inside to get above the 5s. I think now they're going to start looking for waves that allow them to have multiple maneuvers.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes down in the first final of the day here for finals day. And in that last men's semifinal for the Challenger Series, we saw an incredible performance from Ryan Callanan. Let's check in with him now.
In the zone. Cal, you must be feeling good, brother.
Yeah, I am. Just to make a final is always special. So, I mean, I'm trying not to get too excited, but it's already an incredible day, and hopefully I can keep it going and stay focused and centered, and one more heat.
It must feel awesome to make a final no matter where you are in the world, but how you've got there has been exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this year I've obviously had some ups and downs, but my surfing's been there. It just hasn't maybe come out in my heats. And this event, I really feel like it's clicked a bit more, and not that it didn't click at other events, but maybe they just didn't go my way. And so to put up some big numbers and get some good scores and have a lot of fun on the process, it's been a really good event, whichever way it goes, and I'm excited to see how I go in the final if I can keep it going.
So, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Callanan, True, has been on fire this week. It's exciting to see him with that opportunity now to take out a big win.
Yeah, definitely. He has just put some excellent scores on the board. He's done some excellent heat surfing. And to have that heat with Leonardo, you know, was a really big one. And they were both like, you know what? Yes, I want to be there to win, but I also want to put on a show and have the best surfing. And I feel like that is, you know, if you're wanting to take out the Challenger Series and move on through to the Championship Tour like they were on the tour recently, unfortunately just falling off, but they're the heats that you want to come up against. You want to have those hard heats to push you, because I feel like in those harder heats, that's where you lift your game. And Arcal has just been on fire. He's just happy regardless of the result, which is amazing to see he's in the final.
Chloe with a paddle under priority. She's currently sitting in the lead with a couple of 5s. A 4.67 was her last score. She's now looking to build and get out of that 5-point range with some great footwork. Gets that beautiful drop knee cut back, now drags the hand and goes in for that little roller coaster to finish, but can't hang on to the landing. Great looking wave though, Rachel, touching into that variety that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the waves that they're going to have to start picking out. Unfortunately, I think they'll deem that last maneuver as just incomplete, so I don't think it'll tap into her top 2. But just looking at this replay, she's able to get up onto the nose and then gets that really nice drop knee cut back. So showing the variety in her maneuvers, and really like that bottom turn, really clean, and unfortunately just falls off there. So, but yeah, as I was saying before, I think that those are the waves that they're going to have to start picking off, because the sets do really seem to be powerful, and Walden don't offer a much opportunity to do more than a quick nose ride and straight out.
Yeah, it's a totally different playing field, True, seeing them take off on those big sets. But then those smaller inside waves that actually run and allow for that grace within the criteria to really start coming through.
For sure, and I think as well, the smaller ones, they kind of allow more opportunity as well, as you mentioned, to get more maneuvers in, to really show the talent that they have on their board. You know, there's a whole 9 feet there that they can roam across, which is pretty amazing, and to see them capitalize on any opportunity that they can, it's exceptional. I think I love seeing them on the bigger waves. It's more risk, it's more critical. You don't know what's going to happen. It keeps me quite on the edge of my seat there, so I prefer that. But watching them just do what they do on a smaller looking wave where they can get longer nose rides, have more movement along the board, is really exciting to see as well.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to be able to see both sides of it, where we've got a smaller score that's locked in for Chloe Coleman. So the last one, the judges like the look of it. It came through as a 5.23, but just shy, likely just because she fell on that finishing section to go into her top 2 waves. We'll take a look here at Honolulu now. Also opting to go on that smaller size wave. Nice little fade to start. Pedals up to the nose, and now using that tail, getting that bottom turn and putting on that finish, but cannot hold on to the control. And that seems to be probably the point of difference, I think, Rachel, if we're going to see one of these two between Chloe and Honolulu find that control on the finishing maneuver, they could be looking at a decent sized score even in some of those smaller ones.
Yeah, I definitely think those are the go. So looking at the replay here, a nice little bottom turn, and she kind of gets a little high there that I actually thought she was almost going to go out, but is able to get back into it. Nice little flick, and then finishes it out. Again, I think we're leaning more towards Chloe's wave, or her previous wave, that she did something a bit similar. Her cutback was a little bit more rounded and complete as opposed to Hana's just there. But looking at her score line, I think it'll kind of sit exactly where she's at, the scores that she already has, so probably won't be that 6.67 that she's looking for.
Chloe still sitting out in front with those couple of 5s. Honolulu looking for a 6.67 to take that leading position. And you mentioned Hono just getting a little bit stuck on that nose right at the top. Is there anything that she could have done differently in that setup to give herself a better line to nose ride?
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit unlucky with the wave having kind of a little bump in the middle of the face. I guess if you were to do anything different, she could have bottom turned a little bit deeper into that to like surf into that bump, stall, and then get that nose ride. But I can't say that I would have done anything different in the moment. It's tricky out there and hard to read the wave, and something that you can go and look back and go after the fact. But it is just when you're out there and you have these things that you want to tick off. You want to get a good nose ride, and it's really quick surfing at the moment, so it makes sense to why she surfed the wave exactly as she did.
13 minutes on the clock. All scores are locked in at the moment. Chloe is sitting out in front with 13 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Stace Galbraith is there to check in with Leo Fioravanti.
A fifth up at snapper, equal third down here at Manly. Leo, pretty good start to the Australian Challenger Series leg.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you always want more when you're here, especially so close to you know, winning an event. But semi-final, quarterfinal at snapper, walking away from Australia, you know, at first, not making the cut, really sad. Now, you know, I'm fired up and time to take a little break, reset, but I'm stoked to walk away with 2 good results.
Well, according to your grandmother, you might be #1 on the ratings. I reckon we can make it official. I trust her calculator.
Yeah, that's what my grandma said. She texted me after I made the quarter. She's like, "You're in first." I'm like, "Grandma, it's not, you know, it's a long year." Like, "Yeah, but you're in first." It doesn't, whatever it is, I mean, like I said, I'm stoked with the points. It's the most important part at the moment. And I'm glad that, you know, I bounced back after an average start to my CT year.
Absolutely. And quick word home in Italian if you like.
Ciao a tutti, grazie per il tifo. Anche se non abbiamo passato quel cut, vi torniamo più forti. Forza, grazie.
Thanks, Leo.
Great performance from Leo throughout this week, as we just saw an amazing wave from Honolulu Bloomfield, and now Chloe with the answer back goes straight to that 5. Nice tight 5, connects for a second hang 5. Great tight footwork, and she'll kick out now, possibly to hope to get out the back with priority again. You can see how quickly she's grabbing that leash, getting her board back to her to get herself set up for another section. And I am so curious to see where the judges will go for the last score for Honolulu. But True, let's take a look at this from Chloe.
Yeah, as you mentioned, really tight footwork there for last for Chloe. She goes for a quick tight 5 and then locks in for a hang there, hang 5. So yeah, really nice wave for Chloe, but Honolulu locked in a really nice ride. Rachel, I'm sure you saw this one.
Yeah, look at how long she was able to hold that, and that 10 was really tight and really nice. And then is able to milk it all the way through. Eventually she goes for a little hit at the end and is unable to land that one, but it really is about that hang time that she got, and that will, I think, improve upon her score most definitely.
Yeah, for those nose rides, it's so much about it is that they should be initiated and completed within those critical sections of the wave. We're not looking for those waves like the previous one of Hono, where it was quite a flat, kind of soft wave. We really want that section standing up. Same as on a shortboard, that you'd really want to see a surfer lay into that and find that connection with the lip. We want to see longboarders riding through those sections, and that's exactly what Honolulu did on that last one. Scores to come through now for both surfers. We're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break with 10.5 minutes on the clock. Scores to drop for both of the women in the lineup.
And I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Don't know where to go and I don't mind. I don't mind.
It's another finals matchup between Chloe Coleman and Honolulu Bloomfield. We've seen this 3 times in the past. Back in 2019, there was 3 events on the World Longboard Tour schedule. Actually 4 with the crowning event in Taiwan. And in the first 2 matchups, it was between Noosa and Spain, the first 2 events on the calendar. Chloe and Honolulu met up in the finals. Chloe took out the wins both times. She was sitting in the leading on the rankings, looking at finally walking away as a world champion, which she's been so close to in the past. And then coming into that third event of the year in New York City, it was Honolulu that finally took out the victory against Chloe in the finals. And it came down to a crazy battle out in Taiwan to see who would get the world title, and it went to Honolulu. Chloe now splitting the peak with Hono. She gets a nice nose ride, and she'll come through to the inside, keeping that control. Now just a little bit of rail work there, puts that drop knee cut back in, and continues to milk it all the way through to the inside section. And we've got those scores in for the last exchange. It just narrowly went in Honolulu's favor with a 6.60 as the high mark of the heat so far. Chloe Coleman bettered her situation, though, by putting down a 6.23. Current situations, we're looking at a 5.46 for Honolulu to take the lead away from Chloe, as we just saw this one lock in, Rachel, for last of Chloe.
Yeah, that was just really beautiful surfing. I don't think that will go into her top two, but just really nice, clean and concise footwork and a really nice relaxed hang 10. So I feel like we're starting to see Chloe come into herself a little bit more. Now she's gotten those jitters out, and now for her with 7 minutes to go, it will come a little bit more into wave selection, I think.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, true, and it's been a really close battle throughout. The women kind of going wave for wave, just slowly chipping away at bigger scores, but neither of them really able to find that breakout moment that they've been looking for.
Yeah, it's surprising that that hasn't happened quite yet for the women, especially in this final. We've seen so many waves on offer. At the start, it was pretty much torrential rain, and now it's just cleared up and it's clean out there. There's really nice conditions, which is more than likely thanks to the rain. Sometimes it can just clean out the surface of the water. But Honolulu, you know, she has 6.5 minutes and priority, and I feel like if now's a time to get that breakthrough moment, it would be now. If there's a time to get that breakthrough moment, it would be now, especially for Honolulu. You know, she wants to get this win over Chloe. She wants to take the win and start the year off really well here. So we'll see how she can handle some sort of the pressure. We mentioned before, she's kind of like a Katie Simmers in this sense that she kind of acts as if there's no pressure on her. But I'm sure in the back of her mind, she's going, okay, I really need to lock in a good wave to really end this heat on a high.
Yeah, and she definitely wants to be sitting, I mean, for both of these women, they'll be sitting at the top of the rankings now coming into the back two events of this year's World Longboard Tour. The second event will be in August at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational in partnership with the U.S. Open. And then the last event to crown the world champions will be once again at Malibu, where we saw it for the very first time last year. It was a really exceptional event there with really fun conditions. Ben Skinner took out a second place finish there. It was an unbelievable run for him, the best of his career. He's now into the finals again, back-to-back events at this level of competition. It's really impressive to see. And he'll be up against probably the strongest surfer coming out of the Australian contingency, Rachel and Harrison Roach.
Yeah, that will be a fantastic heat. They, too, met up in the semis at Malibu last year, and it was Ben who beat Harrison in that semifinal, which put a halt on Harrison going to win that world title. And so this is kind of, we'll see revenge either from Harrison or Ben finally putting the stamp in for that win as we go into the Harvey Norman Heat recap.
We saw some big maneuvers from Chloe on the in sections there. And Honolulu just answering back true with some great nose riding.
Yeah, Honolulu just gets straight for a 10 there, and she's just looking really solid. As you mentioned before, Shannon, no one really getting that breakthrough moment in this heat. There's pocket 5s and 6s on the board. Honolulu is still chasing a 5, but Chloe just seems to be the one to beat throughout this whole event. She's put excellent scores in her scoreline through every heat that she's had. We're just waiting for her to really do that in this one.
That's such an it's such an important part of the story here, because Chloe has been able to find those excellent scores, Rach, in every single heat aside from this one at the moment.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is just really tricky conditions out there, and it is hard to navigate. Yes, it's clean, but obviously the sets aren't providing a lot of opportunity to have that combination of maneuvers. And then the smaller ones are a little bit far and few between. But honestly, with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, I wouldn't be feeling too much pressure sitting in Honolulu's situation. If I was out in the heat there, I would say, well, I only need a 5.46 and I'm sitting with priority. So now I'm just going to wait, find that wave, and get it so that in enough time that Chloe actually doesn't have too much time to respond. So, and here we have Honolulu paddling.
Having a look on her forehand, gets a couple steps up to the nose. Finds that nice locked-in hang 5. You can really see those toes fully committed over the nose. Now engages that rail and comes in for that finishing maneuver. She's now going to hold on to it and look for this wave to stand up for her on the inside. So she's already showcased a lot of that variety, got 2 good nose rides at the start, got that use of the rail, really engaged it, found a little power as well. Now she's looking for another nose ride, and that little Wayne Rich looking so good under her feet, puts that board on rail to finish off with. And she's looking for that 5.46 to take the advancing position. Rach, your thoughts?
Wow, well, I think exactly what I was just saying to that is that she was going to use priority wisely, and I think she just did. And I think we may see a situation change with this one. We see that bottom turn, and she goes straight up to the nose, quick tap, but then she's able to find some time to actually lock in. Isn't able to find the hang 10, but is utilizing that time to then show some rail work. And out in these conditions, that's really what the judges have been rewarding. So, and going all the way through to the inside, she's even finds a quick time to get a hang 10 all the way back, and nice little use of the rail then to finish off a wave. So I'd be feeling pretty happy paddling back out with that wave.
Yeah, a good answer, True, for the chase of the requirement. And now Chloe's sitting with priority with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Chloe needs to answer back now, and if there's a time that she needs to pull out an excellent score, it would probably be around about now, because she's got just under 2 minutes to go. I feel like we just keep getting, you know, lead changes throughout this one. Chloe, as I mentioned before, you know, she's been locking in 8-point rides in most, if not all of those heats, except for this one. And I feel like it's one of those things where, you know, sometimes you hear people peak too early. I'm not saying that Chloe has done that. She's been very consistent, but she really needs to pull one out right now to answer back for Honolulu's last wave.
So waiting for those scores to come through from last of Honolulu. Chasing a 5.46 to get the advancing position. She's now on the paddle back out. She might make it out to backline again with a chance to catch one more wave. She definitely will. Chloe sitting with priority now, waiting out some good wave selection. Something that will offer her that critical section to take a nose ride on. You can see Harrison Roach in the men's final already out in the lineup. He'll be in the matchup against Ben Skinner in the next heat. As we're chipping away at finals day, we'll then be into the women's Challenger Series final, followed up by the men's Challenger Series final with some exciting matchups. And now coming to the last 45 seconds. Scores are starting to come through from the judges, and it looks positive for Honolulu Bloomfield, so this wave is going to matter for Chloe Coleman. She gets up to the nose, locked in hang 5 to start. Nice pedal back, engages that rail, sets it up again, and she goes for that re-entry, but she can't find that momentum to ride out clean, and that's going to hurt the score line as Honolulu has just dropped in a 6.27 to take the lead over Chloe Coleman.
Wow, oh my goodness. And now Chloe needs a 6.64, and unfortunately, because she did not finish that last maneuver, I do not think it will go into that. And that's exactly what you want with 10 seconds to go, is for that lead change to happen. And now she can take this wave all the way to the beach and come in as a winner.
And for Honolulu, she wouldn't even know that she has the win yet, because there is that score True to drop in for Chloe.
Yeah, it's always a nervous moment there, especially when you can hear scores come through for your competitor there. She had such a really nice wave, Chloe. Unfortunately, just unable to finish that one, and I feel like that wave is probably going to haunt her there, because it looks like Honolulu could be up against the Chloe v Hono match at a 4-2 now instead of a 4-1. But the scores aren't in yet. The judges still have to deem that one. But from, you know, watching that last wave and comparing that with the rest of the heat, it doesn't look like it'll go into a top 2.
That was such a great performance from Honolulu on the last opportunity. She was down to just over a minute on the clock. She needed to perform to find a great section to get herself the score and to put a bigger requirement onto Chloe Coleman as well. And Chloe got the answer back, Rachel, but it was in that pressure moment just on the finish of that wave that she wasn't able to capitalize.
You know, in that wave, she did surf it really beautifully. She got a really nice, she got 2 really nice nose rides and a cutback in it. So, yeah, she didn't get that final stamp, but as we're seeing the scores starting to drop in
It's a 5.20 for last of the Brazilian Chloe Coleman. She'll need to wash it off as she heads to the U.S. Open later this year for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. But it's Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion, the reigning world champion, that walks away victorious in the finals against Chloe Coleman, and this will set Honolulu up for a run for a 4th world title this year, Rach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these two are the two to beat with their consistency, and Honolulu just showing why she's reigning world champion, keeping that composure. Congratulations, Honolulu.
Wow, what a performance. True to witness some challenging conditions, and these women just rising to the occasion to show all of the beauty, the grace, the style, the flow that is longboarding.
Yeah, that's been the consistent key among the whole of the women's longboard side of the tour and the men's as well. Both Honolulu and Chloe, as Rachel mentioned, have been the ones to beat throughout the whole event, and I think it's pretty amazing to see Honolulu take the win. You can see the crowd there. She's just very happy, and she's like, okay, what's going on right now? Yeah, an incredible win for Honolulu. She'd be really stoked with that.
So fun. Sophie Collane in the background there. These are all women that have been competing in the field this week. Sophie carrying the board, totally white, and Caitlin Mickelson there with the chair up for Honolulu Bloomfield, your champion for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring back more action. Harrison Roach and Ben Skinner are in the lineup.
Up the stairs? No, I thought you were over here. Where do you want to go?
I don't wanna wait till Sunday. Gotta feel you now. If we're gonna make tomorrow, then we gotta push somehow. I don't wanna wait till Sunday. I know the future's ours. If we're shooting for the moon, I know we'll make it, but I hope we end up somewhere in the stars. I don't wanna wait till Sunday.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. We just saw Honolulu Bloomfield take out the win in the women's division of the WSL Longboard Tour. Now we're switching gears to the men's final. Big Ben Skinner up against Harrison Roach in this final, and it just got underway. 35 minutes on the clock, and the clock's ticking down right now. So we're waiting for the first exchange and some numbers from our two surfers to set the situation early on in this heat.
Well, it looks like Harrison Roach has come through with a, well, it looks like a 4.83.
Yeah, 4.83, the opener for Harrison Roach in this matchup against Ben Skinner. Harrison Roach and Ben Skinner, do have a little bit of a history together. Well, first, we'll get back to that because we're going to look at this 4.83 opener for Harrison Roach.
Yeah, he's got on his forehand here. Now with that tide coming in, there is a nice connection through to the shore. as he gets over the flat sections. Doesn't quite make the Rio, and that's where the score was held back under the 5-point mark.
Well, still lots of surfing to go. In and out rain showers right now, but the waves continue to pump, Bugs.
Yeah, these waves have been consistent. We've got this groundswell happening. Kind of a long interval groundswell that just keeps on giving. The final day on the GWM Sydney Pro has been a bottler. Best of the 8 days.
Yeah, we've had, I would say it was great timing. Not like we have another choice to go. This is the end of the event window. But we did have some great timing, finishing with a climax here at finals day with a little bit more swell than we've seen. Conditions have hung in there as well, Bugs.
You know, conditions have hung in there, and I think, I mean, first of all, it's a good time of year where, you know, you don't get those afternoon onshores so much like a summer onshore, but with the squalls, you often get a bit of a patchy period. Then at on the other side of it, it glasses off again, and we've had it's kind of just a series of those happening today. We had beautiful straight offshores this morning, classic conditions. Now the tide's coming in for the afternoon. We see Ben Skinner. We know he's very hungry for success. He had an unbelievable semi-final this morning.
Ben Skinner on his Skin Dog surfboards, which he manufactures, are available for the public, and also he just shaped for himself all of his competition models. I was going to get back to a conversation on Ben Skinner and Harrison Roach have met before in competition, and that was at the finals last year in 2021 at Malibu in the semifinals. And in that semifinals, Ben Skinner actually robbed Harrison Roach in a way of a chance at a world title. If Harrison had made that heat, he would have been the world champ, but it was Big Ben who moved on to the final against Joel Tudor, 15.84 versus a 14.33 for Harrison Roach. So Harrison, I'm sure, wants to get back at Ben Skinner. Here's a ride for Ben. And this is just a 2.77, Bugs.
Yeah, he sort of comes unstuck here, and you know, it's one thing losing a heat, but it's another thing losing a heat for the world title. I mean, that's a biggie.
Skinner fades that takeoff. Some nice work back and forth on the board. Great cross stepping, turning from the middle of the board, also utilizing the entire rail line. Just this 5, cheats it through that flat water, gets up to a 10, touches 10 toes just for a sec. Continues to plane through here, hoping for more open face before he kicks out. Taking a look back and see if his competitors got a wave as well.
Yeah, looking out the back, and of course that world title going to the one and only Joel Tudor, his 3rd world title.
Yeah.
There'd been a long time between the 2nd and 3rd.
Well, I mean, statistically, Joel Tudor is the eldest world champion ever crowned in surfing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, Tudor talked about, you know, having an extended shelf life riding a longboard, and it's really worked out for Joel Tudor. Of course, Joel can ride a lot of different crafts. He's just a great all-around surfer. And also, Bugs, I know you appreciate it, I appreciate it. He's also one of the tribe that keeps the history alive and keep telling the stories about our brilliant, you know, our brilliant history of surfing. Here we go.
Here we go. So this will be his best effort for sure. He's trying to get into this heat, Ben Skinner. This is a 4.73, so very, very close. Not a high scoring heat. Here we go. Harrison on his backhand. They certainly, the judges appreciated some good backhand surfing this morning. And that was a pretty high difficulty maneuver where he walked back and then had to cut under that lip as it came down. Yeah, and going back to Joel, his posts are pretty amazing. Well, you know, he does know the historical ones are amazing. You know, Skip Fry and always remembering legends' birthdays. It's pretty cool. Someone's got to do it.
So Harrison Roach has really been coming on strong at the beginning of this final. Just a study in the footwork, in slow motion, and just being able to plane that board through the high line, hang 5, whole board gets underwater right there, but he's able to weight and counterweight right through that, and then gets on the tail, and able to do a nice redirect there.
Yeah, I like that. That's really classy. He handled that really well.
Judges liked it too. 6.83 last score for Harrison Roach.
Yeah, well, he's made a little bit of daylight between him and his opponent now, because Ben Skinner got that 4.73 to offset Harrison's 4.83. You wouldn't think at the end of the day he stay in the two tally score.
Well, we're going to crown 4 champions today, and we already have one. Honolulu Bloomfield is our women's longboard champ, and she's with Stace Galbraith.
3-time world champ, reigning world champ, and current world #1, Honolulu Bloomfield. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I feel like I always end up in the final with Chloe, and she's such a strong competitor. So it was like a real nail biter for me. I was trying to find waves, but I just couldn't. And then she was winning, and then I needed a score at the end, and just stayed calm, you know, because all you need is a wave.
Yeah, talk to us about that and your maturity in your competing, not getting flustered at all, and just and riding the wave as it happened.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely evolved in that particular place. I used to get super like flustered, but over the years of competing, I just have gotten better, I guess. I'm like freaking out, I'm like shaking. I don't know how I pulled it off, but.
Leading into this event, you weren't sure whether you'd be able to make the trip or not, but I bet you're very stoked that you came now.
Yeah, I'm super duper stoked.
What's the plans to celebrate the big win?
Probably go home, celebrate with my family.
Congratulations, and thanks for your performances this week. It's been unreal to watch you surf.
Thank you so much. Thank you, WSL.
All right. Congratulations, Honolulu Bloomfield. Congrats to Mom Lynn and Dad Kalohe. Yep, the young lady's going to bring home another title back to the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, it's a great win, and when you think about it, it's a 3-leg tour. You've got 2 events worth $5,000 apiece, and then a $10,000 finish at Malibu. So, but notching up that $5,000, it does give Honolulu the luxury that she can, really focus on getting another big result in the next one, and then eliminating one of those 2 at Malibu.
Yeah, she's 25% there right now. Here we go. And Harrison Roach, nice roller coaster style off the top, throwing little style points after that. Maybe a little ode to an era long gone with that style coming out of that re-entry. Great footwork by Roach, gets 5 and just steezes through a straight out and a more hand driving. Whoa! Just all kinds of dance moves over there for Harrison Roach.
Yeah, he's got the drive going on that one. But he had that huge big roller coaster on the outside on an overhead section.
And of course, he's on those Thomas surfboards. One more replay. Check it out, Bugs.
Yeah, he get quick hang time, and then this is a pretty solid roller coaster Rio, and then he goes to I'm not sure what that was, but I'm pretty sure it was like a signal.
He went to the parallel stance and threw some type of just dance moves right there. It's working for him though.
Well, it's like in the NFL when you see the touchdown celebrations in the end zone. That was a bit comical.
Fading to take off. Ben Skinner gets the 10. Walks it back, walks it forward. Decides to pull out of that one and keep priority.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that one goes on the scoreboard with Harrison. Ben was on the way behind, but all eyes were on Harrison to see what he was going to do next.
All right, so we're still waiting for that score for Harrison Roach. He's currently in the lead. He wants to improve upon his low of a 4.83, which I think that he just did. And he will be applying more pressure to Ben Skinner. Ben on the red jersey, holding priority. And we're down to 20 minutes and 30 seconds, so still plenty of time in this match. But the one thing about the longboards, they're going to catch a lot of waves in their heat.
Yeah, well, Ben's got to get going here because he's certainly having a different heat to, well, it's the final, different performance to he had in his semi-final. He's just not being able to carry on with any rides that he deems worthy, and he'll move back in the priority order now.
Yeah, it was interesting why Ben Skinner wouldn't have stuck with that wave after committing to it, after using his priority. I've been loving the way that he fades left, goes right on the takeoff. It's just a classic move, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move. It just looks so good, and it's so functional. It was a big fade, but in that little bowling section, I felt that he wasn't able to walk to the nose even quickly, and he would have missed the section, and then he would have had to rely on a shore break. He knows that Harrison's had a couple of keepers, so here's Ben again under guard. This might be better. Nice cut back there, lay back, and he's off the back of the wave, so not feeling it yet.
Sets come pumping through here, and the swell looking strong, Bugs. We talked about the long interval in this swell, and finding the corners, though, in this long interval swell can sometimes be a challenge.
Yeah, well, Ben's got to go through this big impact zone here. That's a good size set. It's still coming through. Harrison had a bit of a look at that one. It was too walled. And scores coming through for that entertaining ride by Harrison Roach. And it looks like it's pretty much right up there with the other one. It might be around that 7 mark.
And the judges were entertained. It's into the excellent range for Harrison Roach. An 8.17. Now Roach has put a ton of pressure on Ben Skinner. Ben needing a combination of 2 waves at the moment of 15 points or more. So Harrison Roach starting to run away with this, Bugs.
Yeah, that was an 8.17. Yeah, well, that was a big score. And obviously, he took off. He did all that work on the outside. And he quickly went to the nose, and then that huge roller coaster on a well overhead section, and he just made it look easy. And the rest of it was, I think, just a bit of entertainment.
Yeah.
He's going to keep surfing if he gets a chance, though. I don't think with 18 minutes remaining he'll rest on his laurels out there.
Certainly not, because Ben's has, like we said in the history, Ben's got him before, and got him before in a very important heat, so he knows to pay big respect to Ben Skinner. But it looks like they're just having a good time out there.
Yeah, he just told Ben the little salute he did, the parallel stance. We haven't come up with a name for it yet. We might have to ask him.
Well, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with the rest of this men's longboard final. See you on this other side.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, and we are finishing off stop number 1 on the WSL Longboard Tour. This is the men's final out in the water. If you're just joining us, Harrison Roach against Ben Skinner. And here, let's take a look at a replay of a ride that happened during that break, Bugs.
Yeah, well, what a beautiful hang 10, showing the speed, and now he's really feeling loose. So Harrison Roach running away with this at this point. Yeah, he just utilises all parts of this wave. So it's a full performance. You've got to love this takeoff here and how he gets over this little double up. He uses his double up to walk the board, hangs high in the pocket. Now he's on the hang 10 with a beautiful soul arch. Steps back, keeps the speed, and what a beautiful cutback.
Yeah, his Thomas surfboard seems just to roll from rail to rail so nicely with that technique and board. And there's going to be a contrast. This is the power of Ben Skinner. Just attacks the lip and stomps it through.
Yeah, and he stands tall. You might want to take this one to the shore. Every decimal point's going to help Ben to get back in this heat. And nice little finish here on the nose. Yeah. Oh, hands behind the back. I love it.
So Ben Skinner kicking out of that one. We'll be waiting for the number for Skinner. Meanwhile, the last number dropped for Harrison Roach on his last ride, and he's improved his standing, an 8.33 combined with an 8.17 now. Roach up into an excellent two-weight heat total of a 16.5, Bugs.
Yeah, well, let's see if Ben Skinner can get out of combo land on that last effort. I feel it's his best chance. Surely he's going to get something better than a 6.5. You know, it won't be. I don't see it going into the excellent range, but it was still a solid ride.
Yeah, it was a great ride, solid ride, but at 6.5, so he did break the combo just slightly. Now Ben Skinner needs a perfect 10 if he wants to take over the lead.
Well, we haven't seen one of them yet. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult call out there now. I still think he's going to, you know, to me he needs like a 7.5 just to really get his teeth into this, and a 7.5 would then bring him back to needing an 8.5.
UK versus Australia in this men's final.
Yep.
You have a cricket reference for that, Bugs?
Well, there is. It's a centuries old, over 100 years. The game of cricket, it's an incredible game. It takes 5 days. For Australians, that's 5 days of drinking beer. You know, it's an amazing game. And it's our summer sport. It's like, you know, America's got baseball, we've got cricket. Of course, cricket is big in Australia, the UK, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and South Africa. But and the West Indies have always been a strong cricket nation. But the Ashes is between the UK, between Britain and Australia, and it's an urn. And after the 5 days, they have like the best of 5. It takes about 6 weeks to run this series.
Right.
And they swap it over every couple of years. It's in Australia, then in Great Britain, and the winner gets this little urn with these ashes in it. And there's a lot of mythology around that, but there's a lot of feeling in it. It's an incredible, long-standing sporting rivalry.
And we're seeing that sporting rivalry right now in this men's final as well. Now, Ben Skinner did get a 7.17 on that last ride, Bugs, so now he's working his way slowly back into the game. He's reduced the requirement to a 9.33, just like you said.
Yeah, and that's gettable now. I think a 9.33 is gettable. I think a 10 is just beyond, just a little bit beyond, you know, possibilities out there with what's on offer. So 9.33, he basically has to, you know, do something that garners a point more than Harrison's best wave. But you know, he's beaten some amazing longboard aficionados, and to get this far, some rising talent, some established surfers. Ben, no stranger to finals, Kaipo.
Yeah, Ben made the finals in the last event last year at Malibu. Skinner's just been not just a great surfer, but a great designer too, as we see the Skin Dog surfboard right here getting through it, put through it, its paces on the replay.
Well, the backhand really worked for him this morning. You know, it was, I believe it was his backhand surfing that just gave him the edge.
That was a powerful finish as well to swing that board around. 7.17.
Another chip away, maybe. Well, that was a chip away, but I mean, that's what he needs to do again. Maybe another chip, you know, to get up around like an 8-point ride now we're putting an order in for.
Both surfers sitting calmly. It looks like Harrison's got his meditation.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of yoga.
Meditation position. And Skinner choosing to sit by Harrison Roach when Roach has priority. Interesting play. But these guys are very casual right now in this final.
Yeah, well, it's not so intense out there. I mean, you know, obviously...
Hey, someone's still going to win, Bugs.
Harrison Roach is in pole position for the win. Ben Skinner, does he fight on... Is he satisfied to start the World Tour with a second place?
I hope not. I hope he wants to win.
Yeah.
I hope he's going to get after it right now. He's still got 9 minutes remaining. Of course, Ben Skinner, I want to shout out to his son, Lucas Skinner, who is over attending the ISA World Junior Games right now. That's going to be kicking away over in El Salvador.
Yeah, a bunch of young Aussie kids got on the flight today and headed for El Salvador. It's a very exciting adventure when you go on your first big world trip, and it's to a place like El Salvador. You've got to go to, you know, fly to LA, then fly to Houston, then fly to El Salvador. It's a big journey.
Yeah, I got my Hawaii kids over there as well, sending pictures, and
awesome,
we've been supporting them. And of course, I got to wave my Surfing Nation flag of Hawaii, so I'm going to say, go Team Hawaii.
And of course, this is the pathway, really the pathway to the Olympics. This is where it begins. The ISA is the instrumentality, the governing body that, you know, you've got the World Surf League, you've got the ISA. They work together in the Olympic movement. Obviously, it's the best of the best, and the majority of them coming from the WSL.
Yeah, and for sure the WSL has a superior broadcast, so we'll just leave it at that and hope you're enjoying this show right now on the WSL broadcast. And we're into the longboard finals right now. We're going to have the women coming up next with the women's final and then the men's final. That's our order of the day. Let's check out Stace. Oh, wait, let's not. We're really going to check him out, but we're going to check out Big Ben Skinner because here he goes. Now let's check out Stace Galbraith. No, we won't. We're going to check out Harrison Roach. Now we can for sure check out Stace Galbraith. Now you can go, Stace.
That was great, Kipes. Third time lucky. I'm down here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And the good news is that swell is most definitely still hanging in there. The bad news is there are shades of unfavourable wind hanging around. Only a moment ago, it puffed up pretty strong from the south-southeast. And right now, it's a lot lighter out of the east-northeast. So at the moment, we'll take that light and variable wind. Any kind of strong wind, we don't want a bar of it.
All right. Well, thanks. That's our Oakberry surf conditions update. And Harrison Roach starting to feel a little bit more comfortable out there with 6 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown. Ben Skinner does have priority. Ben needs a big number of a 9.33. Both surfers went incomplete on their last rides, Bugs. All right, well, let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap. And Harrison Roach, Bugs, got underway.
Yeah, he sure did, and this is a pretty entertaining ride. We might get a bit of a definition of what he was alluding to there. That was either a signal or just a celebration. And this is a great carve, and you know he's really looking loose out there.
All right, so Ben Skinner trying to battle back right here. This was a 7.17 to get him out of combination and back into the game. And he is, but he's still looking for a 9.33 as we come back to live action. And as we come back to live action, I want to welcome the Wax Head, Matt Tronacki, back on the Harvey Norman host set. Matt coming a little bit late to this final because he was a support squad for the runner-up in this year's women's event, Chloe Coleman. Thank you for coming, Matt.
Thanks, Kaipo. As we see Ben here just navigating his way through the whitewash there, keeping really busy. And that's the aim of the game out there today. Just roll the dice and see what the ocean throws up, because it's given us everything in the last hour and a half.
Yeah, it's been a real contrast, hasn't it? As Stace said, we've got variable winds, little squalls coming in. The tide's making a bit of a difference now, and but Harrison's certainly looking loose, and he's feeling it.
Matt, I just want to ask you a quick question. What was the download with Chloe after that final? I mean, she's second, still a great result.
She can't be upset. She surfed fantastic. Didn't really fall off much. Good wave selection. You're battling those elements, and if you're catching waves, you're scoring, you're leading the whole heat, you're not doing anything wrong.
So as a surf coach now, I want you to turn your attention to Ben Skinner. He needs a big number. What's Ben's best strategy right now?
He's got to chip away at that number. That would be one of the highest numbers of the day with the longboard to achieve that by far. So perhaps going one of those lefts that we saw him have success with earlier, staying high and tight on the nose, and all he really needs is to connect with one turn to showcase that rail game and that variety in the criteria, and he'll get into that excellent range. He knows that. With 4 minutes left, he's up against it though. But he's a fighter, as we've seen throughout this whole event.
He certainly has been a fighter, and he was even a fighter in 2021, coming out as a relative underdog on the WSL Longboard Tour, but really made a name for himself in that final in Malibu.
Absolutely, and defying odds as well. People had other people as people had all sorts of surfers as favourites, and they were bowing out in the second round, third round, fourth round. But Ben remained calm right throughout, putting together high and excellent scores and heat totals. And he's super solid. When you get Ben in a heat, and I've surfed against him before, right to the last minute, and I'm sure Kanye Stewart can attest to this, it's going to push you right to the wire.
I love powerful longboarding, and when I think of powerful longboarding, Bugs, I think of the one and only Mickey Dora.
Yeah, Mickey was such an amazing surfer, and just, a real entertainer as well. He had that classic blend, and he rode all kinds of different boards. I went surfing with him at J Bay on these wide little, shorter sort of mid-range boards, 7.6s, and France, and yeah, I never surfed with him in Malibu.
We wouldn't be able to catch him, or he'd be in front of you the whole time. But yeah, two and a half minutes left on the clock almost, and it's ticking down, and Ben's going to have to start thinking he's going to get that 9.33 or 9.34 in one go, and Harrison's sitting on him as a wise competitor would. And yeah, well, Mickey and Malibu were in a relationship there, but the main thing about what Malibu gives you is that pocket surfing, and there's always a pocket there, and that's why it's fabled as that ultimate longboard wave.
Why would Harrison, Matt, choose to knee paddle right now?
He's relaxed, he's breathing, he's cruisy, and also to show his competitor just how relaxed he probably is. The water's kind of warm, so it doesn't make complete sense, but yeah, he's in a really good position. He knows it, and he's applying some subtle pressure, and it's all about looks, isn't it, Kaipo?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, hey, there's a mental game playing out there too, and as casual as you can be on the surface, sometimes those little mental games are coming into play. And here he goes. He's going to take this one off of Ben Skinner. Ben couldn't sneak by him. Fades left, goes right. Up on the nose through a whitewater section. He's going to have to bail out of that one, but it was able to kick the board out the back.
A little bit of chop on the face. So conditions getting a little more difficult out there.
And Harrison, once I've said it before, I'll say it again, the only unique pintail in this whole event, and it's carrying him to, at this stage, it looks like he's going to be in first place, but he's down in second priority, so Ben can post those high scores. We'll just see what the ocean dishes up. I'm sitting here soaking wet with car keys that went disappearing through that rainstorm. It was heavy, that rain.
Yeah, really super heavy. That was over the last 6 days, that was the heaviest I thought. A little burst.
All right, well, you know what, you guys? I mean, it would take just a heroic effort and a miracle wave to happen right now for Ben Skinner to overtake Harrison Roach. And Harrison's happy to paddle away with 30 seconds on the clock and maybe lead Ben down the beach. Here comes some waves, however. Ben Skinner does have priority.
He's got one shot here. We've got 16 seconds remaining. It's going to have to be this one, Matt.
Absolutely, and Harry's having a look at it too. He's going to, he's going to turn. He's going to make Ben go.
And there's 5 seconds remaining. He's going to get it in time with 3 seconds. 2 is up.
Fades left, goes right. Gets a tap on the nose there for Big Ben Skinner. Floats it through that whitewater section, showing some power in his surfing. Needs this wave to clean up and double up on the inside, give him more opportunity. Gets a sneaky little 5 there through that section. Redirects to the left. And powers through a turn. And just appealing to the judges. The body language makes me think that he hasn't even convinced himself that that's the 9.33. What do you think, Matt?
I don't think it'll go into that excellent range, but he's just given it everything. This today has been Ben's day, really. You know, he's really he's pushed it to the limit. But Harrison, amazing surfing from nose to tail, rail to rail, and a deserved winner for Harrison Roach.
Oh, wow, how's a step off right there to embrace his opponent. Good sportsmanship. And a great win and a great day for both of them. They leave Australia with excellent points. It's a 3-pronged tour. This event worth $5,000 for the winner. But Ben Skinner, he made the final in Malibu last year. This event plus that.
And he's shown he can go left as well. So Huntington will be a very interesting scenario for this whole, both men and women, for the whole event. So
will you be there?
I'll be there.
Unreal, mate.
I hope I'm joining either one of you two on the microphone as well. We'll see.
That sounds great. I look forward to it. So here we go. We're going to stick with Ben. We need to make it official, but I can tell you right now, from the first couple scores coming in, that it will be official, and Harrison Roach will be your champion here at Manly.
Yeah, so it looks like it's not enough. It comes in at a 4.9. Your winner for the World Tour Longboard event.
He's laughing.
And there's our champ. Congratulations to Harrison Roach. He is your champ on the WSL Longboard Tour. Stop number 1, all part of the GWM Sydney Surf. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Got him back.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
It's a huge finals day here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, and we're changing tones now. We've gone from the World Longboard Tour, and we're down into the Challenger Series finals. For the women's final, alongside myself, Shannon Hughes, on the Harvey Norman host set, I've got the 78 world champion, Rabbit Bartholomew, and True Starling calling the action with me. Rabbit, it's been an exciting day of surfing.
Yeah, it's been a great. We've seen every discipline and in great waves. It's the best day of the window so far, and well, we started with 64 women, and they were down to 2.
Down to the final 2, True. Teresa Bonvalo and Nikki Van Dijk. This is a very exciting matchup.
It is an exceptional matchup for this one. Teresa has just been on fire throughout the whole event. I feel like her last few heats, that's when she's really started to ramp it up a little bit. She's looking aggressive and hungry for a win. And Nikki, she has just been really kind of level throughout the whole event. She's been dropping really big scores. She's been making heats, obviously, throughout the whole round. I feel like in this one, we might see her start to rise a little bit more, but she has Teresa Bonvalo to answer to.
It's huge. This is the biggest result so far for Teresa Bonvalo's career. She's been an Olympian. She's had World Championship Tour wildcard opportunities, but now to be in the finals with 10,000 points on the line at a Challenger Series level event, this is huge for her career, for her building towards that dream of qualifying for the Championship Tour. And then for Nikki Van Dijk, it's her 3rd time finaling here at Manly within different levels of the Sydney Surf Pro. And she has that opportunity now, if she takes away a win, to join the greats of Lane Beachley and Wendy Botha with three victories out here on the women's side bugs.
Well, that's mighty hefty company. I mean, they're two of the great, Wendy Botha, a 4-time world champion, Lane Beachley, 7 times world champion. So, Nikki, this is a rarefied air for her if she can win this final.
It's pretty incredible taking a look at those results of previous champions just in this last maybe 8 years of competition since Sally Fitzgibbons won here in 2012. We've seen a couple of other surfers get those 2 wins. It's been Nikki Van Dijk and Carissa Moore. We saw Malia Manuel have 3 final opportunities. She only walked away with 1 victory, though. So Nikki has that opportunity to set herself apart from a lot of her classmates here at Manly this week. But it's Teresa locking into that first turn, negotiates a difficult section, and rides out smooth for that first wave.
Wow, I like that opening. That's an explosive opening, True. I mean, to get that in your first wave in the final, what a start.
A great start for Teresa. I was speaking to her before after her semi-final finish there, and she was saying, I just felt like I could give a little bit more. I went in with everything, but I just feel like there's more to give, and it feels like she's not going to leave anything in the tank. Great first turn, right in the pocket, straight up for a finish there. Teresa Bonvalo is just looking like she is ready for a win here. Wow, really nice first connection there, and just straight off the bottom and into the top for a second one. She was speaking to her the other day, and she was already talking about qualification and winning world titles. So she is in the mind frame of being one of the best. She just needs to be up there in that class with them on the CT.
What a way to kick things off. Taking a look at that slow motion action, also Bugs, just that release of the tail at that first turn, and the seamless connection into the second is an amazing way to start.
But how quickly she had to recover and go into that second turn. She put so much into that first turn. It bored right up over the lip line and a release of tail, and then quickly into the next transition, and it was an amazing finish. I'm sure she's going to get well rewarded for that.
Judges dropping in the scores. So far, we have 3 judges in total agreement. The 4th coming in just shy of the 8-point rides that have been locked in across the board. And the average comes through now at a 7.83, so it falls just shy of that excellent category. But that is a very strong way to start things off, Drew.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to start a final, especially against someone like Nikki Van Dijk. She has the experience here. She's got 2 final finishes, so it's exciting for Teresa. She's locking in that 7.83. Nikki now has to answer back here, and it looks like Teresa may have priority here, or are my eyes deceiving me?
No, you're right. Teresa has priority. Nikki now sitting under 2nd priority, which is interesting because Teresa had that opening ride. May have had a paddle and didn't get into it for Nikki.
That's the only way it could have happened, right? I mean, Nikki must have paddled for a wave and lost priority, so there's a bit of an unusual start there for Nikki Van Dijk.
Down to 28 minutes on the clock. Nikki's now going to have a look at this one.
one of the features of Nikki is that she's been coming back in heat so strong.
So true. Great backhand attack for that first maneuver. Goes for that little float lip line finish for the second bugs.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it's going to get too big a points for that one. The first was a little jittery, the second turn solid. I guess I'm just comparing it to Teresa's, and it's definitely a couple of points less than that in my view.
True. Thinking of Nikki now sitting in this situation where she patiently waited out that first wave, but would have heard the score of an almost excellent drop in for her competitor in the lineup. That's a tough situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to hear 7.83 be dropped when it's not for you. But as you mentioned before, Bugs, Nikki, she's had quite a few heats lately where she's had to come out from behind. And I feel like, you know, with Teresa being as aggressive as she is in the lineup right now, this might be a heat that Nikki needs to kind of find that groove, but she has a 5-6-7. So if Nikki can lock in around a 7 to an 8-point range, then she'll be kind of into that. We've seen her lock those in with that backhand attack. She's used to the wobble in these waves coming from Phillip Island. She kind of just tags that first section, just both really horizontal. She doesn't quite get vertical in the lip bugs.
I think she realised that that wave wasn't going to give her the time to do one of her big, beautiful snaps under the lip and then go to the bottom and do that deep bottom turn. And it all had to happen quickly. She, you know, yeah, she's basically 2 points behind on that one, a 5-6-7. I don't think she'll have that in her column at the end of this final. But, you know, so her performances, Shannon, so far, she's been undaunted by whatever situation she's in. She seems to put two waves together quickly in the excellent range, and she's just kind of blowing her opponents apart when she does that.
Yeah, it's been unreal looking at her heat totals. She had a 15.57 for her opening round. True, you were in the lineup in that heat. It would have been a bit of a tricky one coming out with Nikki firing so hard.
Oh, definitely. And Sally Kelly as well. They both were just finding the best waves in there. And I feel like through a lot of the heats, there was only really 3 or maybe 4 good waves coming through, and both Nikki and Zali were on them. But, you know, Nikki, it's just a testament to her heat strategy and her heat surfing, and also her surfing in general at the moment. She's found herself a spot in the finals for the 3rd time. She's probably almost definitely wanting a win, but she just now needs to focus on getting some scores and putting up a heat against Teresa.
An interesting little development here, and Teresa's got priority, but Nikki's decided to go down the beach, and Teresa's followed her. So she's kind of moved away from you know, the little, what I call the honey pot that the goofy footers have been sitting a little bit deeper, and she's followed Nikki down the beach. I'm not sure, I mean, maybe Nikki's obviously trying to get away, but I think Nikki wouldn't be unhappy with her following down the beach because the lefts are a little bit deeper, and now they're coming back.
A little bit of cat and mouse out in the lineup today as the women's final is underway. Teresa currently sitting in the lead. She opened up with an unbelievable 7.83 to put Nikki Van Dijk in a pressure situation. Nikki dropped in a 5.67 for her first 2-turn combo.
And she's really sticking with her, and so maybe she's trying to keep advantage of the fact that she knows how dangerous Nikki is.
It's so true. She's got to keep her off of that good wave selection. A nice opening turn for Nikki, driving straight off the bottom for that second into that nice wrap. Throws a bit of spray, but it's not going to be that wave with the quality on offer.
It didn't have that steepness, didn't it? I mean, you know, she couldn't come square off the bottom and had a bit of a fat shoulder. I don't see that one also challenging, but Teresa, you know, is going to kind of, it seems like she's keeping her in on radar.
Yeah, she definitely knows Nikki is a force here, but right now I think, you know, Teresa, she seems to be really playing that cat and mouse game quite early on in the heats. We're normally used to seeing this at the back end, so it's interesting that she's staying really dominant. Here's Nikki up and riding.
Nikki with a snap on the backhand. She'll kick out of that next section. Now we've got scores in for Nikki. It was a 4.17. Teresa out the back with priority. And in the last heat, we saw the men's longboarding finals. Harrison Roach took out Ben Skinner. Let's go catch up with Harrison.
First World Tour win. I can't even believe I'm saying that, but I am very happy for you, Harrison. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm really happy too.
Must feel good to win in front of the wife and family.
Yeah, not my wife, but I've been with her for about 13 years, so counts for something, I reckon. But yeah, Edie's down here. It's awesome. Edie, Victoria, and Tom Payne, my little crew. It's good to get through Declan today. He was the big one because he had like 30 friends down here. But yeah, I won, so came and did what I came to do, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you focus was laser sharp, and obviously next step is a world title.
Yeah, it's a big one. These events are only 5,000 points, so I mean, there's another event in Huntington Beach coming up in August, and then Malibu, which is 10,000. So you kind of got to get through that one and win that one, I imagine, to win the world title. But you never know. I'll be there. I'll try my best.
Well, you've certainly done fairly well there in the past. Your equipment looked amazing all week. Did you want to make a special mention to that?
Yeah, of course. Anyone who knows me knows that I ride Thomas surfboards, and I always will. I was on the 9.6 build pin. Everybody else was riding edge and flip tail and sort of like these high pro mixed nose rider longboards, but we stuck to our guns and rode just a classic Australian log, and yeah, it worked out even in the little beachy conditions. So I'm really proud of that, and yeah, bloody sorry to all the shortboarders who had to sit through us longboarders nose riding, doing tricks and stuff. Did a little Quasimodo there, I think. A couple of sprinkles.
Bit of emotion at one of the end of the rides there. Was that a bit of a homage to some of the surfboard efforts?
No, that was a homage to all the trendy kids who do hair flicks and stuff all the time. So that one was for them. I think they'll appreciate that. I went for the stretch 5 to sit down, but I didn't pull it off. Saved that one.
As always, the US Open. Congratulations again, Harrison, and stoked to see you on top, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks to the WSL for putting us on. It's a big thing for longboarding, and it's great to be here with the Challenger Series events. Now we just got to watch Nikki out there right now, and also Ryan. Go Arcal.
Thanks, Harry.
I love hearing from Harrison Roach, such a classic Australian character in the longboarding world, and I would be so stoked to see him walk away with a world title this year, Drew.
Definitely, and you know, he's already on his way to that. I really loved having the longboarders here all week. I thought it was a breath of fresh air, and having them combined with us, you know, it wasn't so shortboard focused. We were able to see the other side of the sport, because surfing is such a broad aspect, and we need to, you know, accept all parts of it. And I was like really surprised as to how incredible longboarding was. It really opened my eyes to be like, oh wow, okay, this is quite technical and kind of tricky.
Yeah, pretty amazing, Bugs, to be able to see sort of the roots of surfing come forward with that longboard, that traditional style this week, but then to couple it up with the progression and the amazing, I guess, the innovation that's come through within shortboarding.
We've got the best of the best in both disciplines.
Nikki straight into the lip on that first turn, now looks around the section, tags that foam for the second, and yeah, it's really the best of both disciplines out here this week.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of fun.
Scores coming through now. Teresa backed up that 7.83 with a 5.1. She is sitting in that leading position now over Nikki Van Dyke. Nikki with that 5.67 she opened up with, she then built to a 4.17, and we're going to take another look at this one, Bugs.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling like Nikki's hit her straps yet, True. You know, it's nice, but it's not like what she was producing earlier. Here's the 5.1 by Teresa. Like, that's just a more dynamic move. Even though it was one move, she got rewarded with a 5.1.
Teresa is just not giving her any room. Like, she is seriously boa constricting her out there right now. She's like giving her no room to move. She's forcing her own waves when, like she just did with Nikki when Nikki had priority. She's making Nikki almost, in a sense, second guess herself, because that wave was good, but then she was at the start, she was like, am I going? And Teresa wants it. I don't want her to go it, so I'm going to have to go it, but do I really want it? And that's what being so close to someone can do to you. And she's really making Nikki kind of freak out a little under the pressure.
So you're thinking that she's kind of ruffling her feathers.
Yeah.
I was thinking before maybe Teresa should just focus on her own game with that excellent score, but you're thinking that she's playing a pretty smart game and there's a bit of the feathers have been ruffled here.
Well, I definitely think, you know, when she just had that single 7.83, I was kind of going, okay, you've had 10 minutes of the heat. It is way too early to be sitting on someone and forcing them onto waves. But with that 5.1, Teresa, she just seems fired up. She just seems ready for a win. And I think that this kind of heat strategy and this sort of attack mentality seems to really be working for her. And it's exciting to see her in the lead and have Nikki chasing that 7.27. But Nikki, you know, she can't be counted out just yet. She's had some exceptional heats. She knows how to deal with heats under pressure. She's been on the CT. She's won this event before, which is a high pressure environment, so it's exciting to see that.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. Scores in for last of Nikki Van Dijk. It was a 4.93. See if anyone's going to turn to go on this wave, and because they're not going to, we'll go to a quick commercial break. We'll bring you back with more action right after this. It's the finals on an absolute hot streak up against Ryan Callanan.
Here comes Molly Pickle, big straight, front side hook.
We're in stop number 2 at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro for this year's Challenger Series. We already saw Callum Robson and Katie Simmers take out the win at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro just over a week ago. And now after this event, we've got a few more on the calendar for this year. We're going to head to South Africa for the Bledo Pro, to Huntington Beach, California for the U.S. Open of Surfing, then to Ericeira and to France, where these women will be able to battle it out in those European conditions, down to Brazil, and finishing out at the proving grounds of surfing there for the Haleiwa Challenger.
Yeah, and it's these contrasting surf breaks and all different conditions, and we're seeing the difference, you know, the different makeup of this final compared to the Boost Mobile Pro in Snapper. I mean, it's completely different makeup of semi-finalists. So it makes for an exciting series. I mean, Shannon, I mean, there's such depth in the women's at 64. I mean, gosh, who could pick a final?
Yeah, it's unreal to see these two women rise to that occasion. Nikki found herself a quarterfinal finish on the Gold Coast, but Teresa only a 17th, which is going to have to be a throwaway score for her coming into those 5 events that count out of the 8 on the calendar this year. But really exciting to see those women in the semifinals. Keala Tamara Bernat and Sophie McCulloch also getting their best results of their careers, let alone of their Challenger Series campaigns, on this pathway to the championship tour to try and find that qualification true.
Yeah, it's huge, and it just shows, you know, how amazing those 64 women are. I feel like we're going to see a lot of different finalists throughout all of the events this year, and we'll hopefully see some new rookies on tour as well, which is super exciting. It was a real great thing this year where we saw some new rookies on tour with India Robinson, Molly, Gabby Bryan, Luana and BettyLou. And Gabby was the only one that was able to stay in that top 12.
Yeah, she's the only one that's made it past that midseason cut as Nikki just dives out under the lip there. But it was a huge refreshment, specifically to the women's tour, because it's a smaller field. We often see a lot of those surfers from the CT gaining their requalification through the qualifying series at the end of every year. And so it's a lot of names like Nikki Van Dijk, who had done that in the past, that are getting those repeat opportunities on the CT. They're the ones that are able to grow and gain that experience. Where for the first time last year, introducing that Challenger Series kind of opened up the conversation to a bunch of new names, which was huge to see 5 rookies coming into the Women's Championship Tour. We hadn't seen that in close to 5 years plus, which was really great for the sport, Bugs.
No, really well put, Shannon. That's the great perspective, because and that is one of the objectives that the World Surf League was aiming for with this Challenger Series. And it makes real clear definition of where you are along the pathway.
Yeah, we've been having that conversation surrounding the likes of Jordy Lawler, getting some of those call-ups to the CT this year, but now knowing his pathway is on the Challenger Series and he can focus Teresa locks into the pocket for that first turn. Nice wrap for the second. Tags the finish. She is looking absolutely unbeatable, True.
I don't know what has switched in Teresa Bonvalot, but something has switched and she is just a completely different person, you know. But then as soon as her rashi's off, she's back to the fun-loving, caring Teresa that everyone knows. But when she puts that rashi on, she's like this hungry woman who is ready for a win here, and she's so aggressive in the attack on this wave. I love that turn, just staying nice and tight in the pocket. And for a finish, I'm kind of just shell-shocked by her attack in this whole heat. I love that first turn, straight up in the pocket, just ready for this section here, straight into it as she carves it around. Really nice slash there. And as she puts it in for a quick little finish, Teresa, you know, she'd be thinking, okay, cool, let's just try and constrict Nikki a little bit more, make her feel a little bit more nervous and a little bit more under pressure, which she seems to be doing, but she's right now paddling away from her, so she's maybe trying to find her own bank.
Well, now it's a switch because Teresa hasn't got the second priority. Nikki's yet to get into the heat. Teresa's looking for something special, just a little chip in down the beach.
We've got that score to come through for her last wave. She'll just chip in and out of that one. And it just seems like this is the year where Teresa is coming into her own in her competitive surfing career. As we see Nikki with a check off the top, goes for a nice foam climb to finish. Her surfing, Bugs, it's so smooth. And she's putting all those little pieces together, but that wave selection is letting her down wave after wave.
She's had nearly a carbon copy of 4 waves in a row where she just can't break into her stride and her backhand repertoire once she gets going. I mean, look at the difference in the quality of the wave that Teresa got then with that square bottom, the really tight pocket, and Nikki's just getting these waves that are just sort of flopping over.
Scores in. It's an 8-point ride for the last of Teresa Bonvalot. Walks her into that excellent range, which is so exciting to see, and now puts Nikki Van Dijk into a combination situation. It's a strange place to see Nikki sitting in right now because she's had that priority opportunity a couple of times, and she's gone on waves that have not amounted to anything. She's had the opportunity to wait it out for one of those good sets, and she's just been making some sort of dud decisions when it comes to wave selection. Teresa now having a run on this one. She's going to go into the air, throws that board out. We saw her do it the other day, True, and it's really exciting to see one of her as one of those younger competitors coming up, starting to push the progressive game in women's surfing.
She has the freedom to do that as well. She's got that 8 and a 783. She has the freedom now for the next 10 minutes to get progressive, add some new moves, go to the air, add a little bit of variety, maybe push a little bit harder to see where she can go with the judges and what they'll give her for that. You know, Nikki, she has a 10-minute heat here. She needs to turn things around, and once again, just her wave selection not really offering too much.
Yeah, just tags that first section, makes that transition down into the double up really well, but can't stick the landing either. Probably wasn't going to amount to very much anyways, though, Bugs, because the wave just isn't the one that's standing up the way Teresa's on.
No, and I really thought that now that she's in a combo, that would really centre her attention to going, she knows what she needs now. It's very surprising. Unless she thought on that one she'd be able to maybe get a 6.5, but even then, she's going to need something in the 9-point range.
Yeah, she's almost just needs to calm herself down and get rid of that frantic energy, which is really hard when Teresa's just kind of not giving her any room to move. But we've seen her do it so many times before as well. She won the event in Portugal. She beat Carissa Moore in 2017. She beat Carissa Moore on her backhand. So we know her backhand is strong. She just needs to kind of be more in tune with the wave selection.
Yeah, there has definitely been a departure in that cool, calm approach that she's had throughout, and it's served her so well to get to this final. And it's been a swap, really. I mean, Teresa's cool, calm and collective, and just plucking the golden nuggets out of this final.
It's just such an amazing place to see Teresa currently sitting in, coming into the best result of her career. She's got that pack behind her from Portugal as well. She was born and raised in Cascais, and she was given those wild card opportunities as a Grom. At 14 years old, it was her first call-up to the WSL Championship Tour. In her third opportunity in 2017, she actually walked away with a round 4 finish, which was exceptional. On her road to that finish, she took out the reigning world champion and Tyler Wright that year. She had an incredible performance. Here we go with her, a little effort on the end section there.
Well,
her legs may be starting to find some jelly.
Well, that was definitely a sell job.
Yeah.
Now, that might have been a shift in the mind. It's the first minor win that Nikki's had in this. That she sold it on a real dud there, and now Nikki's out the back, and I see sets coming. So this could have been a late turnaround, but because she sold it on that, she's out of position for that one. That would have been a nice, solid, big wave for Nikki to get, but that's the sacrifice she made.
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, it was unfortunate for Nikki. I mean, she is sitting with priority now, so she has to take that as a win. It's an easy paddle out. We've seen Teresa catch 10 waves, and it's such a quick paddle back out there. So, you know, if Nikki can lock in a 7, then she'll be needing an 8-5, a little bit more potentially to move up into the lead, and she's so capable of doing that. Teresa just seems to be on the best waves out here.
I mean, time is not her enemy yet, Shannon, but I do feel once we get to that 5-minute mark, it's not, being in the combo position is not ideal.
I agree. Ryan Callanan taking a quiet moment on the sand before getting ready to paddle out, where Rio Whiten is taking a little bit of an opposite approach there with Matt Myers.
I was going to say, can we just talk about the difference of approaches? Rio is getting his body warmed up. He's training himself, figuring out his reaction time. Ryan Callanan, he is centering himself. He's being ready. He's meditating. He's getting himself in the zone. So it's interesting how people kind of figure that out differently, and how every single competitor has a different approach. I feel like this next final is going to give a lot of fireworks, because both surfers have been on fire throughout the whole event.
Yeah, it's going to be a real exciting one.
Yeah, well, it looks like Rio, you know, he's being set for, you know, to come out of the blocks just on fire, that high nervous twitch energy, just ready to just take apart the first wave he's on.
As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap from Portugal, Teresa Bonvalot just commanding the attention of the entire beach off the start of this heat.
That's a great word for it, commanding. She's just commanding the attention, the waves, the priority, the scores. And Nikki, she just hasn't really found that rhythm just yet. And Teresa, she's been on every single good wave. Great turn there. She's just driving through each wave with so much attack there, Bucks.
And style. I mean, she's really flaring. And okay, here we see Nikki. It's 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. That's her best wave. That's her best wave. We saw flashes of what we've seen in the tournament so far on that one.
All right, so scores to come through for Nikki Van Dijk. She is sitting in that combination situation because Teresa is out in front. She opened up with a 7.83. A couple of judges gave her that 8, but then the average came out as a 7.83. She then backed it up with an 8-point ride and has Nikki chasing some big scores as we take a look at this, True.
Yeah, she just gets a nice first carve there, and she puts it around for another one. And as Bugs mentioned, that's flashes of the surfing we're so used to seeing from Nikki Van Dijk. I agree, it'll be probably her best score.
Well, it's never too late, because, you know, as I said, before she gets to that 5-minute mark, there's still that good hope, because with 4.5 minutes remaining, she might be able to use her professionalism here to try to sell Teresa on another wave. Let's just see now the ball's in Teresa's court to see how she handles and plays this when that score comes in.
Oh, wow.
She's out of combo, that's for sure.
It's a 7.00 for Nikki Van Dijk. Now has her chasing a single score true of an 8.83.
Yeah, she's back in the game now. We've seen Nikki lock in 8-point rides throughout the whole event, and if I was Teresa, I would start to be feeling the nerves now. She has priority. She has to make the best decisions here to keep Nikki off the best waves.
It's nearly like she can hear the footprints behind her.
This is coming down to a really tight moment. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Teresa has been just driving, commanding the attention of Nikki in the lineup, of everybody, commanding the attention of the judges the entire heat. But now Nikki Van Dijk has scratched back. She's got an opportunity.
And I still say Teresa's in the ideal position. I mean, an 8.83 is a pretty substantial score. I don't see it on this one.
Links up that first turn. She'll have to kick out because she knows that wave's not going to mount to anything.
No, and you know, there was a little bit of a sell job to that, but Teresa this time she wasn't taking the bait.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and this is just wild. I love seeing these two in the lineup together as well, because in that 2017 event at the Cascais Pro, it was Nikki Van Dijk's first and only win on the championship tour. She had 7 years consecutive. She qualified in 2014. She fell off tour last year in 2021, and due to that nagging hamstring injury, we didn't actually see her on the Challenger Series last year. So this is the first 2 events, her on the Gold Coast and here back in a jersey, in about 8 months, maybe a little bit longer. So for her to come back to find a quarterfinal finish and a final is pretty unreal, Bugs.
Oh, it's really good, and Nikki's going to feel very comfortable leaving the Australian shores in first position on the Challenger. 2 keepers, no matter what happens here. She's come up against someone who's put in Teresa on a peak performance. And Nikki, though, ooh, here's a nice little start.
All right, locks into a nice looking snap. Goes a little bit more of a wrap for those next 2 turns.
Wow.
Keeping that control as she comes through to the inside. So it's a small wave, but it had that pocket, it had that little steep section to it, True.
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn for Nikki. It was unfortunate, that was a smaller wave. I don't think that will be her best wave of the heat, but she's getting that distance between her and Teresa. What do you like about this one, Bugs?
Oh, look, I just like it's just free surfing. I mean, that's a great move. The wave lets her down from here on in. She gets 2 good moves in. When you're looking at an 8.83, you know right now the scoring potential's finished on this one. Yeah. But I really notice how Teresa starts moving down towards anticipating. She would have known that that's not going to do it. And she's moved down to a position just to meet Nikki on the outside, just so that Nikki can't go down the beach and get a little Hail Mary last second, you know, because she's such a good surfer and has scored, you know, maximum points in so many heats. Here's an interesting wave coming.
It is a beautiful looking wave on the horizon. Now Teresa sitting with priority. She's taking a little bit of a move, mostly though to make sure that Nikki's not going to be able to turn to go. Nikki just a little bit too far down from the scoring potential on that wave, True.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I feel like we haven't really seen too many rights come through, so it's mainly lefts that are the better scoring waves, and it was very smart of Teresa to feel where Nikki was, if she was going to turn, and if she was, then she could kind of swing around and go it. But with 40 seconds and Teresa having priority, ooh, it's going to be really tight.
She is, like you said, going to put the boa constrictor onto Nikki Van Dijk and not allow her to have an inch to take a look at a wave here, Bugs.
No, and I mean, Nikki did improve her position on that last wave. It doesn't count for anything, but you know, the wave let her down, but she surfed it really well, so she's still fighting.
She's still fighting. She found a 6.13 for the last one, but chasing down that 8.33 as we come to 5 seconds on the clock. And what an unbelievable performance from Portugal, from Teresa Bonvalot. She's got a great team around here, her and Vasco Ribeiro and Mafalda Lopez, that Portuguese crew feeling so proud to take a victory home here in Sydney at Manly. And an incredible performance. Keep us there as well. There's just such a fun pack to celebrate the young Portuguese competitor.
She cannot get back to the beach quickly enough. She just wants to come and celebrate with her compatriots from Portugal. And kudos to Nikki, a great performance, a 2nd and a 5th in the Australian leg of the Challenger Series. Puts her in great, but look at that, waiting on the beach for the champion is she might want to do a victory lap, True, and get a nice little wave here and do something special on it.
She looks like she's just having a moment to herself. I feel like she probably can't believe it right now. Wow, that was a huge victory for Teresa. I know it's been a long time coming. She's been putting in the hard yard. She's training a lot, eating well. She lives and dreams surfing and winning and being on the championship tour, and this is a huge little bonus to get her started here.
This is massive.
That's what she wanted. That's what she wanted. That's the victory. Yeah, she's so happy.
Wow. She's had some incredible performances in the past. She took out wins this year on the qualifying series. She won at home in Portugal. She won in Israel on the road. She's taken out victories far from home, but this will be the biggest of them with 10,000 points on the line. For Teresa Bonvalot to take out the GWM Sydney Surf Pro is a massive career highlight for her. She walked away an Olympian last year, an incredible experience for her, but now Her real dream of becoming a WSL Championship Tour surfer is finally within grasp, Drew.
It is, and I'm just so happy for Teresa right now. She's been around people like Kika Veselko there, Mafalda Lopez right there, and like they've been traveling together, and they're so happy for her. And I agree, it's a career highlight right now, but she's got to keep that momentum rolling.
You know, Caitlin winning at Snapper, Teresa here at the GWM in Manly Pro. That's there's some new blood coming into the system, and what a peak performance.
What an amazing performance. To peak at the right time, to have the teammates down there getting their shoes soaked for the sake of cheering up their good friend in Teresa. It's been an unbelievable ride for her here at Manly, putting all the work in, building in those performances, heat after heat, and now to be cheered up by the women that have pushed her own surfing there at home in Portugal to represent Cascais proudly. And now to look at getting a shot at a full opportunity on the championship tour coming up later this year. If she can keep that momentum going, True, you absolutely hit the nail on the head. Taking out a win here is big, and now we'll be looking for her. We'll feel that expectation growing event after event, Bugs, towards the end of the Challenger Series.
Well, when you think about it, there's 8 events, there's 5 women make it. I think you've got to have a first in your column. You must have a first to make that 5.
It's definitely going to be that really important result coming through. We'll be looking for her now to back up. She had that 17th place finish on the Gold Coast. And now for her to walk away with a win is going to be massive in points. She's going to get some good prize money to help fund that Challenger Series campaign as well. There's just going to be a lot of momentum now that she'll feel as she heads into the next event there at Bolito. And for our presenting sponsor and Rip Curl there to have one of their team riders walk away with the title this week is just so exceptional. And what an amazing performance that we've seen from her throughout the run of this entire event. We've got Stace Galbraith. He's ready to go. Stace, take it away with Teresa. An incredible performance to walk away with a win.
Thanks, Shannon. Yes, indeed. Teresa, congratulations. The biggest win of your career to date. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I pretty much love Australia, and coming again after 2 years of COVID. I mean, it just feels unreal, like, to travel again. And, like, I've had a really good result back in the days on the 6,000 here. So, I mean, it feels amazing to take the win, put Portugal on top. And, yeah, I'm just super stoked.
You had a very close semi-final. Did that bring you into this final feeling a little relaxed?
Yeah, I just wanted to surf. I just wanted to deliver my surfing and pretty much just give my all in there. And I mean, just taking the win, it's already amazing. Sharing a final with Nikki, such an amazing surfer. She was surfing really good the whole event. So yeah, it feels amazing. And all the crew here, like the Portuguese crew that live here, it's amazing. Thank you so much.
And speaking of Portuguese, did you want to sing out to anyone back at home?
É o nosso win. Queria agradecer a todos que estão aí desse lado a apoiar. A minha maior vitória. Mas isto veio muito trabalho e todas as pessoas que estão atrás de mim, toda a minha família, toda a minha equipa. E vamos!
Parabéns!
Unbelievable victory here on the beaches at Manly for Teresa Bonvalo, the Portuguese. She's a European champion now. She's taken out a win on the Challenger Series here.
Yeah, a peak performance for the young Portuguese surfer. She takes 10,000 points, and wow, this has been a great day for women's surfing. What a great exponency.
Great to call the action with you, True and Bugs. Stay tuned. We've got the men's final coming up next. Rio Waida and Ryan Callanan battling it out for the title. We'll be right back with more after this.
Welcome back to the show. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl here on the Harvey Norman set for the final for the men. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett, Kaipo Guerrero, and this is going to be a good one. We've just seen obviously our longboarders crowned, also our women's champ decided. Just one more heat to go here in what has been a massive week, and it's going to be a fantastic clash, Kipes.
Is it counterintuitive that I'm actually kind of a little bit sad that it's over, Ron, in another
It
heat?
is. Let's get into it. Rio Waida, the Indonesian who's been on fire and overcame one of the toughest customers on his road through to this final, is out there in the red, and the Australian Ryan Callanan, who's really looking to just pick up the pace, and he's done that. He's had some great performances. It's the best we've seen him in the jersey for some time, and he got things going, Rich, just during the break.
Sure did. And Arcal, he's just picked up where he left off in the earlier rounds with some amazing rotations on the front side, bringing the power, bringing the flair, and he's just turned it up a notch.
Unbelievable start here, Kaipo. We've been talking about this guy's potential. We talk about his progression a lot, but in the past when we've seen him on the CT, he's really kind of leaned into his power surfing more so than his progressive surfing. Today, he's giving us a bit of everything.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm also seeing that he has a strategy of getting a quick start. You know, in that quarterfinal heat that he had 18 points on 2 waves within the first 4 minutes of the heat. So I think his strategy right now is to get off to a quick start. He's done that. He's got a keeper score already, Ron.
Really solid. 7-6-7. The second wave, just a throwaway score. But you know, Ryan does have that ability, Rich, to get super inverted. He really throws that board into his aerials. It gives them a real point of difference. And if you're going to match him in that department, you're going to have to get inverted, get a little bit upside down.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, especially in the final. You know, Ryan's going to bring these big moves. Everything he does is going to look big and powerful. He's going to displace a lot of water. So, Rio, what am I going to have to do? If he's thinking, what can I do to overcome him? I'm just going to have to go bigger, more electrifying, maybe faster, go higher. But, yeah, it's this quick start of Arcal. He's up and riding again.
Big swoop to get started, cutting it right back into the bowl, kicks the fins free for a moment. And now starts to load up for a finish on the inside. And again, a lot of control with that release today. He's really going for it. Rio, though, is going to be right in this heat with the surfing he's been bringing us to, Kaipo. He's had great variation on the backhand. He's got a lot of power, and he's just been a very confident performer on his road through to this point.
Right, he's shown tenacity, too, in that he doesn't give up. He's had a number of buzzer beaters on his way over here to make it into the final. But Arcal, I'm just enjoying this flow that he's bringing. And he knows he just wants to kind of surf to a backup score, which he's doing right here. A variety of maneuvers, has no problem skating through that flats, and then gets that finish.
Just wants to get one more win in his 20s as well. He's going to be 30 in 3 days. What a way to celebrate that would be, claiming a win here on the Challenger Series. And Ryan's had a really rough year, Rich. The injury, but just also never really getting the peak performance up until this point in the year.
Yeah, it's a bit of a comeback party, this final for Ryan. And I just wanted to touch on experience here and being comfortable in a final situation. You know, this is probably the biggest biggest heat of Rio's life in terms of, you know, world stage. It's a Challenger event final. Ryan's sort of been in these situations before, so he knows what to expect. And for your first time, you kind of go, geez, I'm so close. I just want to get that win. And it can sometimes put you out of kilter with the rhythm that you've had through the whole event. But Ryan seems to be settling right into things here. Looks like Rio got a quick wave. Must have been a quick fall because it's only a 0.43.
Yeah, back out there with priority, waiting for his opportunity. That last wave for Ryan dropped at a 5.33. Really clean conditions. Manly surfed up maybe the best waves, the most powerful waves certainly of the event window on finals day here. Rio, nice bit of flair on the combo there. Love the way he got on top of the roof there, but still kicked that tail a little bit, Cox.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good combo. Get him back into it. He's still going to have some work to do if he wants to catch up to Ryan at this moment. But you know, we got that extra 5 minutes right now in these finals, 35-minute finals. So that extra 5 minutes at the end of this heat could make the difference, Rich.
Yeah, this is a great two-term combination here. And gets that final finishing maneuver. Little drift up and over the roof as the lip comes down. But that's that trademark extension off the top. It almost has a bit of a look of Kanoa Igarashi about it, doesn't it? The way he kind of extends the body, extends out of the turn, puts a bit of flair into it. And I feel like he'll probably match Ryan's mid-range score on this one. I don't think we're going to see it go up into the 7s just yet.
Yeah, really good call on that comparison with that extension on the backhand that Kanoa gets on some of those top carves that both of the surfers actually use to project speed out of that top turn into the next turn.
He was. I went and had a peek in the competitors area before the final, and well, Ryan was going through a real dynamic warm-up routine, getting the muscles all switched on. But Rio, he was pacing up and down, had the headphones in, was just steely look, really zoned in.
Rio's from Indonesia too. His first priority after the semi-finals was to get home for a hot shower.
Yeah.
And get himself nice and warmed up, ready to get back out there. Let's head out the back with Dometic and Stace. What do you got for us, mate?
Rondog, the sun is shining down here at Manly. Perfect timing. Men's finals obviously just hit the water and the waves are still pulsing in as we see Rio just quickly in and out there. I would like to note that I think Ryan did pretty well there to get such a high score on such a small wave. Rio has been on the best waves all event. However, I think with the tide, how high it is right now, I don't necessarily know if those bigger waves have that same steepness as earlier.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, though, if Rio can turn himself onto one of these quality set rides at the moment. Just a 5.87. But Stace is on the money. He kind of squeaked out a pretty decent score. I think it was with the quality and risk in the final manoeuvre. We'll see what he can do with this one. Trying to get rid of a 5.33. There's a bit of that sunshine, as Stace was pointing out. Haven't seen too much of it over the past couple of days.
It's nice as popping out just in time for the finals, and I'm just really impressed with the conditions that have hung on all day long. The wind's been cooperating. The swell's obviously here. What a great finals day.
What's the buzz been like, Rich, for the locals here at Manly Beach, just watching finals day unfold?
Young and old, everyone's just been, you know, down here at First Light, getting involved. I've seen so many of the local crew, especially the local grommets. They're pretty much parked at the not going to be at school notes have gone out, and they're down here. And have a look at that. I mean, we've had torrential rain most of the day, and they've been down here in droves. So great to see the locals down here supporting their crew and just getting a glimpse of professional surfing at its best right now.
Yeah, they got a big treat this year. The Challenger Series obviously coming to town, but the first stop on the World Longboard Tour as well. And yeah, only 3 events on that World Longboard Tour. So the race is going to intensify as they head over to the US Open. But right now, whoa, Rio Waida getting himself back into this heat. First turn, ultra vertical. And he has finished this wave off in superb fashion, Kaipo. I love that first manoeuvre. Really held onto that track, that vertical track, for a long time.
Rio's short for re-entry, and that's exactly what he did. A backhand Rio, straight 12 o'clock, rang the lunch bell. That was noon.
That was awesome. I can't wait to see the replay of this first turn here.
Oh, just fully groomed out conditions. Straight up into the lip. Kind of gave it a little bit more than some of the other turns that we've seen throughout the day. Got to the finish as well. This is going to be a big number. As we break down the slow-mo, look at the back arm, the pendulum sort of weight, allowing him to go right up and through the lip. Gets a bit of a fin drift, regains, reconnects with the bottom turn. Sort of second check turn, but it was more than that. There was a bit more emphasis in it. And then gets this final finishing turn. Jeez, his board placement is just something to behold.
Now, there were so many people chasing that Olympic dream last year, and even though a lot of people didn't come home with a medal, a lot of people came out of the whole experience looking completely different, confidence-wise, but I think they got themselves physically more prepared for that event than maybe they ever had for any other surf contest. Both these guys kind of took that journey. Ryan Callanan was one of those surfers in contention in the lead up to the Olympics. Didn't make the team ultimately, but he did get himself involved in that preparation. And I don't know, Rio especially, in particular, more than maybe any other competitor that didn't feature in the medals, he just came out of it completely different. He just looks so strong.
His surfing's maturing, right? And we see that with Groms turn into men, and then their surfing matures along with that.
Yeah, really impressed with what we're seeing, and the number is super solid for the Indonesian, 8.23, and he is in front. Ryan Callinan's had it all his own way today. He's really set the pace and run away with those leads. Now he's chasing down a 6.44 to get back in front.
Yeah, so this is a great exchange of pressure and the lead. And Rio just did really well under the situation to hold his nerve. That wave just perfectly begging to be belted, and he just absolutely hammered, showing no signs of nerve, which is fantastic in this final situation here.
Yeah, he has been in the zone, the competitive zone. Both these guys have. And Ryan's going up, looking for the lead again. Nice carve, drew it right into the bowl. Transitioning through to the inside with a lot of speed. A clean hit to finish this one off. 6.44 is the requirement.
It's right there. It is right there. You're both looking at me going, what do you reckon? And I think he's probably got the number, but only just. And to be honest with you, I don't know whether it will come into play towards the end of this heat, because I just feel like these guys are going to throw some excellent numbers. But that first opening carve, he accentuated it. The second one was more of an adjustment turn, but watch this here. Gets on the hillside rail, fully extends. Now he releases. Now he clicks back into gear. Drives off the bottom here, a bit of a double stage pump off the bottom to get to this clean snap. And then gets the all-important finishing maneuver here. Have to finish it off. And the beauty of Ryan is that he can make that finishing turn just look so big with his sheer size and power.
Pretty cool how he has all the moves too. He's given us a good glimpse of a well-rounded surfer today. He's had the power, he can keep that board in the water and really push hard on that back foot. And he's shown great release as well. But he's after a 6.44 out of that ride with just over 20 minutes to go. And we're waiting on it to come through. But just looking at Ryan's overall performance, it's as engaged and as alive as I've seen him on his surfboard kipes in a long time, especially with the jersey on.
He's shown variety throughout competition here. We know about his connected surfing, but then also I really enjoyed that he's bringing some airs to the game and pulling out those aerials when he needs to. I also have a feeling in this final, Ryan's going to need to land one of those big airs and combine it with a couple of turns if he really wants to get into that excellent range and sew up this final.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. I think you're right. I think that's his best chance at really maybe shutting Rio out of this heat. But Rio turned in an excellent score and his board didn't leave the water. So I think power-wise, these guys are pretty evenly matched, but I think you're spot on. Ryan's strike rate with the airs, I don't think we've seen Rio go to the air in the event just yet. He's capable, but Ryan's been going there quite a bit over the past 2 days.
And yeah, and with great success. And Ryan just took the lead.
7.63 for Callanan. Whiten is back in second spot. We had the feeling that was going to happen, but this is great. The lead's changed already a couple of times, and Rio's after a 7.07 now.
Well, we know he's capable of getting that, and he'll be patient. Still plenty of time on the clock. He knows the type of wave that he needs to get back the lead and to potentially shut this down with an excellent scoring ride.
Well, both these guys have obviously benefited from growing up in areas that are just famous for producing champion surfers. Kaipo, Ryan Callanan from Newcastle. I mean, there's a long list of surfers from up that way.
Well, my favorites, four-time world champ, Mark Richards, you know, and I think there's a story that MR actually visited Ryan when he first made the tour, and he gave him some encouragement. So have like a hometown that has a steep history in great surfers, and then having that generation back you up as soon as you get into the limelight, that's invaluable.
Yeah, it's a long list, isn't it? Matt Hoy, Luke Egan,
Simon Law,
Nicky Wood,
Chad Edser.
Yeah, that's a as I said, a long list. But Rio has also been the benefactor of having incredible Indonesian surfers, but every single year, a whole bunch of the world's best surfers make their way to Bali, make their way to Indonesia, and he's always got great surfers to look up to in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an international field that make their pilgrimage every year to the island of the gods there, and here he goes.
Let's see what he can do. Rio with priority, takes this one. How's the speed in which he just went scooting across the lip there? Fell, unfortunately, but right now we're watching two guys who are extremely switched on, and I think with just under 17 minutes to go, I think we're going to see a few more big numbers drop here. But yeah, Rio, obviously, Rizal, just an incredible inspiration for all the surfers from Bali and Indonesia. You know, there's a long list of great Indonesian surfers, but it is undeniable just how stacked the waters get in Bali with champion surfers, and I just think that's been huge for Rio. It's great to see him now out there chasing his dream and inspiring surfers himself.
Yeah, here we go, Ryan.
Let's see what he can do. Trying to get rid of that last ride, the 7.63, takes to the air, and wow, just finds a transition there. That was not your typical transition, but he's just on at the moment. Feels like he could go for anything.
I love it. Nice turn. We talked about it through the air. A little boot scooting boogie on the way out of that thing. That was some good surfing and some really, really fast reactions. I want to look at this one more time, and just a snap right there. Okay, gets a snap in, but then lines up, finds the ramp, air, little scoot. Who needs fins? Re-engages. Here's the slow motion. We can really study this landing, which is just cat-like.
That's amazing. Rich, we've been touching on it, those turns in transition. If you can add some punch, if you can get some commitment to those transition maneuvers, it just adds to the combination. And Ryan set the fins free on that first turn. Got a little bit of release there, but really he was gunning him his way to that end section. It was a really solid turn. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see more replays in just a moment. It's a Bonsai Brew break. Back with the final in just a moment. It is the final of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Ryan Callanan leads Rio Waida. We've still got a score on the way for Callanan that might help him just increase this requirement for the Indonesian. It's looking like it's going to be one of his best numbers, but he has just been so on today, a man on a mission.
Yeah, he has been a man on a mission, and this is a really cool final. These guys are going blow for blow. And I really like that last wave of Arcal. It was fresh, that last turn. It was something we hadn't actually seen before. It wasn't the air rev, it was a sort of semi-straight air, and then he rode to fakie and then brought it back around, and it's paid off.
It has, 8.03. And Rio now after a 7.47. And he's out there with priority. We'll see if he can chase it down. He's had a few throwaways as well. He's maybe struggled just a little bit with that wave selection out there in this final so far.
Yeah, and well, Ryan's just in impeccable rhythm with the sets at the moment, and he's finding these he's finding those nice little runners that are allowing him to do that 2- and 3-turn combo, and he's just taking advantage of every single one of them, and he's building the more and more that he rides. So Rio needs to tap in this next 12 minutes to some of these better rides.
Kaipo, interesting final in that you've got a guy that was on the CT, didn't make that mid-year cut, back here on the Challenger Series trying to prove himself. And, you know, one of the surfers that I think all of us had kind of drawn a circle around when you looked at those who haven't yet made the championship tour and went, well, this guy has it, and at some point he's going to break through. This is going to be a massive step for both of them in getting onto the tour in 2023.
Yeah, massive step for Rio Waida. You know, he's either leaving here with 7,800 points or 10,000 points for first. Ryan Callahan, keep a result, but just as important, I think he gives that winning feeling. You know, just making the final to Ryan, because on the CT, he had just that string of 17ths that cost them in that mid-season cut. So it's going to be good for both of these surfers looking forward.
Rich, for Ryan Callahan, big performances that can get you to the final of a championship tour event, they're in him. He's been there, he's done that.
Yep.
But he's also fallen off the CT a couple of times. So whatever magic that he's found here at Manly Beach, and he'd love to bottle it and keep it going with the jersey on. Here he is again. Unbelievable. Can he hang on to this one? Just loses contact.
Oh, man, my ankles were hurt just watching that.
Well, Rio on the outside is going to get his opportunity on a great-looking wave. Rips through that first turn, up into the pocket again. A devastating blow, and hits it a third time. This wave just keeps giving. The Indonesia takes a fall at the end. But, man, he collected some serious points through those first three moves.
He will definitely get the points. And how about the waves turning on for the final right now? Glassy, tapered, double-up walls.
Well, typically I like to have a surf every day, but this week I haven't been all that inspired. But right now, I think I would put the suit on. Have a look at this one from Ryan. He almost stuck it.
Oh, just a crazy air rotation. He had to project out of it. If he landed on the roof of this thing, it was good night, Irene, but he did so well. Crazy projection out in front of it. Gets the full rotation. Just couldn't quite get the stance wide enough, but this wave here, Kipes, was something special.
Oh, wow. Just rhythmic, powerful, hook and backhand turns. That's going to be the score right there off the three. I don't know how much that's going to matter right at the end, because those three turns were dynamite.
Oh, man. Here it is again. What a wave.
Yeah, it's excellent. You know, it just feels like it's an excellent wave. That second turn was bigger than the first, then the third, just kind of, I don't know, he sort of went round the racetrack, the lip. He just sort of carved out of the last one a little bit more.
Here he goes again. Oh, having a look there on the inside. The numbers are still looking good for Rio.
I love it.
You're not punished for falling. You scored on what you did on the wave, and the work was unbelievable. The flow, the transition between each of those moves, seamless. This guy is so on at the moment. That wave was an excellent wave. And, you know, sometimes the pressure of performing on a wave so good can be difficult, but he smashed it.
Yeah, he absolutely smashed it. And we talked about it about 3 or 4 minutes ago. He needed to find that platform, that canvas, that wave that he could do, that surfing that we know he could do, and it all just worked out in his favour. And, mate, there are some solid numbers starting to drop, and he's going to go into the lead.
Well, we felt like he was going to go there. He only needed a 7.47, and with surfing like that, he was likely going to get that number, but he's going to get a lot more by the looks of things. Here it is, a 9.5, and Rio makes a huge statement here in the final with 8 minutes to go. Ryan Callahan, he's now chasing a 9.7. He had the momentum. I mean, had he stuck that air, it would be really close right now, but Ryan's got a whole lot of work to do, and he needs the biggest number of the event.
Yeah, well, that was a super high-risk aerial that Ryan went for, and I guess he had to throw it all on the table there.
Ryan caught that wave and that was the first wave of the set.
Did he have priority?
I believe he had priority at that moment too. I'm not sure, but he caught that wave, and it was the difference between wave 1 and wave 2 in that set. It was a huge difference.
Well, it's the best wave that's broken in Manly in maybe, I don't know, how long, Rich? A couple of years?
No, a week.
A week. It's definitely been the best wave of the window, and Rio, he surfed it to its full potential. I mean, he did take a fall at the end, so I don't know. Well, I guess it was on its way to being a perfect wave.
And you were spot on with that observation, Ronnie, in that sometimes a perfect wave is intimidating to surf because it's so perfect in front of your eyes, and sometimes you get caught like a deer in the headlight, you know?
Yeah, 100%. As a competitor, you can overamp.
Yeah.
And you can actually rattle yourself as you're taking off because you know that wave, like Rio would have taken off on that wave, in the back of his mind he's going, this wave's got at least 8 points in it if I surf it right. But he didn't just go, I want the 8 points. He got that thing and he wrung its neck and squeezed it for every point that it had.
Oh, 6.5 minutes to go. I can't believe it's going so quick. Time flies when you're having fun. Harvey, Norman, thank you for the recap. Let's have a look at it. Ryan Callanan got started in typical fashion. Rich, he's been spot on all day with his big starts.
Yeah, well, it seems like he was constructing the perfect final here. And he had the numbers on the board, but then Rio just came bouncing back on his backhand with some clean, fast, precise surfing. Throw in some power and precision, man, and this guy is, well, he's out in front, but then Arkal came bouncing back.
Arkal with 8.03 with this, the boot scooting boogie on the landing and getting out of it, but it was all about this wave right here. 9.5 for the Indonesian with some crisp, clean, powerful backhand surfing, Rich.
Oh, I love the second turn, and if we do have time, I'd love to see the slow-mo because the first turn he kind of does a carving snap. The second one he does this tail release hook, and there's a moment of weightlessness when he's on his backhand, and he's just so connected at that moment. Everything's happening by braille, and he just comes back down, connects back with the bottom turn, and just straight into the third turn. It was mastery.
I mean, there's still 5 minutes to go here. I'm already thinking, who's got to deal with Rio in the first round of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land? What a backhand. I mean, just what I'm really enjoying about Rio surfing, especially on the smaller days, is he's still on his bottom turns. You know, he draws a deep line off the bottom. It just gives him such a great vertical angle when he's coming into the pocket of these waves. And man, oh man, just deadly. And you know what, we identified it earlier on in all his post-heat interviews. He's just had a laser focus, hasn't got ahead of himself. He had some big heat wins, and he kind of just stayed pretty contained. He didn't let the cat out of the bag. He didn't get over-amped. He just said, yep, you know, I'm going after the win. That's what I'm here for. And, well, when Ryan Callanan's out there putting on big numbers, it must be hard to stay in that zone, but he's managed to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves because Arkal is capable of a 9.7, but here goes Rio again. Quick one.
Yeah, I love it without priority, just having a look, seeing if there's that big section there. Callanan, well, he's going to go right now. Let's see if he can find space for that big cartwheeling backside air reverse. Lines one up. Doesn't really get the release, no pop there. But that is definitely probably in the forefront of his mind now. How am I going to get a 9.7 when there hasn't been one in the whole event?
Well, I guess it's there's a little bit of confidence in the fact that his competitor's got a 9.5, so they're out there. And perhaps if another one of these little magical waves marches through and Ryan can get it, right, 3 big hacks and a big air to finish, and maybe there it is, the 10.
We knew we were going to have a heat on our hands, I think, based on the fact that Rio is the guy that was really responsible for beating the form surfer through the earlier rounds in Michael Rodriguez. Michael went out there and put huge numbers up. He put a 9.5 up against Rio, and Rio still somehow clawed his way back to get the victory.
Yeah, it's regardless of what happens and who wins the final, whoever does win it has earned it. You know, they've been putting down some huge numbers. And
You think Ketut Agus is psyching?
And how inspirational for the rest of all the Indonesian surfers looking on, perhaps tuning into the broadcast. And, wow, mate, Rio Waida, he is a serious contender for the championship tour for next year.
Yeah, it's a long road. And with 8 events, you know, it's going to take more than just the one victory, but it's a big step in the right direction. And when you think about it being the 5 best results,
yeah,
his chances get even better.
Get better, and then even think about the damage. You know, if Rio's able to sustain these last 2 minutes, get a victory here, and the momentum he'll take into the Quicksilver Pro G-Land as a wild card, that's going to be real.
Rich, tactically, did Ryan make the right move using his priority on that last right? I mean, hindsight tells you no, but does he need to look at waves and think about that big individual turn just yet, or should he be hanging there and trying to get a more quality ride?
There's a special wave that he needs, and I think he needs to sort of wait it out. It looks like he's going to make a motion on this one. It's going to need to be a huge, huge impact turn.
Nerves of steel from Rio, letting this one go. Let's see what Ryan could do. Huge frontside air reverse. He gets taken out by that whitewater. Man, all the pieces are coming together, for Ryan above the lip, though, aren't they? He gets that poke on the tail. He's got the grab clean. He just needs to find that landing, and he will stick one of these, but time's running out.
And I want to bring up another subject that I didn't want to cover because Rio actually didn't want anyone to know. He creased his magic board in an earlier heat today.
Oh, really?
And so he's on the backup right now.
Well,
now, he didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to bring it up to him, you know, and because surfers get superstitious about that stuff. So you don't want to, you know, but right now, the backup looks just fine.
Wow. Love that insight. The backup's going to become the new magic board heading over to the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. Thing's got plenty of spark in it. He can push hard on that board, it feels like. And this one is winding down. Rio, nerves of steel to let Ryan go on that last wave.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a pretty gutsy move there, just having the confidence to go, well, I don't think there's a 9.7 in it. This one's going to count down, and it will be the Indonesian who will take out the final.
Ryan Callanan throws the towel in the form of a handshake for the Indonesian. He congratulates him on a well-earned victory here. What a finals performance from both these competitors. Massive numbers. Ryan Callanan got it going at first with a 7.67, found an 8.03, but Rio an 8.23, and then finding the wave of the event and surfing it to its full potential, almost 9.5. I think he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, half a point off of a perfect score for Rio Waida, but more importantly, this is he's signaling for his hat.
Yeah, get the hat. Oh, he's very sun smart, this young man. But this is huge. A huge result for him on his quest for qualification. This is the new pathway to the championship tour. He's 2 steps in. He's got a victory. He's going to go rocketing up that Challenger Series leaderboard.
Yeah, what an amazing result and a huge injection of confidence for him for the rest of the Challenger Series. And just a quick nod to Arkal. You know, he's had a couple of runner-ups at this event. He's back. He's back, and you feel like he's going to start really clicking into gear for the remainder of this year as well. And I mean, we keep talking about all these people who are going to make it back onto the championship tour, but you sort of feel like Arkal's there, but there's the moment.
Biggest win for an Indonesian surfer, I think maybe ever. Right here. Challenger Series victory for Rio Waida and his second effort in 2022. And we really did like his chances up there at Snapper Rocks. He didn't get the result that he was after. 25th place finish there, but this has been a big turnaround. And he kisses that Sharp Eye surfboard. I believe it was shaped by Brendan Leckie. He's been getting a couple of boards from Brendan lately, but he is absolutely buzzing, as is Ketut Agus, the Indonesian
I don't think it's sunk in yet.
Turned out.
I think the crew are more stoked than he is at the moment, but there it is. Now the emotion starts coming out.
Yeah, massive result for Rio, for Indonesia.
Was that Nolan?
Nolan Raposa.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Goes for the dive there, straight into the water. That's what I like to see.
Yeah.
They both are under the same camp. You know, they train together, right? And the teamwork. There's the coach.
We did it, brother. Amazing. You
Yeah, Matty Myers absolutely buzzing there. What a performance. This is the feeling that all these surfers are chasing. Rich, you've been there, won a championship tour event, got chaired up the cobblestones. What's it feel like, mate?
It's undescribable. It's the best feeling in the world when you know, this is something you dedicate, devote your whole life to doing it. You sacrifice, you know, plenty of stuff. It doesn't seem like a sacrifice, and it seems like the best job in the world, which it is. But there are sacrifices that happen along the way. But these are the moments that you live for. These are the ones that you dream about when you're a grommet.
Rio Waida, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro champion for 2022. Getting the jump on Ryan Callanan, such a tough opponent. Just a magic performance in what has been a magic finals day. Just unbelievable. Just the conditions. I can't believe how much it cleaned up for us. The sun's out, for goodness sakes.
I know, you'd never guess that it was torrential rain about an hour ago, but great that the swell kicked into gear. We see the celebrations continue, and maybe we're going to be switching to the formalities in a minute.
Oh, let's hear from the champ. We'll throw it down to Stace.
Celebrations are continuing down here, and understandably so. A massive victory here for Rio Waida. Rio, you are the champion of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. How good does that feel?
Happy, but job not done. I'm going to G-Land tomorrow, and already thinking about qualify, but yeah, have to stay focused again. This is not a comfortable zone yet. I have to focus again and get good result again. This is job not done.
Amazing composure. What have you been working on in the off season?
More in the gym, you know. I learned a lot more from last year. I know my surfing is there. I have high level surfing. I just need to work on my how to compete. And yeah, I'm working with Matt this year, and it's working really good, and I love it.
Ryan had a quick start underneath priority there, 15 points pretty quickly. How do you stay composed in that situation?
It's already final, so I was already happy, and win or lose, I will still learn, and I still have confidence. My surfing is feeling good, ball feeling good, my body feeling good, so it was all about wave, and lucky good waves came. That was like the best manly wave I've ever seen, so it was good.
I hope the kids behind are listening to that. Some amazing insights. Rio, did you want to say a quick hello back home?
Halo semua yang terima kasih sudah dukung saya. Saya akan tetap semangat dan terima kasih untuk dukungannya.
Best of luck in the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. Thanks, Rio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Wow. What about the focus? I mean,
it's not done.
It's not done. Job's not done.
This guy's gnarly, dude. He is crazy gnarly, focused man, and if there is anything else to learn, he should just go back and rewind and just go watch all his own heats, because you know, it was almost mistake-free throughout the whole event, and wow, this kid is serious, huh? He wants on.
I mean, I think that was probably the best answer to a post-victory interview that I've ever heard. Just saying, I'm still going. This ain't done yet.
Yeah, big opportunity for him, but an amazing final. I mean, the brilliant thing about Rio is what he overcame scores-wise to keep himself in the running for the victory here today.
Yeah, absolutely. He got some massive numbers thrown at him, and he didn't flinch. Just did not lay down. Just found those waves and tore the bag out of it. It was surfing that was so unrestricted. It was really great to watch it go down. And yeah, amazing performance. I'm kind of blown away.
Yeah, we're going to get another look at it on the WSL post show. Stay with us. We're going to crown our champs and dive into the big stories from what has been a magic day of competition.
left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the WSL post show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Beautiful day on Sydney's northern beaches, and the finals day that was absolutely unbelievable. I'm Kaipo, this is Shannon Hughes, and Richie Lovett joining me for the post show. We're going to wrap up all of today's action, and Shannon, what great weather that we experienced at the end of the day, but more importantly,
Not in the middle of the
more
day.
importantly, what great surf we had today for finals day.
Oh, unreal. It was so much fun to be able to watch both the Longboard World Tour get things kicked off as well as the Challenger Series continue that campaign now in a long road and a long pathway to the Championship Tour. I think we couldn't have asked for a better run to be able to just see multiple champions crowned in both disciplines of the sport today here in Manly.
Rich, we just came off of just an on-fire final and a day in surfing history that's going to make Indonesia really proud.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've sort of broken new ground there, and you know, Rio Waita's at the helm. He's just steering that ship, and he's on cloud 9 right now. What an amazing victory for the Indonesian and that whole nation. I mean, incredible stuff.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road to that victory for Rio Waita as we take a look at our Bailey Ladders brackets. And we can see quarterfinals, Rio overcame Brody Sale. Then he had to do with Jet Schilling, and then a brilliant performance, Shannon, in that final against Ryan Calnan.
What I love in that walkthrough is that he took out 2 young surfers, 2 up-and-comers, and then he had to stack up against one of the best currently within the Australian field in Ryan Callinan. For him to take out the new generation as well as that current dominant world title generation in Ryan Callinan, that was a crazy impressive performance all the way through for him.
Well, if you missed it, or I just want to see it again, let's take a look at these men's finals and the highlights there, because it was quite a way to cap off our final day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Rich, Ryan Callinan got started really quick.
Yeah, he did, and I liked the game plan. I liked where he was going with this, to just ride waves and put big scores on the board. And, man, he was just throwing everything at it today. Some amazing power hacks, big maneuvers and airs to finish off. But Rio, he just clicked with some of these left-handers. Such a strong, powerful, and fast backhand. But it was a real seesawing battle there for a while, and that's exactly how we like the final. High-scoring action.
Yeah, Shannon, that landing right there, just so impressive. But it was this wave that turned the final.
This was the moment that we were all waiting for, the wave of the event to roll through, and then to have to perform under pressure for Rio in the biggest pressure situation of his life, to link those turns together. He went down in the end section. I'm calling it a 10-point ride if he had not fallen there.
Yeah, 9.5 for that effort, just a half a point away, but this is where it's all about, and doing it not just for himself, but for great surfing in the way of Indonesia. Rio Waita is our champ, Rich.
Yeah, this is just, as a competitive surfer, it's what we live for. These moments right here, and I tell you, the wins, they don't come often, but when they come, you got to celebrate them. Because really, you know, you're probably going to lose a lot more than you're going to win unless you're Kelly Slater. But, you know, have a look at that scoreline. And I tell you, you know, Manly does get a bit of a bad rap every now and then with surf conditions. But let me tell you, it gets pretty fun here. And I was just stoked that the waves turned up and that our field of surfers on all the codes got to really show us what they're made of. High scores throughout the whole day.
Yeah, Shannon, just a great finals day and some great performances. But we saw just a whole, I want to say schizophrenic, but I want to say a plethora of different scenarios when it came to the wave out here. It changed every single day.
It was pretty wild. I mean, the opening days for the World Longboard Tour were really fun. Tiny little rollers, knee to waist high, which is exactly what we want to showcase the beauty, the style, the grace that is longboarding. But then we had those tricky onshore conditions come in when the shortboard event ran, when we had the Challenger Series events, and it was really those surfers having to showcase their small wave surfing after coming off of perfect snapper. Now for finals day, we got to see it all turn on. The longboarders had a challenge in bigger surf, which is difficult. The shortboarders then got to light it up and really bring that power surfing.
You got to be proud of your hometown, Rich.
I certainly am. Proud of the hometown. You know, this is a real surf community around here, and everyone was really excited for the WSL to roll into town, and they weren't disappointed. And I'm just certainly proud of all the competitors who came here and just put on an amazing show for us, and thank you.
Yeah, well, let's make it official. And with that, I'm going to throw to Ronnie Blakey for our official presentation.
Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the official presentation for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. How did we go? Did you enjoy it? Are we there? Let's go. All right. This is the second stop on the Challenger Series and the first stop on the World Longboard Tour. It's been amazing to have you all down here to watch it all unfold at Manly Beach. And didn't it turn it on today? A bit of sunshine for the finals. Couldn't have asked for more. Before we get going, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the country on which we're on today, show our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We also want to welcome all First Nations people that are here with us today and those joining us on the broadcast. I think if we can get a round of applause for the traditional custodians, that'd be fantastic. We'd also love to thank our partners, in particular Destination New South Wales and the Northern Beaches Council. We want to thank our amazing title partner, GWM, our presenting partner, Rip Curl, and we've also got a long list of partners that we want to acknowledge. Oakley, Harvey Norman, Bonsoy, Boost Mobile, Oakberry, Dometic Outdoor, Coopers, FCS, Bond University, Javianas, and Bailey Ladders. If we can get a big thank you for our partners, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. We want to say a big thank you to the local community for getting behind this contest. And in particular, the surfers, the local surfers, thanks for your patience and thanks for putting up with us this week. In particular, we want to thank the Northern Beaches Council Lifeguards, the North Stain Board Riders Club, the Queenscliff Board Riders Club, and the Manly Malibu Club. Thank you. Our winners today are going to be taking home some of these amazing trophies, obviously representing the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which is just over the pond on the spectacular Sydney Harbour. Wish I could get one myself. Now, to help us here with the trophy presentation, we've got some very special people representing the Office of Tour and Competitions. It's Will Hayden-Smith, the General Manager of WSL APAC, Andrew Stark, great to see you. And also joining us, representing the Northern Beaches Council, is Michael Gencher. Excuse me. All right. Time to hand out some trophies. It was very, very fun having the opportunity to bring the longboarders here for the first stop on the World Longboard Tour. They put on a fantastic show in clean conditions on the first 2 days of competition. We got to see the style and grace. We watched the battles unfold. But there could only be one champ. On the men's side, your runner-up for 2022, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, is the UK's Ben Skinner. Yes. Congratulations, Ben. Mate, unbelievable performance. I mean, in these kind of events, there is no easy heats. They're all difficult, but your run through to this final was particularly hard. How good does it feel to be standing here now, sitting number 2 on the World Longboard Tour rankings?
Well, it's been a crazy day. Super happy to come away in the final, obviously against Harrison. one of the best class acts in longboarding and one of my favourite surfers. So I'm super grateful to have that final with him. Shame we didn't take him down, but we got a long year ahead. And but yeah, just grateful to be here. Thanks for all the Cornish contingent that came down here today. Thank you, and everyone at home, and everyone, all the Australians, thanks for having us. Thank you, Manly. Woo!
Right, we love your energy, Ben. Congratulations, mate. An amazing result and a great way to kick off the tour. All right, on the women's side, I think we were all blown away by the style and grace. It was fantastic to see all the locals turn out to cheer Tully on this morning as well. Congratulations, Tully, on a great performance here at home. But your runner-up for the 2022 GWM Sydney Surf Pro Longboard event is none other than Chloe Coleman. Come on up, Chloe. Great effort. Now, Chloe, obviously you want to win these events, but last year you started off the World Longboard Tour with a quarterfinal finish. This is a lot better than that, and looking at your place on the rankings now, you must be feeling incredible about the week.
Oh yeah, it's still a pretty good start for the season. We have some new venues for this year, and I'm pretty excited about. First time competing mainly. And I had a great time. The waves were super fun throughout the whole week. It was really nice to experience that and have all the local crowd cheering on us every day. And it's always a good match against Honolulu. We always ended up in the finals together. She got me this time, but yeah, I'm super stoked to go to the next one.
Congratulations. Anyone you want to thank?
I got some people to thank, but mostly my coach, Matt, who helped me so much during this week. I don't know where he is. But yeah, he's a legend. And then for all the local community, and mainly for welcoming us and having us to share the lineup this week. So yeah, thank you.
You're number 2 on the rankings. Give it up for her. Chloe, what a performance. All right. Moving right along. Your champion for the men's 2022 GWM Sydney Surf Pro Longboard event is none other than Australia's very own Harrison Roach. Put your hands together for him. Look at that trophy, glorious. Mate, you came so close last year to winning that first world title, but you've kicked off the 2022 season in fine form, a victory. How good does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, it's a long sort of hard road to get a title, and I got very close, and yeah, it felt like it was going to be a hard slog to get back to that point, but this is the right start, so one step closer, I suppose.
Mate, the conditions for finals day, you couldn't have asked for more, really. It cleaned up. It's been a hard-fought win, this one, with some tricky conditions early on, but it must have been fun to get out there in some quality conditions today.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually had, I would say, great conditions the whole event. It was small to begin with and a little bit slow, but Manly really put it on for us. And the weather's been fantastic, a lot of rain today and over the last couple, but yeah, we couldn't be more happy, and obviously I can say that because I won the thing.
Amazing, mate. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, just everybody in my life who supports me. Really appreciate it, and it feels good. Like, I looked at my phone when I came in today, and it's pretty overwhelming, so thanks. I had 3 or 4 friends down here on the beach. Felt pretty quiet, like, compared to Declan and the Sydney crowd down here, but you know, I do feel it on the phone, and you know, I'm happy.
You're a proud Queenslander, but you look good in a blue jersey. Congratulations on the win. All right, we're going to get our women's champion up here now. She's a 3-time world champion, the victorious surfer on the women's GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by none other than Rip Curl, is Honolulu Bloomfield. Congratulations. Honolulu, what a performance. Now, Honna, 3 world titles, multiple event wins, getting cheered up by your friends. Does that feeling ever get old?
Never.
How's your time been here in Manly, and what was it like to kind of bring the 2 events together, the Challenger Series and the first stop on the World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, I've had a really good time here in Manly. It was super special to compete alongside the shortboarders as well. I have a few good friends in that event, so it was fun to cheer them on. And I had a fun final with Chloe again. She always pushes me, and so were all the other girls in the whole event. So it was really cool.
Now, you've got a pretty good track record when there's multiple events on the World Longboard Tour, and you've kicked off again with a victory here. But do you feel that each and every year those up-and-comers are coming to challenge you for these wins?
Yeah, for sure. The level is just getting super high at this point. So every contest I just start from scratch, you know, and anything can happen. But it always feels good to get a first event win to kick things off for the year. So.
Well, congratulations. It was a beautiful performance. In fact, all of you deserve a huge round of applause. It was amazing to watch it all unfold here at Manly Beach. We're going to get you guys to stay up on the stage for us. And we'll bring our other champions up. Whoa, here it comes. Thank you, Coopers. All right, first up, we're going to get our runner-up up here for the men's event, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Second place in the men's contest. He had a fantastic performance. He's going to be celebrating his 30th birthday in just a few days. Ryan Callanan, congratulations. Mate, in what has been a difficult year, this must feel fantastic to get second place in a Challenger Series event and take that first step towards getting back on the championship tour.
Yeah, definitely, you know, just to make some heats in general, but, you know, to be close to home in a sense, you know, being in Australia and feeling the support of the crowd and everything, it definitely makes it a bit more special, and just to make some heats and make the final, and, you know, you don't get many chances at this, so it stings a little bit, but I'm stoked to be here, and I had a special event.
I'm pretty sure everyone here would agree with me, and everyone tuned in online. It was great to see you sort of reaching your full potential with the jersey on. Have you tapped into that magic feeling? Are we going to see more of this, mate?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been aiming for a long time now, and, you know, can get a bit messy, but the end goal was there, and it all just clicked for me this event. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully I can continue it throughout the year and keep it rolling.
All right, well, congratulations, and stay up on stage with us here. All right, on the women's side, we saw an amazing performance. We saw rising talents and veterans who've been to the championship tour and want to get back there. And this young woman performed beautifully throughout the contest. Your runner-up for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro on the women's side is Nikki Van Dyke. How good does that feel, Nikki? I mean, you had a good run on the Gold Coast as well. The opening 2 events of the Challenger Series have really worked in your favour, and that road back to the championship tour, it feels like it's begun.
Yeah, it's definitely begun. Very quickly, it's all happened. It's been so nice to start the year off in Australia. We had some amazing waves at Snapper, and then Manly this week today was just so epic. Like I just kind of kept waiting for that change to hit, and thankfully it stayed quite nice for us. And then just congratulations to all the winners and all the competitors all week. It's been amazing to watch.
What about the depth of the surfing in the women's ranks in particular? I mean, you've been on the championship tour for a number of years. What's it like being back on the Challenger Series, and what do you make of all this talent coming through?
I know, I'm an oldie now, which kind of seems crazy because I'm only 27, but surfing against younger girls, they're just all so talented, and it just pushes you, honestly. It's amazing for the sport, and can't wait to see where it's going to go still.
Well, congratulations on the amazing result and the great start to your Challenger Series campaign. All right, let's get to the champions. Your 2022 GWM Sydney Surf Pro winner on the men's side is the Indonesian. It's the biggest result for Indonesia in a WSL event. Put your hands together for him, Rio Whiten. An amazing run through to the final. Congratulations. Thank you. Get it up there. Rio, a magic performance. You really did come up against I'd say a lot of the form surfers, but two of the toughest competitors in Michael Rodriguez and in the final, Ryan throwing big numbers at you. You kept your cool, you stayed focused, and you threw a 9.5 at us in the final. How good do you feel right now?
Yeah, I felt confident coming to this event. I mean, this year I felt confident to compete and ready to qualify. In snap, I was a little bit hard. I didn't get good waves, but this time I learned more, so I was more prepared. But yeah, Michael and Ryan, they surf really good. I love to watch them surfing. Michael, he does the biggest air, like biggest full rotation, and I love to watch Ryan too. He does some crazy stuff. So congrats, Ryan. Thanks for pushing me, and I don't know, yeah. I feel like my surfing's right there. Just I need to learn more how to compete, and yeah.
I think you did pretty well out there today. Mate, obviously after the final we had the chance to hear from you. You said job not done. The big goal is qualification, but you also have a huge event coming up at home. You're the wild card for the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. I know everyone here is going to be really excited to watch you surf. It seems like you're already focused on your first heat.
Yes. I'll be more free. I mean, I'm not in the tour yet, so I'm a wildcard, so I'll be free. I'll be doing no pressure. So I'll be doing anything I want. And but now I got a good result here, 10,000 points. I have to focus again to get another good result to qualify for next year. I'm excited.
Man, we're excited for you. That was an amazing performance. And don't think too much about what you've got to do at G-Land. Just do what you were doing here. Magic stuff. Congratulations. And then there was one. Your winner for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro on the women's side, Teresa Bombalot of Portugal. Chasing the dream and got plenty of support here. Congratulations. Rio's pretty focused, and he seems really just serious and set on that goal of making the championship tour. But it seems like you've been to this position before. You know how tough these events are, and you know how hard it is to get there. So it's important to celebrate those wins. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling over the moon. I think it's good to be serious, but in the end of the day, you just have to have fun. I'm right here doing what I love the most with all the people, all the surfers, all of our friends. And I mean, it's such a special, after even COVID, 2 years like lockdown. Just coming back, it's just amazing. Coming back to Australia is such a nice place that I love. Kind of reminds me a bit of home. So I'm just enjoying, and I'm just trying to do everything that I know and I can in the water, and like taking all the lessons to become a better person and become a better competitor.
Oh, that is awesome. Obviously, the Challenger Series probably didn't start the way you would have liked. A 17th there at stop number 1, but this is a massive turnaround. You're skyrocketing up those Challenger Series ratings right now, but it is a long road, isn't it? It's a long series this year.
It is a long road, and I mean, it's just not this year. It's like been a long road, and I think it's just like a good road. Like, there's good things, there's bad things. In the end of the day, it will just make you grow, and that's what I kind of try to do. And I mean, I shout out to every other surfer here. It's like amazing to watch them, amazing to watch all the surfers And I mean, spending a final with Nikki, such a good competitor. She's been on tour like for so long. And I mean, it's so special. It just makes you want more and just like watch all of these guys' waves. And you just want to surf more and more and just bring the higher level every heat. So yeah, I'm just enjoying.
Well, congratulations. Everyone here's loved watching you compete this week. Best of luck for the rest of the Challenger Series. We'll get our longboard winners back up on stage, guys. Come on back up here. Come on up. Harrison, Ben, Chloe, Hono, come on up. We'll get our champions on stage here. And while we get them set for the big photo opportunity, we're going to throw it back to Kaipo and the team on the WSL Post Show. Take it away, guys.
Oh, thank you, Ronnie. And we have so many champions to celebrate here. 4 different champions. And gosh, what a great moment, Chan.
Oh, this has been a huge day. It's so fun to see them all there on stage together, just getting to soak it in. The longboard community, the shortboard community, so many of them friends, cheering each other on, watching their own events when their friends are across the world, and now to be in that moment together, it's been a real special one.
Teresa Bonvala taking out the win for the women's. Let's take a look at her road to victory here at Manly, Rich.
Yeah, well, mate, it wasn't an easy one, and I think her toughest competitor probably came in the final because Nikki Van Dijk was just on an absolute roll. She met up with Kiala in the semis, excuse me, and she was on fire as well. Really, the women produced amazing surfing all week long. The power element, the progressive element, they've started to weave it all together, and the performances are just at a new level, and the sport keeps going through the roof.
Well, let's take a look at our women's final with Nikki Van Dijk and Teresa Bonvala, the Portuguese surfer, coming in and striking first, Shannon.
It was wild. She opened up with this huge score, put it up close to an 8. It wasn't quite excellent, but it was a really, really, really strong way to build from. And she just maintained control throughout. She really got a grip on what was happening in the lineup. She got a feeling for the right wave selection, and it put Nikki in this place of not even catching waves. Nikki then kind of really constricted within her performance. She had priority in a lot of situations where she just actually made some mistakes. She had some smooth surfing, but she wasn't able to capitalize on wave selection, and that's where we saw Teresa come out on top with that Portuguese crew there on the shoreline to cheer her up to victory.
There you go. By Portugal, and a big win for that surfing nation. Beautiful surfing nation, Rich. And this is going to fare well for Teresa Bonvala.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Huge points. But, you know, you saw in the interview, this is a marathon. And Rio, you know, mentioned it as well. There's work to be done here. We celebrate the victory today, and then tomorrow we start thinking about the next one. So an incredible scoreline there. You know, Teresa, she overcame some incredible surfers along the way, but got the victory. Really impressed with her pocket surfing in the final and the read on the waves, and she just sort of left Nikki in a spot where she hadn't been, and she was chasing, and she was the chaser most of the event. So, yeah, congratulations. Awesome.
So leaving Australia, we're a quarter way done through the Challenger Series for the men and the women. And your thoughts on this, because here we're going to take a look, first of all, for our men's Challenger Series leaderboard when we exit these 2 events, Rich, in Australia.
Wow, it's pretty stacked up there, isn't it? A couple of usual suspects and ex-tour, ex-championship tour names up there. Leo at the top of the list. And sort of spearheading the championship tour here. Great to see Rio Whiten up in 2nd place. Callum Robson and Sheldon Simkus getting that great result up on the Gold Coast. And our local kid in Australia here from the Northern Beaches, Dylan Moffat and Ryan Callanan, also making his way up into the top 10. Maxon Husinot just slips down a little bit there. Had a great run up the coast, and Ramsey Bukiam as well, just falling a little bit there. So they'll be looking to pick things up in the next event.
Shannon, here's our women's Challenger leaderboard. Caitlin Simmers up on top.
No surprises there. Katie Simmers off that win on the Gold Coast, backed it up well with some points here. Nikki Van Dijk right in that conversation as well, which is really exciting when it's talking requalification to get her back in 2023. And then some of those names like Teresa, Sophie McCulloch, Keala, Tomata, Bernat, Zali Kelly, those are names that we're expecting to see how they can do now in the performances against a Molly Picklum, a Luana Silva, a BettyLou Sakura Johnson, a Macy Callahan, who are all sitting in that top 10 conversation. How are they going to fare for the rest of this? Are they going to keep that momentum rolling? Is it going to be the experience, some of those CT rookies this year that are able to tap into those results that they've already had to be able to keep themselves in the conversation past Bolito, past the U.S. Open as we head into the European leg?
Well, that's it for the challenges, but we got to recognize this was the start, Shannon, for the WSL Longboard Tour, stop number 1 here in Manly.
My favorite sport in the world. I was so excited to see longboarding here, and it was an exceptional event to get things started because longboarders, we love small waves. We love charging on bigger waves as well, but small waves allow us to showcase that footwork, that variety, that grace, and that style. And to be able to see Honolulu Bloomfield walk away, she tends to win every year that there's multiple events on the calendar, and now that the WSL has confirmed that, and we've got 3 events to crown the world champion, Honolulu is going to be a tough one to beat.
Well, let's take a look at that women's longboard final, and Honolulu Bloomfield came out and just did her magic again on the water.
This was a really crazy heat because the weather just showed up. I had a chat with Chloe Coleman after the finish, and she said it was actually raining so heavy that they could not see the lineup. So their wave selection was literally going in blind. Honolulu found a couple of beautiful nose rides, those 5 to 10 combinations. It walked her into that 6-point range. We didn't see either of the women scratch into the excellent scores at all, which was surprising for both of them. But it was just that consistency coming through from Honolulu to be able to capitalize and put the finishing touches on her waves that overtook the really good footwork, the grace that Chloe Coleman brings into the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. They just get up on that 10 so well, don't they? So graceful. And I kind of thought Chloe was going to have a really good shot at this on the predominant left-hand bank and her being on the goofy footer. But Honolulu is just so good. She just won't lay down, will she?
She is, honestly, she's so consistent. She is the Katie Simmers within that mental conversation of just not getting too phased by who's around her, who's in the lineup. Honolulu really just thrives under pressure and walked away to a great victory here. Those smaller scores on the board, it was a really kind of a challenging heat because the waves were really difficult to pick apart, but for both of the women, they brought in that beautiful footwork. They brought in the variety they needed to, and it was Honolulu who just inched ahead of Chloe, 2 for 2 in final matchups now on the World Longboard Tour for them.
Well, that was the women's longboarding. Let's take a look at the men's longboarding because we saw Harrison Roach get one back on Ben Skinner, Rich.
Yeah, we did, and you get the feeling that there's a really healthy rivalry starting to develop between those two good friends, and obviously it was the Australian that got the nod today. Harrison Roach, he's just one of the most sort of stylish and accomplished longboarders now, and just so versatile in all of his surfing and what he can produce, and obviously feeding off some of the other codes and injecting it into his longboard approach here, and just amazing stuff.
Here's our final highlights, Shannon.
So excited to see Harrison Roach just find some rhythm, find some momentum, get those excellent scores in, that quick footwork, and you can really see those bumpy sections. For him to charge an in section like that, going no leg rope, just putting all that commitment and that risk, that's such an important part of the criteria, really risking it on those opening nose rides. He's also a surfer that engages the rail better than anybody else in that longboard conversation with so much style and grace, but he connects it with power, and it was a really well-fought battle coming through from both of those surfers. Finding pretty incredible wave selection. For Ben Skinner to be able to match back with an excellent score himself, he was a really tough one to beat for Harrison Roach. He killed Harry's world title hopes last year, and he's coming in really adjusting to a new criteria and the traditional side of things, looking up to one of his heroes in the sport, Harrison Roach. And it's just really fun to see the respect developing between these two, the rivalry between these two, and to see Harry walk out now with an opportunity to win a world title.
Yeah, good for Harrison Roach. And you can see the numbers there. Excellent heat for Roach, a 16.5 two-wave total, couple of scores in the excellent range, Rich, and what a great overall presentation that we saw today.
Oh, it was unreal. It was really cool. seeing the sort of diversity between the longboarding and the classic lines and that nod to the traditional style of surfing. And then, I was thinking back to how they would have been approaching their final, watching shortboarding and looking, going, okay, well, they're doing an air reverse there, but I would be doing a hang 10 here, So it's great that it's all been intertwined all week and everyone's thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, let's look towards our men's longboard rankings after one event, and it's easy to say Harrison Roach is going to be on top.
This is huge. There's going to be 3 events in the tour this year. It's going to be the best 2 results that count towards that World Championship. 5,000 points on the line here, 5,000 points at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational at the U.S. Open, and 10,000 on the line for the World Championships at Malibu. So for Harry to already have 5,000 points, that's huge. And we've got a big international field. We've got Great Britain and Ben Skinner. No surprises to see him sitting there on top. The Hawaiian standouts like Kai Salas and Kanye Stewart. Declan Whiten out of Australia now sitting up there within that top conversation. It's exceptional.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Sorry, Kipes.
I just want to take a look at our women's rankings right now. Honolulu Bloomfield on top, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess sort of no surprises there because she is just that good. And a great match up there. There's sort of going to be a dyno kind of challenge going on between Honolulu and Chloe there, but some amazing names in the mix. Loving seeing Tully White there, another one of the local Manly favourites.
Totally. We've got former world champions like Soleil Erico, Rachel Tilley sitting in that conversation alongside Honolulu Bloomfield, and then a whole crop of women who have been biting at the bullet. They've been wanting to get those world titles. Now they're in that top 10 conversation heading into the second event of the series, and it's going to be really cool to see who comes out on top now at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's going to be the next stop, and that's going to happen August 3rd. We had such a good day today, Rich, and we had such a good finals day that we don't only have one Boost Mobile wave of the day. We actually have two.
We got 2?
Yeah,
okay.
We got 2.
All right.
We're going to start our Boost Mobile wave of the day. Shannon, we're going to start off with RCal.
That 9.5, unbelievable rail work. These are full power carves that are just unlike anything we've been able to see in competition because the waves just haven't offered that opportunity, and now to see Ryan find it, so good.
And this was another 9.5, doing it in a different way with just intense pocket hooks on the backhand. And Rio Aida, this was the wave that secured him the victory in the final. A little slip on the end, but we'll forgive him for that one because the work that he did beforehand was just out of this world.
Yeah, what a day. But we got more for you. We have, we're going to be looking forward to what the future holds and this exciting future in the world of pro surfing. We'll be right back with that after this quick break. More of the WSL Post Show. It is the WSL Post Show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. We're looking forward to the future. I'm Kaipo, this is Shannon Hughes, and Richie Lovett, all wrapping up today's events, but we got a lot more to look forward to, and the next stop on the championship tour, Shannon, with a reduced field, 24 men, 12 women, is going to be at a dream location. I'm talking about the Quicksilver Roxy G-Land Pro.
Oh, unbelievable. To think of the barrels that we're going to be able to witness and to look at it as a reduced field, it's going to be interesting to see how it all pans out. Very excited to see it get underway.
I'm looking forward to the new format as we go into that reduced field, Rich.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm looking forward to going back to G-Land. I think 97 was the last time I was there when the event was on.
Yeah.
I was in it, so it's showing my age again. But no, very excited to get back there. The reduced field's going to be interesting. We're going to, I don't know if we're going to see things mix people with a different approach, but one thing's for sure, we're going to see 10-point rides at G-Land. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ripe for those
yeah.
excellent scores. Let's take a look at our championship tour schedule, and we already had that mid-season cut, and the Dream Tour continues in some dreamy locations. We got the Quicksilver Roxy Pro G-Land, and then after that, Shannon, we're going to go to Surf City, El Salvador.
What a dreamy location that is as well. Such a fun right-hand point break. It's going to change it up after being on those big, heavy lefts at G-Land. The Oirio Pro after that, Jeffreys Bay for the Corona Open J-Bay, Tahiti Pro for Teahupo, and then the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. It's going to be an incredible finish to the championship tour season.
And, you know, to get onto that championship tour, there's two ways. You make that mid-season cut, Rich, or you're a top performer on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's two pathways, and well, what we've been doing this week is the second pathway, and this is the Challenger Series. We started up on the Gold Coast at the Boost Mobile Pro. We're down here in Sydney, and this next event, the Bolito Pro, that often produces some really fun waves as well. And then we go to Vans US Open at Huntington Beach. What an exciting event that one is. We'll get the crowd involved there, and then we're off to Ericeira in Portugal. And then we go to the Roxy Pro in France. So always the nice groomed beach breaks. Sometimes a little tricky, like here in Manly. Dishes up everything. The Corona Open, the Corona Saquarema Pro in Brazil. And then my favorite event on the whole Challenger Series, the Haleiwa Pro in Hawaii. Let's go.
Why is that your favorite, Rich?
For a number of reasons. I just love that wave. But I've got good memories there, mate.
I think you've won there before.
Maybe.
Let's take a look at our longboard schedule, Shannon. We're a third of the way there, but we got some exciting stops both at the beach break in Huntington Beach and a classic venue, Malibu, California.
It's going to be so fun just to turn that Vans Duct Tape Invitational, which has been a great event on the longboard kind of tour, the longboard schedule for the year outside of the WSL, but now it's partnering up. It's part of that world title conversation there at Huntington Beach. It'll probably be kind of similar to this. Different kind of banks, maybe not quite as good as what Manly gets, but really fun conditions generally on offer there in Huntington. And then Malibu, California for the World Longboard Championships. We saw an outstanding performance there. Kaipo, you and I were on the ground last October. It was so much fun to see champions crowned at the most iconic wave within longboarding conversation worldwide. And now to see that we've got that back on the calendar again, I think it's the event that everyone's driving towards.
Yeah, and that event on the longboard tour, double point, so it is going to be a great show. I look forward to that. But you know what? We just wrapped up a week long of surfing, and we have so many great memories. But let's take a look at today's top 5, because we got a great top 5 for you here. Number 5, we have some of our honorable mentions for the finals day. Kanye Stewart with a pair of high eights and still was not able to get past Ben Skinner.
I just love the clean lines on this wave. He was just, you know, that transition from nose to that drop knee and the slight carve down into the pocket. It was just such a well-constructed wave.
Whoa, that was a 9.17, and that still wasn't enough, Shannon, for Imai Klein DeVault, but Ryan Callahan liked it.
He gave those claps and those cheers. We saw Nikki Van Dyke put together a great performance in the final. Her surfing so smooth, so linked together, but just didn't find those waves. Exceptional. Nonetheless, though, coming out of the jersey, coming back into the jersey for the first time in a long time, and she's in the finals.
Number 4 on our top 5, Harrison Roach, our men's longboard champ.
It's the first world longboard title win for Harrison Roach, which is massive in his hunger to win a world title.
Yeah, absolutely. Some impeccable display of traditional longboarding. Throwing a little bit of modern flair in there as well.
Oh, that involvement longboarding, it's absolutely there. Just putting all that power into the rail, but really engaging with the nose in those critical sections. That's everything the judges would have been looking for, and such an impressive win for him over Ben, the Skin Dog Skinner.
That's right. And coming in at number 3 on our top 5, Teresa Bonvala. Rich, she's our Women's Challenger Series champ.
Yeah, she is. And man, when I think back to all the surfing that we've seen from the women through the week, and for Teresa to come out on top, what a win. You know, this was a hard-fought victory, and she had one of the toughest competitors in the final. But I love just this pocket surfing on the forehand, just really positioning all the maneuvers really well, and she got one there for Portugal.
Yeah, there it is, the chair up the beach, and a victory for Portugal. Number 2 on our countdown, Honolulu Bloomfield, our women's longboard champ, Shannon.
Going for her 4th world title this year. It's looking favorable as she just graced her way through those opening 5 to 10 combinations. Great tight footwork. Also just found those connections through to the inside to showcase the variety, to showcase that control on her surfboard. And now to be leading the rankings heading into the end of the year, this is a real threat for the rest of the women sitting in that top 5 conversation.
She's got like swan-like grace on the board, huh? Just so great to watch.
Love seeing Honolulu any day of the week on any type of craft, but for her to take those wins on the longboard, it's a real pleasure to witness.
It sure was. And that leads us to number 1, Rich. This was a big one for Indonesia today. Yeah. Rio Waida with an excellent performance in the finals.
Well, it can only be one number 1, and it's Rio Waida, and it's with surfing like this. This is just a perfect education and an example of backhand precision surfing. This is what you want to do if you want to make your way onto the championship tour and win events. Just lightning fast, powerful, with just the right amount of progression and tail release out of this backhand surfing. And, well, an iconic day for Indonesian surfing right now. Rio Waida is on top of the world.
What a happening. 4 champions crowned in Manly today, and that has just been, in my book, a pretty historic day of surfing. And wow, I'm just coming down from this right now, you guys, but we got more. We got more coming at you. July 3rd, we got the Belito Pro. That's when we continue on with the Challenger Series. That's going to happen in South Africa. And then August 3rd, we're going to continue on with the Longboard Series, Shannon. That's going to be in Huntington Beach at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. And then lastly, what you want to tune in for is just a couple days away, Rich.
Yeah, I'm going home to pack my bag right now, actually, because I got to get on a plane tomorrow. We're going to the tropics.
May 28th, the Quicksilver Roxy G-Land Pro. That's going to kick it off. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Richie. Thank you all for watching, and enjoy today's highlights.
Welcome down to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. It's finals day here. Who's going to come out victorious here at Manly Beach?
To the greatest show in town. Welcome to the end of the world, the end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world, the end of the world. Come to the flames, feel so good when they lick your skin. Don't mind the screams, they're the choirs that sing our hymns. Let the bombs keep dropping and the skies keep falling down. Come all to the greatest show in town. Welcome to the end of the world, the end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world, the end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world, the end of the world.
keep dropping. The skies keep falling. Let the bombs keep dropping. The skies keep. Let the bombs keep dropping. Let the skies keep falling. Let the bombs keep dropping. Welcome to the end of the world. The end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world. The end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world. The end of the world. Welcome to the end of the world. The end of the world.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.